to rumble. to hear your energy and enthusiasm as we get started bright and early here at the 25th Indiana Robotics Invitational. That's right, folks. We've made it to the big 2-5. You are here to help us get that 25th Indiana Robotics Invitational started. And boy, oh boy, do we have an incredible group of teams here to help us have a fantastic 25th IRI. We've got 3 different countries represented, 19 different US states, 2 Hall of Fame teams, and a reigning world champion in our presence. Who's excited about that? Now, like we said, we've got 3 countries present here. Of course, we have our teams from the United States, but let's hear it for our 2 teams from Mexico. Let's also hear it from our representatives from Canada. And it'd be a little much for me to now go through the list of 19 states. So let's just say, who's here from the West Coast? We got 1, thank you. Who's here from the East Coast? I know we got some teams from down south. And we can't forget Hawaii. How about the Midwest? And just to make sure I'm not missing anyone, how about any of you who don't quite know where you fit in? We got a couple. We are so happy to have you all here. We're glad you made it safely, and we can't wait to see what you're able to do on the field. We were looking up the stats before the competition, and the greatest number of points scored by an alliance this season, not counting penalties, is 182 points. You think we can beat that? Challenge accepted. I love to hear. Who's going to be on that record-breaking alliance? Now, FIRST is so special because FIRST is more than robots. And IRI is a fantastic example of that. Just over there, I've counted over 50 backpacks stuffed full of school supplies, all for Indianapolis students in need. So can we hear it for all the teams who donated backpacks here today? We also want to be sure to draw your attention to our silent auction. We have all sorts of FIRST memorabilia donated by teams and volunteers for you to bid on. There's some great stuff over there that I know you want to take home, and it's all for a great cause. Every penny we raise through our silent auction is going to be donated to Riley Adolescent and Mental Health, a fantastic charitable organization here in the Indianapolis area. And on that note, we do want to remind all of you that gracious professionalism is about far more than just helping out other teams when their robot breaks or they need a tool. Gracious professionalism is also about having each other's backs. If at any point during the competition you notice that another one of your teammates or a student on another team looks like they may be having a difficult time, make sure to check in with them. See if there's anything you can do to help or anything you can do to help them have a better time. We want to be sure that everyone is having fun here at the 25th IRI, and gracious professionalism is a key part of that. So make sure to have each other's backs. Now, just before we wrap things up, we have an important group of teams to recognize, and those are the 3 teams that have worked hard to put together this competition. So let's hear it for teams 234 Cyber Blue, 45 Techno Cats, and 1024 Kilobytes. And speaking of our organizers, if at any point you have some questions, comments, feedback, concerns, anything at all you'd like to bring to the attention of our organizers, all you need to do is talk to Andy, Chris, or Jeff. They're wearing the IRI polos and waving right now. Let's give them a big thank you. And with that, folks, all we have left today before we can get our matches started are the playing of our national anthems. So I'd like to ask that you please rise, kindly remove all hats, to begin with the playing of the national anthem of Mexico. And now, please remain standing for the playing of the national anthem of Canada. And now we will play the anthem of our host nation, the United States of America. All right, robot fans, who is excited to get things started this morning? Fantastic. Let's keep that energy high. Let's keep that competition intense. And let's bring our teams out on the field for match number 1 at the 25th Indiana Robotics Invitational.
Yes, ma'am. 3 countries, 19 states, and 10 cities right here in the state of Indiana. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm John Natali, and boy, have we got something special for you today. The Indiana Robotics Invitational live for 2 days on the ISC Sports Network. And I'm kind of stunned. I just had to walk around the pit area just a few minutes ago, and one thing that we can kind of all relate to here in the Circle City is that the Brickyard 400 will be here next week at IMS. And the similarities that I saw between NASCAR and just IndyCar and what these robots and these teams and everybody that's involved in this put into it, and the fact that it's music-based kind of makes me feel a little bit more comfortable about the whole thing, which is great. But I have my first guest with me, Rachel Baker. She is a first alumnus and our game announcer. Morning, Rachel.
Happy to be here.
Oh, there we go. All right. We're still working through the bugs too, folks. But so, Rachel, in a nutshell, tell me why you enjoy doing this.
I enjoy doing this. I mean, I was a student on a team in high school, and then I mentored. And to me, what is so wonderful about this program is just the holistic opportunity that these students have to not only exercise their mind, they get to solve really challenging problems, but it's also exciting. It still feels like a sports competition, but we're really setting these students up for success with skills that they can take into whatever they do next, whether it be college or a trade school or into the professional world, and we make it fun and challenging. And so having the variety each year of the different challenges that they have to solve just makes this an organization and a competition that is really rewarding to keep coming back to year after year.
So let's kind of go through this step by step for the people that may be new to this, that are watching, that have a great interest in this. So our Blue Alliance team, our teams 2667, 3414, and 3940, where our Red Alliance is 1023, 2468, and 33.
Yep.
So now a lot of people are like, boy, you just rounded off a lot of numbers. Rachel, why don't you tell us what those numbers signify?
Absolutely. So those numbers are a little bit of an indication of not only a team's identity, it's their number that they rally around, they have a name for each team, but it also gives you a little bit of an indication of how old each of these teams are. First has been around for, I believe, 30 years, and so we have a really great diversity of experience here at this competition. A team like 33 has been around for a long time, where a team like 3940, which is actually my old team, was started in 2011. And so you get to see old teams, new teams, and all of these high school students really work together and combine their experiences for the competition that we're about to see.
And speaking of those numbers, you mentioned the team names. 2767, the Strike Force from Kalamazoo, Michigan, and 3414, the Hackbots from Farmington, Michigan. A lot of Michigan teams here. And as you mentioned, 3940, a former team of yours, just right up the road in Kokomo, Northwestern High School, Cybertooth. And then our Red Alliance, 1023, the Bedford Express from Bedford Senior High School in Temperance, Michigan. 2468, Team Apprentice from Austin, Texas. And then the Killer Bees, number 33, from Notre Dame Prep School in Auburn Hills, Michigan. And right now we're going through a 15-second autonomous period. And as I say that, Rachel, people are like, well, what the heck does that mean? So explain these first 15 seconds of each qualifying match and what these robots are doing and how they're doing it.
Yep, great question. So the first 15 seconds of each match, the drivers aren't controlling their robots. The robots are running off of autonomous code that allows them to use sensors that are configured on the robots to determine where notes are, or those rings that you see being shot into the goals or the speakers. And so robots use a variety of sensors to figure out where are those notes, where are my team members, and then in 15 seconds, how can this robot know where to go on its own, pick up a few notes, and then shoot them into the speaker. it's a really important part of the match, even though it's only 15 seconds. The notes that are scored are worth a lot more than notes that are scored during the rest of the match, and it can help give an alliance an advantage if they have a really strong autonomous period. So, for example, in this match, the Blue Alliance came out of autonomous with a lead of, I believe, 6 points, and they have maintained that lead even through teleoperated period, which is tough because the Red Alliance has some really incredible teams on it.
So let's talk about these notes. You see the orange cylinders scattered out throughout the entire course. There's some on the corner there, and you can see them being shot through the air into the amps, as we call them, because it is music-focused, music-based, hence the name Crescendo, presented by Haas Automation. It's a kind of a difficult object to pick up, right, Rachel? Because a little flimsy. It's not a solid ring. It's kind of got a little flim to it, almost like a foam-based. So how can that be difficult for the robots to pick up?
Great question. It is really difficult, and that's part of the fun, right? Each year there's a different game piece, and each game piece represents a different engineering challenge for these students to solve. This year, like you called out, the variability of the plushness really makes it difficult not only to pick up, how do you pick something up that can change shape, but also how do you consistently create a machine that is able to shoot that and make it as close to 100% of the time as you can get, even when it can flex and twist through your intake mechanism and also through your speaker. And there's also wear and tear that happens as each note is touched by dozens of robots and their mechanisms. So they really have to make sure that they're accounting for a lot of different variables in how they design their machine.
And as you could see from that, okay, so your final score, as you mentioned, Blue had an advantage in that autonomous period, really never gave it up. Maybe a point or so differential, but they end up taking the first match 86-80.
Yep. And it looked like towards the end that Red might have it by 1 point, but you can see here the stage score, which is that end game where they climb the chain to get on stage and potentially score a note in a trap or get a spotlit note on the microphone. That really made a difference for the Blue Alliance to take the win. They won by 7 points for the stage category, and that helped them take the lead over Red right at the end to win the first qualification match here at IRI.
So 86-80 is our final score, with the Blue Alliance beating the Red Alliance in that first qualification match. One of 86. So 86 times 3, if I can do the math in my head, 258? Is that right? I
think so.
All right.
Around there.
Never went to the mathematician, but so you can see that as fast as the game goes, it's kind of hard to do a play-by-play for this because you're watching one side, but then you're seeing a ring fly on the other side, and your eyes get distracted. So there's so much going on. But Rachel, something I found so interesting when I was backstage in the pit area is that there's passing in this.
Absolutely.
And that it's not just, hey, I'm going to get the note in my trap and then go the length of the court, so to speak, basketball terminology,
right,
and lay it up in, is that you can shoot these notes forward for your team and kind of pass, because you have to pass a certain point in order to make that pass. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, not necessarily. So two points on the passing piece. One, I think that oftentimes when people learn about FIRST Robotics, their first thing is, oh, it's like BattleBots, right? There's chainsaws, there's flamethrowers.
You're looking at them right here.
But to me, one of the things that really differentiates FIRST Robotics from BattleBots is that element of cooperation. You have 3 robots that are on an alliance together. It's randomly assigned, so your opponent one match could be your partner the next match. And so these students and these teams really need to learn and strategize around how to work together. And so passing is a big part of that. Passing is actually a strategy that really developed throughout the season. So a typical first season happens in spring. There's around 6 weeks of competition, and then there's championships either at your regional or your state or your world level. And throughout the course of the season, we really saw the passing strategy emerge as really one of the primary winning strategies all the way up to Einstein. In the early parts of the season, you saw teams that would do 3 robots or 2 robots of full cycles, right? You have a robot, goes all the way across the field, gets a note from the source, and then goes back over and shoots it. But then as you saw teams start to learn the game better, learn how to work together better, you saw teams start to specialize within their alliances. And so you had robots that specialized in being the passer robot, just kind of hanging out near the source, grabbing notes from their human player and then shooting them over to their partners, which really allowed for faster gameplay, better strategy, and higher scores that ultimately helped a lot of alliances win matchups. Even against really fast, skilled robots, you're not able to go down and back across the field and beat an alliance that has a passing strategy.
So qualification match number 2 on the Blue Alliance. It's 868, the Tech Hounds from right here, Carmel, Indiana. Carmel High School, the Greyhounds, but they go Tech Hounds. That's kind of our associate. Done a lot of Carmel games and have been up there quite a bit. 5712, the Hemlocks Gray Matter from Hemlock High School. Again, a Michigan team from Hemlock, Michigan. And 3276, the Tool Cats from New London, Minnesota. New London Spicer High School. And then we have an all-Hoosier squad for the Red Alliance. It's the Techno Cats. Just up north, Kokomo High School, Team 45. The Digital Goats, 829, from Walker Career Center, right in downtown Indianapolis. And then Cyber Blue from Perry Meridian, at number 234. Now, Rachel, how do these, we say alliance. Now, how are these 3 teams chosen? Is it a random draw, or do they actually choose? Because you look at, when you hear the Red Alliance, you hear 3 Indiana teams. I mean, they're going up to, the Burger Bar, and they're going to Brew Burger and every place in Broad Ripple or everywhere you want to go to meet. But that's not how it works, is it?
Great question. So for the first part of this event here this weekend, all of the qualification matches, those first 86 matches, all of the alliances are randomly generated. And so that is obviously a challenge for teams. You don't have say over which robots you get to play with, because this is a program that really focuses on cooperation. Teams do have friendships and associations with each other based on geography or previous experience at competitions. But it is really an exciting challenge for them to have to each match figure out how are we going to work together with these other 2 teams. And then once we get to the playoffs tomorrow, the teams in the top 8 will have an opportunity to pick their partners to take with them to the elimination matches in the playoffs.
So we're at that autonomous period, and you can see Blue came right out of the bat with 26 points and Red's 15.
Absolutely.
And one thing that I really appreciate, if we can get a screenshot sometime of Team 234 from the Red Alliance's Cyber Blue, maybe get a look at the back of their T-shirts. But I noticed the KISS font on there. And me, the 4 Demons of Rock and Roll, my favorite all-time band. So I was very appreciative that they have that font on the back of their jerseys. But that's one of the things that kind of plays into this whole crescendo thing is you get a, what would you call it? Music-based, or a theme, some sort of theme. That when you think of crescendo, and for all the maybe the music artriarchs out there, that crescendo is a rising level of noise, and in any symphony or any score, what you may hear, crescendo is a rise. But going back to the notes, the amps, the speakers, having the KISS font on the back of your shirts, and then I saw someone wearing guitar socks.
Yep.
So how are these chosen, Rachel? Is there a committee that says, hey, let's choose this theme. Here are the different aspects of it that we can build onto it to make sure that everything is relative to what we're talking about. Not say, crescendo and then hit a home run. Makes no sense. But all the themes are music-based. So how does that come into play?
Yeah, so there is a committee held by FIRST, the organization that is behind FIRST Robotics Competition, this FRC high school program, and they determine a theme for the season that is applicable for not only the high school league, but also the middle school and elementary school programs that are a part of the organization. That really helps unify all of those different levels behind one consistent theme. Each of the games are based or incorporate those themes. And this year's theme, I think, is really cool. It is really highlighting the importance of art and creativity in the STEM industry and fields. I think oftentimes when people think about science, technology, engineering, math, they think of it as these very dry sciences, very objective, very binary, black and white. But actually there's a lot of creativity and art and artistic elements that go into engineering decisions. And there's a huge reliance, of course, within the STEM community of people who have creative and artistic skills and backgrounds. And so the theme this year really highlights that and brings to the forefront not only the A in STEAM, the art that's in STEM, but also the other way around, the scientific and mathematical elements that are present in creative pursuits like music.
With Rachel Baker, first alumnus and the game announcer. So tell me about this game. Now, when do you start? When do you get on the horn?
I'll start at match 11.
Okay.
So we've got a couple of really amazing game announcers here.
And who was the first one? Who did the opening ceremonies?
Corey Bounds-Kamphaus is the game announcer for the first 10 matches here at IRI. Her husband, Ryan Bounds-Kamphaus, is the master of ceremonies who you saw for opening ceremonies. And then we've got another game announcer who you'll hear throughout the weekend, Dan Green, another excellent game announcer here. And for that last match, we have Blue taking the lead. They won 90-66, and it looks like it was really their speaker performance that pulled them to the front in that last match. It was a really interesting match. You saw on the Red Alliance, Team 45 Technocats came over, did some defense. Red recognized that they were up against some really strong offensive robots on Blue. They tried to mitigate that by having a few Blue bots over on the red side of the field, trying to slow down the Blue Alliance. But Blue was able to outmaneuver them, outscore them, and even up against some defensive pressure, they were able to take the win. You see here at the end, they had a really strong end game as well. And the Blue Alliance, back to what we were talking about earlier, they had a really good passing strategy where there were two robots that were going over, grabbing notes from the source zone, while another one of their robots was focusing on adding notes to the amp. Those two Blue Alliance robots, though, that went over to the source, were able to be dynamic and flexible. So they would sometimes come back to the blue side of the field to score notes when the speaker was amplified to really help the Blue Alliance take the win in match 2.
And one of those things that maybe we have seen, we'll see it throughout this entire process through the next 2 days, but when you looked at that matchup, and we talk about teams with the lower numbers, how they're a little bit more established, have a little bit more ground, have covered more ground throughout their history as a team, you would have thought, just by looking at the numbers, that Red was more. This works.
Right.
It's resources. Yep. It's just capability, your drivers, the 3 students that have to run it, your driver mentor. All of these kind of things take into that. So don't be fooled when you see a 33 or a 234 versus a 5782 or whatnot. It's just kind of, I'll go back to NASCAR because that's kind of the thing I go for it. Just because you have all the same resources to work with, it's just who's doing it better, who's doing it a little bit smarter. Yeah. But that's what's so great about this competition is that and even the teams that didn't win in that match, it was the Red Alliance that did not win.
Yeah.
But how skilled they are is still amazing.
Yes, and I think that that's something that at least I've seen from my perspective. I think that that's changed a bit. I think looking back 20 years ago, 15, even 10 years ago, I think that there was a greater disparity between teams who had more experience, more resources, were older and more established, versus the younger teams. I think that you saw a lot more domination by kind of a smaller group of very experienced, high-resource teams. But I think in recent years, you've seen the playing field level out a lot more. We're seeing younger teams really become dominant in their regions and even on the world stage. And that's really exciting. I think part of that is because the program is growing. I think there's such an emphasis on teams, especially older teams, helping out younger teams. I think they're helping to narrow that gap. And it makes every competition, it makes every matchup more exciting when all of the teams are able to compete more consistently with each other. And so it's been really exciting to see kind of that emergence of the new generation sometimes surpass the old guard because it makes the events more exciting and fun to watch.
So qualification match number 3, the Blue Alliance is 2481 from Tremont High School in Tremont, Illinois, the Robotics. All these robots have names, and Kevin, was the name of 2481, which I think is fantastic. 1706, the Wentzville High School School District, combining a lot of high schools. Holt High School, Liberty High, North Point, and Timberland. From Wentzville, Missouri, the Ratchet Rockers, and their robot's name is Riot. And then Team 910, the Foley Freeze, from Bishop Foley Catholic High School in Madison Heights, Michigan. The Foley Freeze. And then Red Alliance, our first team from Canada, 2056, OP Robotics from Stony Creek, Ontario, Orchard Park Secondary School. Team 320 run, the Robo Lancers, Central High School out of Philadelphia. And then lastly on the Red Alliance, it is Team 4967. That one team, our next engineers, it's a community team from Belmont, Michigan. And I love the play on Notezart is the name of that robot, which is fantastic. Again, going with the music theme in 2024 and Crescendo.
Yep.
The Indiana Robotics Invitational on what is outside a beautiful Friday morning, heading into afternoon. We'll be here till 7. And that smell.
That's
that
corn.
smell.
That's
why do
corn.
you come to Indiana? Why would anybody come to Indiana?
Of
There's
course.
two things. It's the corn, then the Indiana Robotics Invitational. But the grilled corn hosted is actually by one of our teams that's out there. I believe it's the
1024 kilobytes.
Yes, the kilobytes.
Yep.
And they run that, the concessions, and we're probably going to see about 1,000 ears of corn sold over the next 2 days. So we're back to action here, the autonomous period.
Yep.
And Blue just came out. But look at that.
But also on the Red Alliance, I mean, keep an eye out. 2056 OP Robotics, one of the best teams in the world. I believe they've won IRI this competition. I don't want to overpromise it, check me on this, but I think that they've won the majority of the past 10 years of this competition. So they are definitely coming into this year's event, the 25th year of IRI, wanting to continue that streak. And the Red Alliance is closing in on Blue. I believe Blue had an advantage coming out of Autonomous, which really is just showing you how tight these matches can be here at IRI. Red Alliance right now has their speaker amplified 2056, taking that opportunity to score a note that is worth 5 points when their speaker is amplified into that speaker for Red. But it's not quite enough because Blue has been able to keep up the pace and maintain their lead so far into this match.
Rachel, the one thing that interests me is that now I'm an offensive guy. I'd rather see, in basketball, I want to see 130 to 125. In football, I want to see 56 to 48. But you explain defense here. And I kind of want to get an idea because as what I'm seeing, just as basically I'm a spectator of this as well, just by doing the play-by-play, but I'm looking at the rings going into the shoe, going into the amp, going into the lighting up the speaker, all that kind of stuff. So that's what I'm looking at. But explain a defensive strategy from either or team.
Absolutely. So the defensive role in these challenges really differ year to year. I really love defense. I used to drive when I was in high school, and as a spectator and as a game announcer, I think having a game that encourages and allows teams to have a strong defensive strategy makes it more interesting and dynamic. You can see right now on the field 9-10 trying to slow down the Red Alliance from being able to pick up notes from their source zone. So there's really two strategies you see in defense for this game. You see one, teams that are trying to squeeze their opponents at the point where they're getting notes at the source zone, trying to make it more difficult for them to grab those notes. But then you also see teams that will come over to their opponent's scoring area to try and slow them down, especially when that speaker is amplified and the notes that are scored are worth over double of when the speaker is not amplified. That's a really crucial moment, where as a defensive robot, you're trying to slow down your opponents and prevent access for them to the speaker.
You see the screenshot right there. Another interesting aspect of this game and the robots in general is the climb at the end. You see them zooming around there like madmen, just going left and right. It's like bumper cars out there. So exciting on the floor, but that's another element that you have to put together on a program, on the build itself, to get these robots to go to these chains to lift themselves up. Just another incredible aspect of what these, and yourself, what you're able to put together. explain that part of it, because I'm sure some of our audience, and you can see the end score there, 106-90, and it was the speaker points on that time from Blue, 77-52. That's really got them going. Very, very even throughout the match, but there's a killer right there, 15 penalty points. Why don't you explain to us, because we see penalty, a lot of us don't know what the heck that means. How could you go wrong? But why don't you explain a couple penalties to us?
Couple penalties to look out for. I just talked about defense, how valuable that can be in slowing down your opponent's access to notes and also slowing down their easy access to the speakers. But the drawback of having a strategy that emphasizes defense is that it is a riskier strategy in some ways, because you are opening up your team to more opportunities where you could be incurring penalties for your team. So there are some protected zones on the field. You can see them indicated by some of the colored tape that's on the ground. But teams are protected when they're in their amp zone or scoring a note in their amp to get points or to amplify or to get cooperation. They also have a protected zone for the source zone where they can get notes from their human player. And then there's also a protected zone during the end of the match when teams will go and line up to get on stage, hang on that chain. That's another point where, as a defensive robot, those protective zones means that you can't make contact with your opponent robot when they're in those protected zones. That's why we have the referees on the field. They're paying attention, making sure that there's nothing too dirty happening in terms of defense. And so while you can have a high reward if you're a strong defensive robot, there's also some strategies that offensive robots who are managing defense on them, there's strategies that they can employ to try and incur penalties for their opponents, which can really add up points against their opponents. And so it's really a fine line and a difficult game to navigate as a drive team. How much is defense worth in your strategy, and how can you ensure that the team that you have on your alliance who is tasked with playing defense against your opponents, how can you make sure that they're going to be able to play effective defense but without drawing penalties, which could determine the match against you?
Adding on to that, Rachel, is you mentioned a very important part, and it's something that on the other sports I do, soccer, basketball, football, baseball, softball, lacrosse, whatever it is. A very important aspect of that is referees. We cannot do those games without the help of the referees. IHSAA.org, there's 20 some odd sports that you can get involved, but these people who go out there and do it just doesn't work without them.
Right.
You need these people out there, the referees, whatever you want to call them, umpires in some sports, but you can see they're in the zebra stripes down there. And how important is that to the game? I mean, because there's, how many referees are there? You said 4?
There are 4 referees and then 1 head referee.
Okay, so you have 5. So there are eyes on every corner of, and what, so here's a question that I want to know. What do you call this? Is it a field? Is it a court?
Field.
It's a field, okay. Yeah. Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. But why don't you explain the importance of just the referees? You know, maybe how this gentleman over here is on the right side and what he's looking for, and then someone on the other side, what they're looking for in their spots. Could you explain that to us?
Absolutely. So once again, it kind of depends on the game. The role of the referee shifts based on each year's challenge. Some years in the past have been really, really heavy on referee calls and input, and some years it's a little bit less important. This year, really crucial. When you have games that are more intensive on defense and also have fewer obstacles that the robots have to navigate to play against each other, those are the games where the referee's role becomes even more important than they normally are. So this year for the game, the referees are looking at, one, what we just talked about. Are defensive robots incurring penalties based on their defense against the offensive robots? Are they making contact within those zones that we discussed? Are they pinning an offensive robot? Are they making contact within a robot's bumpers, which is a big no-no? There's lots of risks that are inherent to contact between these robots, and it's the referee's job to make sure that these robots aren't damaging each other and that they are adhering to this year's challenges rules correctly. Additionally, they're also doing checks and confirming scores that are happening throughout the game. They're also looking at the end game, the stage. Is that robot up off of the ground? Should that hang count or not? A lot of the scoring decisions that are made here on the field, some of them are confirmed by sensors that are embedded in the field, but there's also scoring elements that are a little subjective and rely on human confirmation of those scores, like hanging, that the referees have to be the ones to confirm those parts of the match.
And you can see to our left and to our right, you see they're holding flags, almost like a wrestling match, that they hold it up for a penalty for blue, penalty for red, but a very good indication of wrestling will have the wristbands on which color to go. So watch out for those flags. There's 4 of them on each of the 4 corners, and then you have the main referee. In this match, it's 118, the Robotics from Clear Creek Independent School District down in Houston, Texas. 50-10, the Tiger Dynasty right here in Fishers. And then 65-17, Sono Robo, South Doyle High School, Knoxville, Tennessee. Saw my man down there wearing the Tennessee Vols hat, your NCAA baseball champion Volunteers this year, Division I. The Red Alliance, 1987, the Bronco Bots from Lee Summit North High School in Lee Summit, Missouri. 728, the Binary Battalion, St. Michael Albertson High School from St. Michael, Minnesota. And then 1741, Red Alert, again, Center Grove High School right here, just north of Greenwood, Indiana. And we have, not only has Rachel been great, but we have one of the top dogs on the mic right now, Andy Baker. Do we have him on color?
Hello, hello.
There he is. Hey, all right. Now we're cooking. Andy.
All right.
It's a pleasure. I can smell the corn. I can feel the excitement here.
Yeah,
let me ask you something, Andy. So when you take a step, you've been doing this for a while. You take a step back and you look right now from the vantage point that you, Rachel, and myself have, and see how all of this comes together. How proud does that make you?
Oh gosh. I guess
at a loss for words. I got
that's a rarity
that's
right
fantastic.
there. So this event is a wonderful event. There's 2 main things that make it wonderful. First of all, and primarily, is these great teams from, as you mentioned, from around the nation who come in to Indianapolis to play at IRI. And every year we say the event is great because of the great teams at this really high caliber of play. They come in and they want to play in the summer. They could be home fishing or going on vacations or whatever, but no, they come here to Indy and they play with robots, and this time it's at Lawrence Central. That's great. The second thing is, and it takes a village to put this on. There's tons of volunteers, leaders, people that are giving up their time to work really hard. I mean, these are 12 to 14-hour days to put this type of event on, and no one's getting paid to do this. Absolutely. So it's the second thing that makes it great are these great volunteers. So we were able to start it back in 2000 in Kokomo. We had it in Kokomo for 2 years, and then we moved it down here to Indy in 2002, and it's just grown. Well, for many years it grew and grew and grew, and then eventually we had to limit the number of teams that were going to be here, and it became an invitational, so only a select few got to come. So every year they apply to come to IRI, and this year we got about 100 applicants, and we ended up inviting in the mid-60s, and then 57 ended up committing and coming. So it's a pretty prestigious group that has made it here today.
Andy, I want to ask you a question. So Andy Baker, one of the leads of Team 45, the Technocats from Kokomo. So we have a relationship with Kokomo. We have the Kokomo Vipers FC. It's a UPSL soccer team that just started this year.
Okay.
And right now they're going through the process of tryouts and trying to bring a soccer culture to Kokomo. It was a couple years ago. The team didn't make it over a year, and now they're trying to do that.
That's cool.
You as a host school, but also up in Kokomo, what process do you have to go through in this type of sport, if I can call it that? Can I call it a sport? Is that fair enough?
Okay. Yeah.
So how do you go about getting people interested and advertising it and getting kids involved and maybe the different levels? I know Rachel had kind of briefed about how there's an elementary level and a middle school and a high school. Where does that recruiting come from to get these robots on the field? That's
really the best way to do it. It's like baseball. Varsity baseball has a good, strong team because their JV is strong, and then their their community teams are strong. Oh, so listen, we got a 4 rank point match winning by the Blue Alliance 118, 50-18, and 65-17. They won 96-86. That was a very high scoring match by both alliances.
Yeah, and it came down, it looks like, to the penalty there, which may have factored into the ranking points that they earned. They got all 4 on the Blue Alliance. Really goes to show on the red side, they outscored the Blue Alliance when it came to the speaker. That could have decided the match for them, but they were a little sloppy, it looks like, with their defense and potentially incurred some penalties, which decided the match for them. And that's really showing you how intense the match play can be here and how you need to not only be strategic about your offense, but also about how you're executing your defense.
So let's take a look at these first couple qual matches here. And for both of you, and Andy, we'll start with you. At the beginning, in the opening ceremonies, we heard there's a high score of 180, I believe 186, maybe something like that, a high score of that. We have yet to break the 100 mark. So that's showing how not only how impressive that 180-something number is, but are we on average for what you see about the points that have been scored so far, or are we going to see it increase? Is there an ability to take notes from the back, from I'll call it the pit area, the garage area, whatnot, look what's going on, and maybe strategize a little different to have these point totals go up as we go through the qual matches?
So I know they will go up. These are high scores for the average. This is higher than average scores, but they're going to go up. These robots are rusty. I mean, maybe literally, but more figuratively, they're rusty because it's summertime, and some of these teams have been practicing during the summer. Some of them have put their robot on a shelf since April when the World
Championship down in Houston.
So up until April, when we got that 180, they were playing every week, and they would meet like a basketball team would meet. They would meet like 5 or 6 times a week to practice. But since it's summertime, a lot of these teams they're banging the rust off their drivers' skills and their robot right now. So we're going to see scores go higher and higher as the teams get iterations of matches. So each team's going to play 9 qualification matches. They're all on their first match round right now. So by the time we get to see their 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th matches, they've tuned their robot better, and they're going to get better auto modes for that first 15 seconds. And then their drivers are going to like, oh yeah, I remember how to do that now, and I'm going to do better in the end game. Or some of these teams have graduated their drivers from this past May or June, and those kids aren't here. So some of the teams, it's like a last hurrah for their senior drivers. Some of their teams, their seniors are doing something else, and it might be a junior or a sophomore or a freshman driving. So you might see some teams with new drivers, and some teams are just rusty. So yes, the scores are going to go higher. I know that.
Yep. And I agree absolutely. As the weekend goes on, scores are going to go higher. I also think it's been interesting, even in the first 4 or 5 matches we've seen here this morning, already there's been a lot of defense, which is not necessarily the case in certainly at a regional or a district level this season. We saw more defensive strategy emerge throughout the season, but I think here from the jump, you're seeing these teams know which of their opponents are the strongest offensive robots, and right out of the gate, they are formulating their strategy around how can we slow down those high scores. So I also wonder if we're seeing slightly lower scores because these alliances from the jump are focusing on strategy, on defense, as a core part of their strategy.
Qual match number 5, the Blue Alliance, 74-57, the Super Duper Robotics, I love that, from Purdue Polytechnic High School right here in Indy. 2075, the Enigma Robotics from West Catholic High School in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And then 41-43, Mars Wars. I'm guessing that has to do a playoff to Star Wars, I would assume. But from Metamora Township High School in Metamora, Illinois. And then the Red Alliance, the Prepatech Botbusters. Botbusters, their name is Slimer, so I'm a big fan of the Ghostbusters, so I can appreciate that. Team 4635 from Monterrey, Nuevo Leon, Mexico.
Oh, yeah.
One of our international teams. And then 4270, the Crusaders from St. Louis High School. Way out there, way in the Pacific. Honolulu, Hawaii. And then the Hammerheads from Troy High School in Troy, Michigan's team 226. with sine wave.
And so far this match, what we've seen is these two alliances predominantly focus on offense. There's not really been any defensive action so far, except for a little bit right there in the middle of the field. But each alliance has 2 passing robots that are getting notes from the source zone, passing them over to a robot that's huddled in the corner near the amp, putting a couple of notes into that amp, and then when they amplify their speakers, those 2 or 1 of those passing robots will typically flood in to the Alliance scoring area so that they can really maximize the amplified time for their speaker. And we've seen that strategy work out pretty well so far for these 2 alliances. Already 40 seconds left, and we're seeing some pretty high scores for this match.
Yep. The Purdue Super Duper robot is the scoring robot down here on the blue alliance on the right, and they're scoring a lot of rings into the source, into the amp, after the other 2 robots are passing them over the middle of the field from the source. And then on the other side, I think we have Botbusters that's doing the scoring. Botbusters are crazy. Those guys drive up from Monterrey, Mexico to be here.
Incredible.
Okay, so one thing that I've noticed here, we probably saw it on the show so far, and we've seen the climb, we've seen the autonomous period.
Yep.
2 things that we see is like a carnival. There are 2 individuals on the left and right side that we've shown when you see the entire field, and they're throwing rings into the stage area. When are they able to do that, and how much are those points worth? And is there a time limit, or do they have to get to a certain score to start scoring those points? Explain those 2. I guess what do you call? I mean, it really is like a carnival game. You're trying to get the rings on the hooks on the top of the stage.
This is a student human player. It's called the human player, and they throw the 3 rings that are on top of the amp structure. Those are the rings with the white tape around the perimeter of the ring. You can see 3 white stripes on each of the rings. That's just white gaff tape. So with 15 seconds to go, they can't throw it until 15 seconds to go. By the way, Blue had a great match there. Good job.
Yeah, we just talked about points, and look at that, 119.
Yep. Yeah, high score, super duper.
So here we go. Here goes the escalation of those points. So the human player can throw that ring onto the stage. That's the structure in the middle. Well, in the middle of their side of the field. They throw those rings onto the stage, and they're trying to get the ring or the note onto what they call the microphone, which is the post sticking up, the 3 different posts sticking up on the stage. And the microphone will score is it a point?
I believe it's 1 point.
It's one lonely point, but the key thing with that microphone score is there's a break point of points they can get on the stage, and this is kind of confusing, sorry, but if they get enough of those points, they can get an extra rank point. Rank points help these teams in the final rankings before they go to the elimination matches in order to see who picks who in the finals. So if you win, you get 2 rank points, kind of like in hockey. Like a win is worth 2 points, right? And then a tie is worth 1 point. If you lose, you get 0 points. But you get extra of those points by scoring as many notes as you can past 25 or more. Then another point if you get enough points on the stage by hanging or putting those rings on the microphone.
Yep. So that ring on the microphone only counts if there is a robot that is hanging on the chain on stage underneath that microphone.
Yeah.
So that having a ring, a note on that microphone makes that robot spotlit, and it gets them a point per robot that is hanging underneath that side of the stage. So we'll see during the course of these matches, we could have a couple of robots harmonizing, or 2 or more robots hanging on one chain. And so if they're able to get on stage, harmonize, hang, and then they have a human player that throws one of those high notes onto the microphone on the stage, that's going to be 2 more points, which really helps that alliance earn that ensemble ranking point, which is crucial, especially for the qualification matches here at IRI.
So it's kind of confusing. We understand it. We get it. There's a lot going on here, but it's cool. Just like building a robot, it's cool to figure out the strategy of a game when FIRST gives us a new game every year. we tacticians and strategists, we get to figure out how to play this new game, as opposed to like football. If you're football, you got cover 2, you got cover 3 defense, you got a blitz, you got twists, you got whatever, and it's kind of the same thing with nuance changes from year to year. We got anyway. So the game entirety changes every year, which is a new thing for the kids and the teams to figure out, which is a lot of fun.
Yep, and you'll see not only throughout the course of a season, but also through the course of an event, the strategy will kind of shift and change depending on the context. So what we were just talking about, getting on stage, hanging at the end, getting those spotlit hangs with a high note on the microphone, that's really valuable during the qualification matches when you need those ranking points to help you climb up in the rankings so you can be in a position to pick before the playoffs. But tomorrow afternoon, during the playoffs, we probably won't see as much hanging on stage because teams are trying to maximize just the number of points they score in a match. The ranking points aren't as important after ranking is irrelevant by the playoffs tomorrow. So teams are going to shift their strategy. Not only has their strategy evolved over the course of a season, but it will also change depending on what part of an individual event we're a part of too.
The Indiana Robotics Invitational, called Crescendo, presented by Haas, here on Friday, July 12th. A beautiful day outside, but just very intense inside the gym at Lawrence Central. The division...
We've got another Mexican team out here. This team's from, I think, from Mexico City. Lambots.
That would be 3478, the Prepatec Lambots from San Luis Potosi, Mexico. You got it right on the head, Andy. And in that Red Alliance, also 3357, the Comets for Eastern High School and Northern High School and Central High School in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And rounding out Team Red is number 302, the Dragons from Lake Orion, Michigan, Lake Orion High School. And the Blue Alliance, 1024. We got to thank them, the Kilobytes. One of the host teams, Jeff Smith, involved in that team, but also providing the corn outside. We have the corn cam from McKenzie Center for Innovation and Technology here in Indy. Team 4607, CIS, Becker High School in Becker, Minnesota. And then rounding out the Blue Alliance, 4028, the Beak Squad down in the Queen City, Cincinnati, from Cincinnati Hills Christian Academy. Pretty tight one so far.
It looks like 10-24 is scoring. They're scoring on their side of the Blue Alliance, but they're also playing some D, kind of like a 3-and-D in basketball. They go to score, and they're trying to hold up the Red Alliance as the Red Alliance is traversing back and forth to get the ring. So you can see 10-24 playing some defense. Now, if they get in tight to the source where the Red Alliance gets their rings, they get too close in there within that taped area. Well, if the Reds within the taped area, they can get a penalty.
Yep.
So you got to play good defense, but you don't want to get the 5-point penalty against you, which just racks up your opponent's score.
Yep, and the Blue Alliance came out with a lead from Autonomous, a really hefty lead, I think of around 15 points. They're doing a strategy where you've got Beak Squad grabbing notes from the source, passing them over. 1024 Kilobytes is playing defense, where CIS is really playing that role of picking up the notes from Beak Squad, scoring them in the AMP, and then scoring them in the source. And that strategy has not been as strong for the Blue Alliance as Red's strategy, where instead of doing a 1-1-1, one passing, one scoring, one defense kind of, Red Alliance has 2 robots that are passing, 1 scoring. Those 2 passing robots will flood in. They don't have any defense, and that may have helped them win this match up against the Red Alliance that was, I think, spread a little more thin, wasn't able to focus as much on the offense, and their defense wasn't able to slow down those Red Alliance robots, I think, as much as they were hoping. But we'll see how this end game hanging on the stage impacts who ultimately won this qualification match.
And both alliances got the Melody rank point, because they both got over 21 rings scored, and then they might both have the Harmony rank point too. So Red wins. Good job, Red. 117-1. Again, the scores are just ratcheting up, and then the winning team gets 4 rank points, which ranks them very high in the qualification status before we go into the eliminations.
You can see the evenness of that score right there, and then you head down to the stage area, and that's really where it separated these two alliances.
Yeah, it looks like the Red Alliance had 2 notes that were scored in the trap. So that's the scoring area in the center of the stage. Each of those notes are worth 5 points, which is huge. The end game, getting involved with the stage, I think really the highest bang for your buck there is scoring a note into the trap. 5 points is worth as much as scoring a note into an amplified speaker. So that really helped them not only get that ensemble ranking point, which will help them in the rankings, but also helped them clinch this win for that match.
One thing that we noticed here, and it's not on our screen now, you see the action from the previous match, but you see these teams carrying their robots off of the field. Now, I know, at least I believe, that there is a weight involved for these robots. There's got to be a specific either criteria that they meet. Can you explain that? Because these are not your basic RC-controlled cars that you can just pick up with one hand, throw them down, and let them roll around. I mean, these are some heavy machines. What is the weight limit? What are the penalties that can incur, or what are things that can alter the weight of these robots?
Sure. The weight limit, gosh, the weight limit is 125 pounds, 125, right? 125 pounds. The weight limit of the bumpers is 20 pounds. Gosh, I've slept since April, so the rules are outside of my head.
You're rusty too. You
So
have to.
I'm rusty. And then the battery weighs about 14 pounds, so we're adding that up. Most of these robots weigh about 150 pounds. So when the kids go down, they have to lift with their legs. Strength coaches they would love coaching these kids how to lift these robots. And many of them put handles on the robot bumpers or the bumper structure to make it easier to lift. But a lot of the weight comes from really the gearing and the steel and solid gearing and solid powertrain components that are on the robot. The battery is heavy in itself. It's a lead acid battery. It's 14 pounds. It's kind of like a wheelchair battery. Everything's 12 volts on the thing, so that same battery provides all the juice for the whole robot. But yeah, most of these robots are 150 pounds by the time you get everything on them. Some of them are light, which they can be speedy if they're light, but they also take a hit and they bounce farther when they get hit.
So we're at qualifying match number 7. The Blue Alliance is 30-61. The Husky Robotics from Naperville Central High School and North High School in Naperville, Illinois. 44-99. The Highlanders from Niera Robotics, community-based team out of Fort Collins, Colorado. And 80-44. Denham Venom from Denham Springs High School, Summit Robotics Center, and Denham Springs High School in Denham Springs, Louisiana. Red Alliance, the Robo Jackets, 35-38 from Avondale High School in Auburn Hills, Michigan. Moore Robotics, 17-14 from St. Thomas More High School in Milwaukee. And then Team 548, the Robo Stangs from Northville High School in Northville, Michigan. And again, just emphasizing. Rachel, you're going to take off on us? You got some work to do, don't you?
I sure do. Got to go prep to game announce the next set of matches after Corey gets finished up with her set.
Rachel Baker, first alumnus, also game announcer. She's got to get set ready to go. Rachel, thank you so much. You helped everybody, including myself. So I feel a little better, and I'm excited to hear you down there.
Awesome.
Give
Thank
us a
you
good
so
call,
much.
okay?
Will do.
Thanks, Rachel.
Thanks.
Rachel Baker, first alumnus, game announcer, and still here with Andy Baker of the Techno Cats from Kokomo High School, one of the host teams here at the Indiana Robotics Invitational.
So the Denham team from Louisiana, 80-44. This is their first time here. They're pumped. I know these guys on the team. The two leaders are Daniel and Danny, two guys named Dan, right? And they're wonderful. And they brought their kids up from Louisiana. And this is a pretty new team. They're probably 4 or 5 years old. The higher the number, the newer the team. The lower the numbers, they're really, really old teams. So the 8,000 number, 80-44, is a newer team. And this is their first time here. I remember when they started their team. I mean, I know Daniel, who runs the team, and they were not this good back then. So they've improved a lot. We'll see how they do.
And Andy, something, this is just going on the lines. We can see the different lines on the field. You have a triangle, you have the red line on your left side of the screen, then you have the middle white line, and then the blue and the triangle. Can you kind of give us an overview of what those lines are designated for.
Yeah, some of them are keep out areas. Some of them are scoring areas. You can see 3061 over on blue. They're going to get a ring at the source. So 8044 and 4061 on blue are getting those rings on the left side of the field from the source. There's a blue taped line right in front of the source where the rings come into the field. And if they're in that taped line, and if red hits them, it's a penalty against red. So that's a keep out area for red if they hit blue. Red can go over there and steal. You'll see red go over there and steal a ring in that keep out area as long as blue isn't there. But if blue's there, blue will tag them, and that's a penalty against red. Same thing with the red side, just opposite.
Okay, so let's explain that just to show where these rings are coming from. There's two elements on the left side of your screen and the far back left, and then on the right side. However, it's opposite field, correct?
Yeah.
That you have to go all the way across to get your rings from each alliance, correct?
You don't have to, but it's a safe place for red to come from where they're scoring on the left to drive over to the right where it's called the source. You can see the 35-38 just got one from the red side, and then they're shooting it over to the scoring area. Because of that taped area, that's a safe place for them to get a ring or a note. Whereas if they went over to the blue area right next to their goal, all blue would have to do is just hit them with their robot. That's a 5-point penalty against red. So they're safe to go all the way over there to grab a note, come all the way back. But like I said, you might see red steal one from the blue area if blue's not around. So it's a stealthy move by the driver, kind of risky, but they do it often.
Now, some of the things that I'm noticing, Andy, is when these robots have the notes inside their mechanism, the arc and the force that these are coming out, you see some, like the loft is changed.
Yep.
Is that programmed into each individual robot as far as, okay, here's a pass, but this is a shot? Because you can see the arc and the speed on which these are coming out, the notes are coming out of the robot. Some is a more lofty, looks like a pass, and then when they shoot it, there's a real force behind that.
It's a definite programmed shot. Well, first of all, it looks like red. We have red winning the match, or at least they're. I don't know. This is going to be tight because blue has a lot of robots hanging on the stage, and they have 2 rings scored in the trap. Red has 0 rings scored in the trap. So I think red was ahead with the scores going into the final end game, but I think blue's got it. Yeah,
they did.
Because they had more in-game points by scoring those 2 rings in the trap as they hung. But John, to answer your question, yes. Okay, so so there's these motors that drive a high RPM, like 3,000 to 4,000 RPM. And they're driving these flywheel shooter mechanisms, kind of like a jugs machine or a baseball pitching machine, right? And they put these usually 3 to 4 inch diameter wheels on their robot, and we're talking 4,000 to 5,000, 3,000 RPM. And when they're shooting it into the into the source during the match, they're shooting it really as fast as they can to get very minimal trajectory. They want a straight line shot, almost like out of a gun. They want a straight line shot, so they're aiming toward the top of the scoring mechanism, scoring the source, or the speaker. Names of things are a lot of.
So we're shaking off that rust, Andy. We're okay.
So the speaker is where they're scoring the ring into in a straight shot, and then when they're passing it from one end of the field to the next, they can't really shoot it in a straight line. They need to loft it over things so it doesn't get caught up in the trajectory of the robot's shot. So they'll aim their shooter higher and they'll kind of loft it, kind of like a fade pass in football. And they'll loft it to the other end of the field. And it's a slower shot, maybe about 1/3 or 1/4 of the speed. And it's more of a placement shot than it is a straight shot into the speaker goal.
And I'm going to come back with a question based on that program in a second. But let's get ready for our next qual match. The Blue Alliance 2910, Jack in the Bot from Henry M. Jackson High School in Mill Creek, Washington. That's a long distance away. Again, lots of credits to these teams for the distances traveled to come to this. And Andy, that shows how important that an event like this is, that they will take that time. As you said, they could be home fishing, going out, doing the summer thing, but they're here in the Circle City at this event, and it shows a lot, just a whole ton about this organization, the first organization, and the togetherness and the willingness, but the competitive nature to travel that far to come here and win this thing. 25-39, the Krypton Cougars from Hershey High School and Palmyra area senior high school in Hershey, Pennsylvania. Yes, it's the Hershey capital of the world. The Hershey plant is there. Frog Force, Team 503 from Novi High School in Novi, Michigan. And then the Red Alliance, SPAM, Team 180 from Martin County District in Stuart, Florida. The Robo Eagles, 48-28, Family Community from Raleigh, North Carolina. And then the Midas Mayhem, 9401 from Troy Buchanan High School in Troy, Missouri. One thing, Andy, that just absolutely fascinates me. So we were talking in the garage area, and I was kind of comparing it to NASCAR. And they have all these different, when you think about the engineers, when you think about the people building the cars, the engines, all these different aspects, that it's like a physical tool that you're using. Programs are completely different. You're using codes and all that technical stuff that I know nothing about to put into these programs. Can you kind of explain that process of it, of how to not just build the robot, but building that program in order to make these things go? I think that's absolutely fascinating.
Well, okay, so first of all, let me say that this is not a science fair. This is not just kids building robots. These kids on these teams have professionals like degreed with master's degrees, even some PhD engineering types that are working with these kids, and together as a group they build these fantastic robots, especially at this level. Now, the student level of participation does vary from team to team, but the students are learning alongside these adults as they build these fantastic contraptions. So there's as you mentioned, programming. They're working in Java, they're working in C++, they're working in sometimes there's some user interface, like LabVIEW is one of the programs that they use. So they learn all kinds of software, but not the whole team learns it. There's a subset of the team that learns software. Maybe depending on the team, maybe about 1/4 of the team might be on the software team, working on the auto modes, working on sensor inputs, driver inputs, and autonomous functions within the robot as you are playing the match. So like the loft shot shots we're seeing from 48-28 and 94-01, the rookie team, those loft shots are a programmed button. So when they hit the loft shot, then the program is telling those motors, hey, only go 1/4 amount the speed as you would compared to a speaker shot, which is super fast, and that linear shot that they want to like just ram it into the speaker to make sure it goes in. So that's a programmed function. And then positioning on the field is also a programmed function. They have sensors that tell them accelerometers and gyros that tell them where they are and how fast they're going, so they can decelerate and accelerate with like PID loops and that kind of stuff, which admittedly gets over my head because I'm more of a mechanical guy. And there's mechanical features on the robot, that a lot of CAD. So the kids and the adults are doing CAD programs. Like this year, our team was CAD'd by a student and me. We together CAD'd the robot. That was really a thrill for both of us. Another thing that you see on the field are those QR code looking things all around the field. Those are called April tags. And there's vision systems on these robots that have cameras that are looking at those April tags, and that's helping them aim so they can make their shots quicker. They don't have to wait for the student to like look at a camera feed on their dashboard. They can just let the camera aim by looking at the April tags, but that takes its own programming also. Now, we got some high scores in this match. We got 110 to 112 with the rookie team 94-01 on red going up. Blue team looks like they got an extra point.
They did get a point on the stage, and it looks like both did. It looks like on the red side, too, that there's maybe one. I believe it's one.
Yeah, there's one over there.
Right side of the microphone.
But there's no robot underneath that microphone.
So that is an invalid point?
Yeah, it doesn't count for anything because it doesn't add value to the thing that's hanging below it, which was to be hanging from the stage. But Blue, I think, has more points on their stage, on their in-game, and they're already ahead going in. So my prediction is Blue's going to win this. So, yeah.
You are correct on that one.
So it looks like we have a great match there.
Oh, now the scores are really starting to take off now.
Yeah.
132 to 117. The stage points is what really separated that one. You can see it 18-5 in favor of the Blue Alliance.
I didn't really talk much about it, but 2910 Jack in the Bot from Seattle, their robot is so low. Low center of gravity is a key function of success here. As you can see, these robots are moving back and forth really, really fast, sometimes getting like even 18 to 20 feet per second in their full speed. In our culture here, we're talking about feet per second because it's not that, we don't talk about miles an hour. Anyway, but the low center of gravity keeps you from tipping over. And if you do a bumper-to-bumper contact hit at really high speed, you kind of just bounce away from each other instead of tipping over as you're running around. So on the screen, you can see 2910 there with a really low profile robot. They have the turret, and they're shooting into the speaker. They have a turret that spins as they shoot. It's pretty cool.
Now, one of the things, Andy, and I don't know if this is just an aesthetic feature or whatnot, but a lot of these robots have lights on them. Is that something that does anything for the robot strategically, or is it an aesthetic look?
You're getting good, John. You've caught that up. So a robot with LED lights can do two functions. First of all, it can make it look good. The kids like the things to look good. You can see powder-coated robots and that kind of stuff. But there's some robots that flash a certain way, and since the robot is being driven 50 feet away from when it's picking up a note, the robot may flash a couple times if it's got a note in its gripper, and it's pretty much just telling the kids, hey, I got it. Because the kid's looking at the robot as they're driving, and so the programming is set up to say, hey, LEDs, you guys flash 3 times or whatever if the note is picked up. Now, a team was telling me earlier this year that they would, if they were aimed at the speaker and they were ready to shoot and things were good, then the LEDs, they had their LEDs programmed that they would flash a certain number of times. And other teams against them started picking up on that. So teams would wait to hit them, to just bump them a little bit when their LEDs were flashing. Oh, hey, look at that. We've got some corn. This is Indiana farm fresh corn, and they're grilling it. What they do is they grill it in the husks on the grills, and they put it in these burlap bags, keep it warm, and then when the customer comes up, they peel back the husk and they dip it entirely into a pitcher of butter. It's amazing. It's really, really good for you. And
it's your vegetables. I mean, you're getting your vegetable. It's okay.
They've got a system down here pretty well. So this isn't just this is Indiana corn with a lot of butter. And it's grilled in this husk. It's wonderful.
And they'll go about 1,000 ears of corn over the course of these next 2 days, right?
Wow. Yeah, that's good. I didn't know that. That was good.
And that's hosted Jeff Smith and the Kilobytes, team 1024 from McKenzie Center here in Lawrence Township.
And McKenzie Center is the career center for Lawrence Central and Lawrence North. So Lawrence North, Lawrence Central, Lawrence Township schools, their career center is McKenzie. It's a wonderful school. And so kids from this school that we're in right now they go to the career center and they might be on that team.
So one of the few instances where Lawrence high schools get together and actually have some sort of camaraderie.
Yeah, they're
That's
buddies.
a beautiful thing.
They are not rivals.
Quite the rivalry in North and Central. If you're familiar with this area and some of the matches that they've had, whether really any sport, that those two go at it, but that's incredible. And they have that center where they can all come together and put their smarts together for the community, which is a huge part of this, Andy. I mean, to have this here and to get everybody involved, I mean, you can hear the chanting behind us. Feels like a soccer match. The amount of crowd here, our director, Jordan, made a great point. He's like, how many times have you seen this many people in a place an hour and a half before the event starts? It was incredible.
And they're going to be here all day long. They open the doors at 7:30. They rush in. They get their seats, and then they'll be here till we kick them out like at 9 o'clock. These are long days. It's fun, but man, like yesterday, I got 27,000 steps in yesterday. Just being here, it's just a long.
Had to recharge the old smartwatch
right
on the steps.
So speaking of Lawrence Central, Lawrence North, so I'm looking at the signs. the Indiana All-Stars here on the walls, and I see Kyle Guy. What's the big Eric Montrose is a famous guy from Lawrence North, and so those people on those basketball
R.I.P.
teams.
to Eric Montrose.
Oh, that's
by
right.
the way,
Yeah,
sad,
that was
sad
surprising.
story, but you mentioned his jersey on the wall there, and had himself a heck of a career at North Carolina, and then went on to the NBA, had a very steady career, and unfortunately his passing last year. But you mentioned a lot, just the people that have walked through these halls.
Right. So those women and men that are going pro, playing basketball, there are very few of them, not very many of them. They're all Indiana All-Stars. These kids on these teams can go pro in this sport. All of them can go pro, not just the best ones. These kids can go pro to be an engineer, to be a technician, to be a business leader, or to be an entrepreneur, or to be we have kids on teams that are going to be a doctor or a physical therapist. They don't have to go build robots. But they're just learning STEM. They're learning technology-type stuff to give them confidence to go make a career and go pro doing something in this technological field. So, yes, kudos to the jerseys we see on the wall, but these kids on this sport, many of them will go pro doing this.
And what we're seeing is kind of an interesting point. Is you see a select few jerseys on the wall. You go around to a lot of Indiana gyms, they have the same thing. Indiana, between us and Kentucky, you take your pick on far as basketball is concerned. But every time, if we can get a shot to the left and you see all the students and the drivers and the mentors against the left side of the wall, that they all have a shot.
Yeah.
There's something that they can do. So when you see 4 or 5 people on each team in the colored shirts or however they represent their team, there's just an opportunity there to be a top dog.
These are the kids that are going to, I know people that work at SpaceX, Google, Apple.
Met a couple of kids from
GM.
NASA from the Texas teams.
There's the people I know on those working at those companies now used to be kids on these teams. And the kids on, there was a kid on the Technocats team when I was first started in 1998 that does he launches rockets for a living. That's what he does, and he was our driver.
You don't hear that every day.
Yeah, so
that's incredible.
He's a pretty cool kid. Or now he's probably 40, right? But so what we're doing now on the field is there's something technically wrong with one of the teams on the red side. So you have a guy in the yellow and black jersey and a guy in a blue with red highlight jersey.
You see FTA on the back of his shirt. What does that stand for?
FTA is the first tech advisor, first technical advisor, first being first for inspiration and recognition of science and technology. That's the whole program. And the technical advisor is the person he's in charge of the technical aspects of the field. And then the head ref is in the yellow and black jersey. So he's in charge of the crew that calls the penalties or maybe disables people and such. So the FTA and the head ref have decided to pause things for just a second here to let Brandon Hawley, that's the guy with the backwards hat, that's the mentor on 125, that's Brando, and 125 must be going through some issue where they don't have connectivity to their robot. Or maybe it's the team next to him. I can't really tell. Now, they're using radios. They're using Wi-Fi radios that are connecting to the field itself as a robot. And the connectivity is sometimes suspect. So they have to kind of make sure everybody's connected and see, you know how you connect to your Wi-Fi at your house. Sometimes it's kind of buggy. So they must have a little bit of a bug here, and they're trying to get it ironed out. And they want to be fair to the teams to try to give them a chance to connect.
And all these teams, which one it is, whether it's 125, 1261, or 1732, all came a distance, not locally here, but you want to come and you want to perform. That's the whole thing of coming up here to the Indiana Robotics Invitational. But 1732, the Hilltopper Robotics from Marquette University High School in Milwaukee, also Divine Savior Holy Angels High School. 1261, the Robo Lions from Suwanee, Georgia, Peachtree Ridge High School. And then the Neutrons, Team 125, Greater Boston Robotics, Boston Latin School and Brookline High School, and Nobles and Revere High School in Revere, Massachusetts. So Andy, at this point, and curious question: if something happens at this point, and you can't get it going, is it?
Yep.
I mean, does that go against? Is it a DNF like in racing that
Yeah.
you're racing laps and then you got to come off because of a technicality, or you just got hit too hard and you got to go to the garage and you're done? Does that affect the ranking if you can't even start?
Right, it does. So there'll be a time when the head ref and the FTA will decide, probably the FTA, they'll decide to bypass this team for the match. For whatever reason, they can't get them going. And it might be a bad Ethernet cable, or it might be something else, but they can't figure out how to fix the robot to get it going, because we're not all going to sit here all day long to wait on that one team. So they might give it another minute or two at the most, and if that doesn't work, then they'll bypass them. That team, they'll either pull them off the field, probably, or they'll leave them sit there and they'll just be there. And that team will still get the credit. Like if the other two robots on the Red Alliance, if they win the match, then that third team will still win this match with the other two teams. But they're not like here at IRI. They're not likely to do it because the blue team has some pretty good robots over there.
Now let's look at the blue team real quick as we're waiting on someone from the Red Alliance. Not sure. It might be 125. That seems to have garnered the most attention. The team from Revere, Massachusetts, the Neutrons. But on the blue side, 1923, West Windsor, Plainsboro High School. North and South in Plainsboro, New Jersey. 1747, William Henry Harrison High School from West Lafayette. Just up the road, close to Purdue University. The Harrison Boiler Robotics. I'm sure Boiler has something to do with that.
Yep.
And then 6081, the Digital Dislocators from Manchester High School. Again, another Michigan school. Lots of representation from Michigan in this competition. So let's look at what you just said, Andy. That the two robots can still go.
Yep.
But you would kind of look at this almost as soccer, because you can have a penalty.
Right.
In hockey, guys can come off and you get a power play. But in soccer, you can
They're
go a
out.
man down. Is that basically what that is? Is it even immobile?
That's
Do
exactly.
they put them in a certain spot?
No, it might pull them off. They would kind of be in the way. So if I was on red and that, I don't want this robot in my way to score my notes into the speaker. So I would want them off the field.
So you're able to take them off. So basically, in soccer, it's a man down. It's 11 and 10.
But
Okay.
but it's you're only 2/3 of your
right,
opponent.
right.
So
So the odds,
it's hard.
especially if you, like you said, if you have a very talented and experienced team on the other side.
But you still got to play the match. I mean, there's times when the other match might have a robot that loses connection 10 seconds in, or they might fall over because they. So weird things happen. So with that team, if they do bypass that team, that's only 1 out of 9 matches that they're going to not be able to play a part in. So it's kind of crappy for them, right, for this match. But that means that they do have 8 other matches to make up for this possible, not definite, but this possible loss for this match.
So this is a great segue to talk about what happens behind that wall to our right now, basically the pit area, the garage area, where we see they have a 10 by 10 space, and they have all their tools, they have all their ratchets, they have all their programs, everything set up to take care of problems like this. How do you know, what's the process of, say, let's just say it's 125 at this point, the Neutrons that are having the problem. You take them back to the area. What is the process to get them back on the field? Do they have to fix it, recognize a problem, and then is there a certain official, or are they telling a specific person from first that, hey, we got this fixed, we're ready to go for our next qual match?
They're mostly on their own. Once they get really over there, they're on their own. But there's actually really good logs and diagnostics from the computers that are on the robot that can log different things that, like, you're not getting this connectivity. You're not getting, like, it might be the radio. It might be some sort of a handshake somewhere between the radio and the controller. I'm not really sure what it would be, but once the team leaves here, really they're on their own, and they can talk to these experts. Now they're at a typical in-season event like the state championships or world championships. There's actually volunteers over there that have a certain colored hat that'll go around from pit to pit. And the volunteer will say, volunteer is kind of an expert in this area, and they're going to say, hey, you guys had a hard time. That's Paco. He's leading the Mexican teams. He's a good friend of mine, and he went and got some corn, so good for Paco. So
Came a long way.
and he'll be up here talking to you.
That's
so
great.
You'll see
That's
Paco.
great. We'll see Paco in a little bit.
Yeah. But, okay, if they go over there, they're on their own to fix it. They have their 10x10 space, and they got to get their robot fixed. And then they'll kind of they might report. They'll come back to their next match, and somebody on the field might say, hey, you guys know what the problem is? And they'll say, yeah, it was a loose wire. Or, yeah, we had to reprogram our radio. Or, yeah, whatever they had to do to fix it. But usually the mentors and the kids have to really shift into a gear where they're quickly diagnosing what the problem is. Diagnostics, just to understand what the problem is really the biggest hurdle to get through when you have a bug like this. It's like if you're driving your car and you hear a knock or something. Well, what's wrong with the car? I wish I could diagnose.
You bring it into a Firestone or a Midas, and they run the diagnostic test, hook it all up, and they can, basically generate what the problem is.
So there's some kids that are good at driving. Some kids are good at scouting, and they might be scouting out here on the stands, the field. But some kids are really good at running that pit, and they'll run the mechanics, That's the Harrison Robotics team from Lafayette.
1747.
Yeah.
From West Lafayette. Guys, go make a lot of noise. There they are. Listening to a little Eagles there. Or no, this is Skinner.
What are you talking about?
This is on Guitar Hero. But we can see it. There's Rachel over there. There's our announcer.
They're having fun. So during
Freebird, here comes the solo that really rocks me on Guitar Hero 3. And they've got air guitar. Everybody just having a fantastic time in a great environment. Lawrence Central High School.
So you can see over at the scoring table, there's a little bit of a powwow right now. So there's two FTAs. There's a couple of referees. They're all just like, do we bypass this team and do we just go on, or what do we do? And they're trying to decide that right now. Whoever that kid is,
yeah, she knew. They knew where the camera was. But here's what you're talking about right here, Andy, is they're kind of all getting together and deciding what's going to happen here. And how long? We've been here quite a while to get this going. Is this normal? Is there a time limit? I mean, just out of curiosity. Because in NASCAR, let's just, I'll go back to the racing thing since here in the Circle City, Brickyard 400 next week, is that they have a 5-minute clock to figure out what they got to do, get it fixed, get the car back on the track. If they don't hit that 5-minute mark, then they're out. So is that here, or is it different because this isn't really a competition, so to speak, that it goes towards the regular season with the championship in Houston that was in April? Yeah, we're at 18 minutes.
In my opinion, they went too long.
Okay.
But there is not a time limit. To answer your question, there's not a time limit. I would have pulled the cord a little bit earlier. But these guys in those roles have tough decisions. I'm not sure what they're talking about, why they're doing it. They're working really hard to get the team to connect. I'm not sure why they've taken this long. Usually, they would have bypassed them by now. But I'm sure they have a good reason why they're not. And they're trying to, like I said, this is not the World Championships. This is Invitational, and we think we could hopefully make up time and maybe run some of the matches faster if we.
You mentioned the World Championship in Houston.
Yeah.
And then you look at an invitational like this. You have some 60-odd teams here.
Yeah.
How many are at the championship? I believe the numbers are just a little bit higher.
Yeah, it's. I think this year we had, 600 teams. Wow. Around 600 teams. There were 8 divisions, and each division plays on their own field, and they decide a winner for that division, and then each of the 8 winner of those divisions head to a climatic field that they call Einstein. This is the Einstein field, and they all want to get to Einstein when you go to champs, and then your team plays against those other 7 alliances to see who the World Championship alliance is. And this year the one of the teams that won is here, and they're team number 321 from Philadelphia, and they won by playing really, really good defense against a couple other teams against them. But the Robo Lancers from Philadelphia, 321, they play. I think they're on deck. They're in the next match after this one if it ever starts. It will. I shouldn't say that. It'll start. It'll start.
Well, I mean, this is very interesting because, again, you know, for the people that really understand what you're saying, you're doing all the technical terms and using the programs, the back ends, all that kind of stuff. And then you look at a time clock like NASCAR. We're going to be watching a lot of that next week. Just about 2 months ago, we had the Indy 500, and it's the same aspect that you have a time limit. And this is interesting to decide, you know, what are we going to do?
Well, they either fixed it or they're going to bypass them because they're getting ready to run the match. So Daniel Bravo, the FTA, just make sure both sides are ready, and we're getting ready to run auto mode here in a second.
So we'll see if they got that robot fired up. Not sure which one it is. I don't know if it's going to move or not, so we'll have a good opportunity to see that as soon as the autonomous period starts.
Well,
they all went, so something was fixed. Kudos to them, be able to figure that out. Andy had mentioned kind of the diagnostic run, and that's incredible. After that much time, I would have given up about 3 minutes, but
Me too. I have less patience than these guys do over there, I think. I know those guys run it really well, but good for them to keeping these guys running. That's good. So now the event has to adjust a little bit, but we'll manage that as an event manager. So it looks like we have red with a lead out of autonomous. They had a really good autonomous, but blue has got some pretty good plans of scoring, of getting their notes out of the source area and lofting them over to 1923, which is scoring into the amp and into the speaker.
John Natale, ISC Sports Network, July 12th, Friday morning, heading into afternoon, about a half hour from the noon hour. We'll be here until we're done. I mean, with that little stoppage, it might go a little long, but as you mentioned, Andy, these players, these families, these teams, friends, everybody that came out here have been here for a long time, so they are familiar with the area, and they're going to stick around, just as we will here with Andy Baker from one of the host schools, the Techno Cats, just up north in Kokomo, Indiana, team number 45. And so a question I have, we've been talking about the robotics and the programs and everything of the robots. Talk about the field.
Okay.
There's a lot of standing objects that aren't automated or anything like that. Is there any automation on the field that could go wrong, that could stop a match or whatever could happen? Is there something automated, whether it's the amps, the speakers,
right,
the way that the notes are shot into the speaker? What's automated on the field?
Every year that changes. This year there's two main parts of the field that are automated. One is the amp, and you can see the student standing behind the amp, and she just kicked the note out of the way. So when the note comes into the amp on the red side, if you zoom into the red side, you can see the note coming in, and it goes down a little ramp, and then there's a photo sensor that detects the note that got scored into the amp. So there's a sensor that detects, hey, I got a note here. I'm going to put another point on the board. I'm going to give credit to the red team. So if that sensor doesn't work in its own robotic sense, it doesn't score the point. So that could be a fault of the field. Looks like we have red that scored the most points in the regular part of the match, and they have all three robots hanging, whereas blue only has one or two. So it looks like red got this match pretty well.
And one thing I want to notice, Andy, is that on that finish hang, you can see that the robot, and I'm looking specifically at 1732, had a note on top, was able to dump it in, kind of a hangover. How many points is that, and how, I mean, is that like shooting a three-pointer in basketball, basically?
So the dumping the note over into the what is the trap, it's called a trap, like a trap door, I think, on a stage. So it's down below the stage, so it's a trap door. So that note is an extra 5 points. So Rachel mentioned earlier, if you got those notes into the traps on the stage, that's just bonus points for the stage, and that really gives them a lot of points. It differentiates the team from the opponent if they don't get that that specific point. So I think those guys had 2 notes in the traps. That would be 10 points. And then they had 2 robots hanging. That would be 3 points each. Then they had 1 robot that was positioned into the taped off triangle. So that tape area is a scoring area. So that's why they got 17 points for the stage. 5 plus 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 1.
Well, for what it was worth, whatever they did to the broken robot must have turned out pretty well.
I think 125. Sorry, 125 really should go get some sodas or something for the scoring table.
Yeah, go get them some ears of corn.
Yeah.
Celebrate that, because that was at about 18, 19-minute delay trying to fix, I think it was right there, 125, the team from Revere, Massachusetts. And their robot was Momentum, and it kind of slowed Momentum down there for a long time.
but they picked it up and they won the
They
match.
sure did.
So
they sure did. So
yeah.
whatever they did, credit to them for getting that robot fixed and ready to go and taking the 117-92 victory there.
I think the difference here is, John, this is a high school program. These are long days. That yes, we do have rules, we do have boundaries, but we do work hard. The volunteers do work hard to get everybody operating. This is not. We can compare it to NASCAR, but it's definitely not NASCAR. Whereas this is a lot different level of competition.
So let's go back to the NASCAR, because as we said, we have an audience that's following you, and then we have an audience that's curious, that's following me, asking me the questions of the professional.
Right.
So in NASCAR, you have playoff points, and if you win a race, you're automatically in, and then depending on your finish, you can move up in that playoff bracket. Right now, there's 12 drivers locked in because they all won races.
Right.
And then there's 4 that'll battling. Now we have 6 races left up until 4 racers could win, and then that's it. There's your field of 16. How's the similarity of that? We saw it on the automation board, and we'll see it in the next time, maybe a better description, because I believe it was Rockwell that presents that stat page.
Yep.
But how there were 4 boxes that said ranking points on the right. One had a note on it, I believe, and there were other musical things. And then on the right side, for the blue team, there was 1. Can you explain that, or do you want to wait until we can see it on the screen?
No, that's fine. I think I can explain it. All these teams on this red alliance and all the teams on the blue alliance for this match will get the same score. They're going to do this 9 times. So now every one of those 9 times, the teams will be mixed up randomly differently. So those 3 teams on the red, some of them might be against each other on the next match. So even though they all get the same score in the red alliance, they might get 4 rank points and a score. They might be against each other, and one might lose the match and have 0 rank points, or lose it and have only 1 rank point. But those rank points eventually stack up throughout your 9 matches of qualification. And whoever has the most rank points at the end of the 9 rounds of all of the qualification matches, that team is the first seeded team for our elimination matches, which will happen tomorrow after lunch. And that's really the most exciting time. So if anybody's in Indy, they want to come watch this thing, the best time to watch will be after lunch tomorrow.
And we will have that on the ISC Sports Network. And I won't be here, and I'm second-guessing the event that I have to go to because I want to come back. But Kurt Darling will be handling the duties tomorrow, and he's in for some good stuff. So this is great that we get to set this all up for Kurt and the crew tomorrow on ISC.
Here we go with this next match.
On the Blue Alliance, it's 37-67, Traverse City West High School in Traverse City, Michigan. The TC Titans, 50-10, Tiger Dynasty from right here, Fishers, Indiana, Fishers High School. The Tigers and Robo Lancers, you had mentioned it, from Philadelphia, team 321 from Central High School in Philadelphia, PA. And in the Red Alliance, 41-30, the Blue Devils from Richmond, Michigan, Richmond High School, 59-07, the CC Shambots from Detroit Catholic Central in Novi, Michigan. And then Strike Force, 27-67 from Kalamazoo County 4-H in Kalamazoo, Michigan. You just, I mean, the action that is just constant throughout this, being able to pick up the notes, bring them over to the speaker, light up the amp, all these different types of ways to score and the technology and the thought and the process and everything that goes into this. I mean, it's hard for me to fathom that you could get through this in 3 days.
So a good friend of mine has joined us. This is Libby Kamen.
Hello, Libby.
Libby leads Team 1923 from New Jersey.
We're in New Jersey.
The Princeton area, so pretty central.
Secaucus born right here.
Oh, all right.
Yes.
Yeah, we're Mercer County and Mercer and Middlesex.
Right. Sometimes I'm not too proud of that just because of the area, but I'm from New Jersey, the Garden State.
Yes,
I would think, Libby, that maybe your driver should hop on the parkway to get some experience to figure out how the heck to do anything.
It's definitely a nice chaotic way to learn how to drive, for sure.
So, Libby, why don't you tell me a little about your role and your team, promote your team and everything like that. But so why are you here with us today?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm very excited to join in with y'all. I was a student in the first programs. I've been sort of raised by robots. My family's super, super involved. My parents volunteered from the time I was a very, very young child. And so I got to high school and thought every high school had a robotics team. I just assumed because I went to World Championship every year, so it must be so universal. I learned that it was not, and I started 1923, my team, when I was a freshman in high school. I've been very proud to be a mentor, whether from a distance in college or coming back locally, and I work with the school district now to help administrate not only the high school team, but our K-8 programs as well. So that's my promotion for them. I'm here because I love IRI. I've been coming to IRI since I was a high school student. I would show up and volunteer just to see some of the best robots around the country and around the world. I love volunteering with the program. It's been really great to give back as someone who grew up understanding what I wanted to do because of this. I got an opportunity to exercise my passion and learn that I could be good at hard technical stuff and gain the confidence from mentors around me. So I, joined in to mentor and help keep the team going. It's been a great experience. We're coming up on season 20 next year, which is something I haven't fully wrapped my head around as the student who started it.
So I have a question. This being my first go around here for the Indiana Robotics Invitational and seeing this kind of action. A score there, that looks like a blowout to me. Is that considered that, or is that 111-73? You see that in the Olympics with Team USA, and you're like, oh my gosh, they won by 40 some odd points. How is this relative to that? Like what?
It's similar.
Yeah.
It's not so a blowout in our market would be like 100-20. That would be a more of a blowout. This was a closer score than in basketball that you would see a 111s at 73. Basketball, that's a blowout. Here it's a much more respectable match. Mm-hmm. And it really meant that probably the Blue Alliance just didn't have three robots that could keep up with the strength of the Red Alliance. I don't think I saw anybody in the Blue Alliance like have a failure during the match, or they didn't fall over or quit. They just were overall the summation of their qualities weren't quite as good as the Red Alliance for that specific match. Maybe one of them had a bug somewhere. I don't know, but I was paying attention to Libby when she came in. I was glad to see her. But yeah, that was a pretty decent match. But yeah, the Red Alliance had a really strong match. They had a strong end game and a strong auto mode. You have to have really three aspects to have a good match: a good auto mode beginning, a really good tele-op middle of the match where you can just get points flowing, and at the end you got to score a lot of points on the stage.
So let's talk about those scores and saying just 111-73. If that were basketball, that's great. You blew them out, but you get no style points for that. It doesn't add. If you're in first place, you don't get an extra point or get an extra victory because you won by so many points. But your points scored here can affect your ranking, correct?
That's correct. So not only the win-loss on the field, the Red Alliance, what you can see on that scoreboard, not only took the score-based win, which gives them 2 ranking points. We'll get to what ranking points do in a second. They also received additional ranking points for what they accomplished in the match. So a number of notes into the speaker. They can reach a threshold that will add to their ranking score. There's also points for that end game, like Andy was talking about, climbing up onto the chains on the stage or placing a note in the trap. And all of that, your ranking score is how many you get per match, all added up, divided by the number of matches you play. We average it out. And the teams are ranked here as they go towards the playoffs and the draft for the playoffs on that ranking score. So you want to, if you're planning to seed first here at IRI, you would want to maximize your ranking score and get your wins and the bonus ranking points as well. And then when we get to tomorrow, we have some playoffs that the ranking points influence the order for the draft.
Now I'm curious, Andy, do you have to leave us?
I do. Before I leave, I do want to say, if you have the time, get Libby to talk to you about her program. She runs one of the best programs of FIRST in the nation, in my opinion. And the number of kids who are involved in her program and their program is immense and culture changing, I would say. So
thank you.
Very, very prominent team. What she started when she was a kid, just a couple of years ago, is now flourishing, and she's changing lots of people's lives. So, yeah, Libby is killing it out there in a good way.
A big aspect of this, Andy, is that we've mentioned it several times. Rachel mentioned, you've mentioned the volunteer effort that surrounds this, not just this event, but this sport, so to speak, of how huge that is, that there's such a time investment, but it's worth it to everybody that comes out, and you couldn't do this without their help.
Yeah, and the volunteers love doing this because of the kids. And when the kids and their parents say thank you and tell us that we've changed their lives, it just makes your heart like grow 10 times like the Grinch, and it becomes very fulfilling to hear those things from those kids. So, yeah. I will leave you two. John, it's been great. Thanks for being here, and this has been fun.
Andy Baker, thank you so much, and good luck in this qual match. I know that you got
team.
Team 45.
All right,
the
let's
Technocats
go.
ready to go.
You bet.
All right, Andy Baker, one of the host teams here from the Technocats, just north of us in Kokomo, Indiana. Now Libby Kamen. She's the lead mentor at Team 1923. But you have a little bit of this in your background, don't you? This is kind of a familiar thing to have the headsets on with the microphone. And
yes, I work not only in the video games industry, but also broadcast with some sports.
And what league?
The PWHL,
Which
Professional
is?
Women's Hockey League.
Exactly, the Professional Women's Hockey League.
There is not an Indiana team yet. Your closest team would be PWHL Minnesota, but, they did just win the inaugural Walter Cup, so, little plug for my day job there. It's good hockey.
It's great hockey. I mean, it's fabulous, and it's so great to see. You see the expansion, and we're talking about women's hockey, but you think about the Winter Olympics, you think about the national team, you think about this league right now, the PW. The rise of women's sports over the past 5-10 years has been amazing.
It's
absolutely
been
amazing.
Incredible.
Here in Indiana, it's been soccer. Soccer has taken off, and just throughout because of the World Cup, that really energized that sport. And don't be fooled, hockey is creeping up there, are they not? Because they play. This isn't, let's just go up and down like the old video games where you're just pulling. I mean, they're checking, they're body checking and doing everything.
Yeah.
They're playing a man's game.
I see some checking happen out here on the field too.
Right.
Robot to robot contact. That's why they have the bumpers. We don't get that in human sports. I guess sometimes.
You have the padding, thank goodness. But, they're very equivalent. Football, you're wearing pads. Baseball, you have a helmet. And hockey, you're head to toe in gear. Soccer, they really give you shin guards, and that's about it. But
that's all you get. Yeah, this is the bumpers are great because they do a couple of things. They tell you what team they're playing for. They red or they blue that match. They also tell you the number from far away, and they keep the insides of the robot very safe, which as a mentor, I like when my students come off a match and they're not upset because things are broken. So that's always a fun bonus to the bumpers. Some really hard hits in this game. These robots are 125 pounds before they put the bumpers on and put their batteries in. So they end up typically around 150.
That's what Andy said.
All in.
150 pounds.
I don't want to get hit in the ankles by one. I don't think they want to hit each other very much either.
And as we get to about 30 seconds left here in this qual match, number 11, the Blue Alliance, is 4270, the Crusaders, all the way from Honolulu, our second school. St. Louis School from Hawaii, the Robotics, Team 118, Clear Creek District Independent School in Houston. And then we have Team 45, as I mentioned, the Technocats, just up north in Kokomo, from Kokomo High School. The Red Alliance, Team Appreciate, 2468, from Westlake High School in Austin, Texas. The Robotics, 2481 from Tremont High School in Tremont, Illinois. And then the Prepatech Botbusters, 4635 from Monterrey, Nuevo Leon, Mexico. Another one of our national teams.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of representation here. That's one of the things that's so cool about IRI specifically is, you know, it feels like one of those best of the best events. Even though it's the summer and it's not the official season for the first robotics competition, IRI is one of those places that feels like a family reunion, whether you're from here in Indiana or you're from a team in Hawaii or Mexico. It's just a great place to come and hang out and meet the best of the best teams. With my students, what I specifically tell them is they have homework. It's to learn one thing from a team they've never met before every day that we're here at the IRI.
And Libby, why don't you, so I was asking Andy before he had to go tend to his team, but I want to kind of explain this screen right here.
Yes.
So it's the match results presented by Rockwell Automation. Can you kind of give an overview? Now, clearly we see the speaker, the amp, the stage, the penalty, those points are given, but kind of explain these numbers to the left, the 4635 team name, a logo, these 2815s, the arrow up, and then you have, see here, even on the losing team, blue, 45 as an arrow up, so why would 2 be down? Can you kind of break that
Absolutely.
down for us?
So we were talking about before this match, the ranking points. What you'll see on the scoreboard, you will see that the Red Alliance ended up with 4. So you see a music note that says they got the melody, which is the notes into the speaker. They got the group of people, that's called the ensemble. They all hung at the end game or scored in the stage in the center of the field. And then 2 trophies for the win. But the reason you see team number 45, so that's the third Blue Alliance team, rising in the rankings is you see the Blue Alliance also got a ranking point. So even though they lost, they still received a benefit to their ranking score for getting that melody bonus, which is enough of those orange notes into the goal. So the score screen is really great. If you scan the QR code, you can get the full breakdown if you really want to go, data science nerd here. But this gives you the basics. These are the 3 teams, for example, on the Red Alliance, our winning alliance marked with that yellow banner at the top. Who they are, what their numbers and their logos, and then that black box to the right is their rank, what their current ranking is. Now this is going to shift throughout our qualifiers all the way till qualification 86. The fun one in there as well, in that handshake, that yellow handshake on the screen, that's the co-opetition bonus. So that is if both of the teams pressed a button on the amp. So there's a Red Alliance and a Blue Alliance amp over in the corners. Each of them contributes, it's quite literally, sort of a handshake, right? We'll share that co-opetition bonus, and the threshold to notes to get in the speaker for that extra ranking point lowers for both teams. So if you and I are playing each other and we both think we can score, we might not be able to score 18 notes into the goal, but we think we could score fewer to get that ranking point, we'll say, hey, you want to do it? I'll do it. And we'll shake hands. Usually teams literally will go do that before the match and say, hey, you want to do co-op this time? Yeah, we'll do it. And then the ranking point gets a little easier for everybody, and they both benefit from it.
I would bet the farm that for me versus you, I would be hitting that cooperation button because I would have no idea what the heck I'm doing. But this has been fabulous. I'm learning a lot. I know a lot of our listeners and watchers are learning a lot too, getting the technical side, but just watching these incredible robots do amazing things from amazing people, I think is the biggest thing, with the volunteers. And just, I can't even fathom the time. I mean, before this temple, before you, I was an athlete, and I was baseball, I was soccer. I knew how much time and effort I put into that. But it was go to practice, okay, maybe go in the backyard, do whatever I got to do. But how much time is put into these robots? It's got to be, you wish you had 25 hours in a day and 8 days a week in order to get these things to work.
Yeah, I will tell you, our team is called the Midnight Inventors for a reason. It's a K in the night because of the school logo, but this is an endeavor of time, and one of the biggest resources teams have available to them is the time in their shop. I can speak for our team when we say we meet after the kickoff in January. We find out what the game is that we have to play. We meet 4 days a week for a couple hours at a stretch, and then we do a full day Saturday where they're coming in, they get in the morning with the athletes and they go to their practice at the same time, and then they're there well into the afternoon as well. Over the course of 6 or 8 weeks, depending on when their first competition is. Every team is different. It's up to this, maybe it's a school team, sometimes it's a community team. It's what the students want to put in. What I tell our students is you're going to get out from this program what you put in. If you want to show up for an hour a week and sort of putter around and turn a single wrench and walk away, that's great. We're glad that you helped. That's amazing. If you show up and you are dedicated and you throw yourself into, with all of your enthusiasm, learning the mechanics of the robot or learning how to code, not only are you going to have a better robot when it hits the field, but you are going to end up with some new technical learnings somewhere along the way, hopefully. That's the goal, at least.
Qualifying match number 12 right now in the Blue Alliance, the Ratchet Rockers, Team 1706, Wentzville High School School District, Holt, Liberty, North Point, and Timberland from Wentzville, Missouri. And just looking at their accomplishments, I'm sure that, it would take a country minute to read how much awards they've had, the Ratchet Rockers. Team 1024, one of the host schools, the Kilobytes, led by Jeff Smith, and also the Corn. They're the ones that are involved in that.
They're grilling the corn outside.
Yeah, from the McKenzie Center right here in Lawrence. It's a mixture of all the Lawrence Township schools, so you don't see that often here when you think of Lawrence Central and Lawrence North. They kind of have a little rivalry in the other sports, but here they come together, and that's a beautiful thing from the McKenzie Center. And then 2056 OP Robotics from Orchard Park Secondary School in Stony Creek, Ontario, one of another Canada team representing 3 countries in today's competition, the U.S., Mexico, and Canada.
When we talk about accolades, you saw that big list under 1706. 2056 is the team that went 23 regionals in a row without losing.
Not bad.
23 blue banners in a row.
Not bad.
An incredible streak, the record, matched by 1678 from California as well. Just, again, incredible teams here at IRI. But tell me about the Red Alliance.
The Red Alliance was 74-57, the super duper Robotics. Of course, that's right here in Purdue Polytechnic High School right here in Indy. The Hackbots, 34-14. North Farmington and Farmington High Schools in Farmington, Michigan. And then Team 868, the Tech Hounds from Carmel. And just got note that 868, our own Greyhound, they call the Tech Hounds. Libby, if you're not familiar, Carmel High School is the Greyhound, so there's the name play there. Here at ISC, we cover a lot of Carmel High School and a lot of different sports, but they seem to have an issue. Yeah, you can see that. That came right off. So they're going to have to get that back in the pit area and figure that out. But that's what amazes me about this, Libby, is that stuff can happen. It's electronics. If the Wi-Fi went out today, where would we be? We'd have some trouble all around the board.
We do a lot of dances.
Yes,
to kill the time.
We have a panda behind us.
We do.
From one of the teams, but you can see there 120-92. The scores very high.
And like you were saying earlier, very close too. And so that point spread looks okay. Wow, that's a lot, and it is. I've seen matches that are, well, one, you can tie. There is a ranking point, math scenario for what happens when the teams tie, but you can win by 1 point, you can win by 40. That's a very close match. You can look up on the breakdown for the score as well. The difference primarily being that speaker, so just more volume of those notes into the goal from the Blue Alliance. But yeah, like you're saying, as the teams kind of cart off here, stuff does happen. You end up with, the robots are in very high contact sports here. But the great thing about the ingenuity of these kids in FIRST Robotics competition programs is they are thinking ahead all season about what do we do if this breaks. We know that our robot is fallible. It is going to break at some point, and how will we address that? So they're ready. I would bet you anything, if we go to 868's pit right now, they've got all the tools laid out. They've got all the spare parts ready to go. So just as much as we see the drivers out here on the field and their coaches and maybe some students and some adults out here, you will also see a small army of people
basically
in their
pit crew.
Their pit, literally the pit crew, ready to go. And it's what's very funny as you say that is, in the tournament, obviously you have to come back out to the field for more and more matches. In the playoffs, it's only a 15-minute turnaround. So you've got very much like, sort of your NASCAR pit crew. You've got those students ready to change things out. In a previous season, instead of a 15-minute timeout, it was 6 minutes. And our team's rule was, if it cannot be swapped out in 5.5 minutes, it is not good enough. Go back to the drawing board, do it again.
Something that interests me, and just as we talk in the pit area about me and NASCAR and trying to, I guess make it kind of the similar thing, because to me it is. As the more and more as I watch this and think about the dynamics and what you have to do with all the technology and all the different pieces and parts and whatnot, when you go back to that pit area, and in NASCAR I know they do this a lot. They don't have to, but the nice teams, and I put that in quotes, will do this. What if you forgot a part? What if there's something that you don't have that you know? Are you able, and will teams, because of the cooperation, are they very, here, we want to see you back out there, so here's this piece. To go to other pit areas and access parts that maybe, something could go wrong here, maybe you just forgot. Whatever that piece was, it's sitting on the work board back at the gym, and you just don't have it.
Yeah, that's something that teams are really great at, and I love that you put it, again, in those quotes, that sort of the nice teams, what is their behavior. I see that from just about every team in the first robotics competition. You see a lot of, I forgot this wrench or this entire set of bolts that I need to put my bumpers on. I know that team next door probably uses the same thing. Let me see what they have. And a lot of the times you'll even see that down into the finals, into those really tense moments where it is win or go home, but you want to win against your opponent at their best. If their wheels are falling off, you want to give them the parts to bring them back to speed and put them on the field so that you can actually outplay your opponent and take that win the not the right way, but the way that feels best, right? When you say the nice teams do it and they prep, a lot of teams will also kind of intentionally overpack. There's a lot of teams here. 118 is the one that comes to mind right now, the Robonauts, they're from Houston. At their local events, I think they have it here, I think I saw it here too, they just have like an extra toolbox and cart of stuff for other teams. Oh, maybe, you forgot your bumpers at home, which is a very common one. I've done that before. You left your bumpers at home. Do you need this stuff to remake a set? Here's some fabric. Here's some pool noodles. You need such and such a bolt or this wheel. We don't use it on our robot, but we've got it in a box if you'd like one. And it's really the cooperation, like you mentioned, and the other thing that's really core to first is what's called gracious professionalism. You want to compete like crazy, but you also want to compete ethically. You don't want to, smack the team down and jump over them. We're all going to raise the floor together and succeed, not only team to team, but as a program. Because really, we're all benefiting. As a mentor, I'm trying to benefit my students. I'm trying to benefit your students. I'm trying to make sure everybody here has a great time and competes well.
So we are on qual match number 13 of 86. That'll run in tomorrow. We'll be here again on the ISC Sports Network. It'll be Kurt Darling taking over for me. And as I mentioned before, is that I have an engagement tomorrow that has Kurt on here, but seriously debating. Just say, Kurt, you hold off, because I'm coming back. But this is absolutely fantastic.
I won't
Proud
tell.
to be with you, John Natali, alongside Libby Kamen, the lead mentor, team 1923, on the field right now for the Blue Alliance, 3276 from New London Spicer School in New London, Minnesota. The Tool Cats, team 548, the Robo Stangs from Northville High School in Northville, Michigan, and then the Binary Battalion. We've seen them before, team 7028, again from St. Michael Albertsville High School in St. Michael, Minnesota. And on the red side, 4607 CIS, Becker High School, Becker, Minnesota, 3940 Cybertooth. Northwestern High School, just north of here, Kokomo. And then team 226, the Hammerheads from Troy High School in Troy, Michigan. Here with Libby Kamen. Now, I'm just going to take a stab here, Libby, because I tried to do as much. Is there a relation to someone who's very important to First?
Yes.
Between you and a certain fellow named Dean?
Yes.
Okay.
So I was being a little, gentle about it. So my family's been a long-time volunteer. My dad, the cool one, is Dean's older brother. So Dean is my uncle. I grew up going to First competitions, which is a very unique space. Now we come around, you can see, as you'll see, people walk around, spectators, you'll see a lot of folks with young kids. Back when First started, that was a little less often. I got to do it every year. I got to show up to what was at the time the national championship when it was at Disney World. Went to our world championships as a kid. It was just something my family did. My parents have volunteered basically the whole time First has existed. And like I said, I grew up just thinking every high school did this. Every high school has football. Every high school has basketball. Every high school has robotics. And it's been something for each of these regions to grow, right? The region in Indiana and Michigan, everyone has their own kind of format of growth, but I have grown up amongst robots. I feel very lucky because it's helped me to get a sense of what I wanted to do. I ended up going from mechanical engineering to a technical communications to working in the broadcast industry, but all of it's been technology connected, and it's been really fun to keep this as a current vein throughout my life.
And just your Uncle Dean,
Yes.
he started it.
Yes, he's.
So that's, I mean,
Yes, Dean-
to be humble about it,
that
I
is-
mean, old
that is an
Uncle
important
Dean
context.
did start this whole thing. Without Uncle Dean,
There would
we're
be
not
no
here
first,
today,
yes.
right?
Yeah, it was a partnership between Dean and the late Dr. Woody Flowers, who was a professor at MIT. He taught this incredible course that is, when you get the description of it, as, oh, that sounds like first. It did come first, and it was college students getting a box of parts and a game to play, and that's what it became. You know, what will we do with this challenge? You build it, you compete. And what my uncle did is saw that the incredible work that Dr. Flowers was doing at MIT and say, what if we did this for high school students? We can get corporate sponsors in, they can support those teams, and then in that we'll grow a group of science technology leaders at a younger age that then aspire to go to MIT and take Dr. Woody Flowers' course. And it's just, that's been a really fun evolution. But yes, that is a part of my history as well.
So we had, right now we're looking at 102.87, and we'll see what happens at the end there with the stage. I did see that there were a couple that were hanging, and there was a ring or a note around one of the microphones, so that's always a bonus.
Yep, if it's up on the post on the top of that stage, that's called the microphone, that hanging area will be considered spotlit, and when you have the spotlight, you gain additional points.
Again, another reference to what crescendo is, a musical term. That's why we have notes, speakers, amps, microphones, stages.
Yes.
The final 125-99 on that one. And really, it came down to the speaker points. Now, one thing that I'd like to know is, what is the leave? What is that? Because I've seen a lot of 6-to-6s. What is the leave?
Oh, yes. So leave is part of the autonomous score it's very hard to see on the field from a distance, but close to those driver station walls, there's a black tape line. They have to stage behind that to start the match in the autonomous mode, and leaving is leaving that home zone. Do they cross that line? So the referees are going to check to make sure that they've left that area, and if you don't, then you do not get the point. So at an event like the IRI, it's a lot simpler it's a lot more common to see 6 versus 6 because you'll have all of the robots leaving and doing something in autonomous. Early in the season, when teams are still in development, you might not see that 6-to-6 leave, 6-to-6 point down breakdown on the leave component, just because teams may not have their autonomous modes dialed in yet. That first 15 seconds of the match, the autonomous period, is all pre-programmed instructions that the students have written for the robot once they've built it. So that early part of the match, the drivers are completely hands-off. They're behind a different line. They can't touch it at all. And that leaving the zone is the first step to acquiring your next note to score and put more autonomous points up on the board.
The Indiana Robotics Invitational, July 12th on a beautiful Friday outside. The corn is a-cooking. We're cooking in here. You can see it right there, is that you just put it on the grill with the husk and then just dip it in butter.
That sounds great.
That's why we're here in Indiana.
I know
You
where I'm
can't get
going
it.
when I'm off the desk.
49 other states in this country, and you can only do this in Circle City.
I don't know. Is
Indiana.
it Jersey, girl? We got.
Well, we're both from Jersey, so I would trust the corn more in Indiana than I would in Secaucus.
Valid.
If it's growing out of the Hudson River water, I don't want anything to do with that. My goodness. But what was interesting, Louis, is that I was talking to you, and then my eyes kind of went into shock mode because a very colorful individual sat at our table, and he's known as the Old Goat, but it's Scott Miller. He's a project manager for Team 829. And Scott,
Yes.
thank you
Hello.
for joining us. John Natali,
Hey, John.
Libby Kamen. I'm sure you two have met at some
We've
point.
been high-fiving while you were talking about corn. We're ready.
I've known her since she was 12, 13, probably.
Okay, so there's a relationship there.
Yeah, we were talking just before you sat down about, growing up in First and being around and volunteering, and Scott's absolutely one of the folks where, I'd be this middle schooler or high schooler showing up to volunteer, and there's just this long-standing culture of folks who have been in the community forever, Scott being one of them. And, I just sort of hang out, and folks are like, I know her. She's here.
Everybody knows Libby.
Well, Scott, clearly, I'm going to guess you're kind of an icon with the apparel that you show up and people know that Scott's here. And
Yeah, I don't sneak up on anybody.
No, you're not surprising anybody. You got the 465 and control traffic if you needed to in that thing. You don't even need a safety vest.
Yeah, you
but
gotta
it's
like the shirt,
fantastic.
though.
I mean, the Hawaiian shirt, you got the goats on there
It's
representing.
custom. It's custom to the digital goats
This
logo
is how
stuff
deep
too.
they get,
Ooh.
not just the robots, but to the apparel. Scott Miller of Team 829 and the team name.
The Digital Goats.
There you go. So representing well. So Scott, why not? Let's introduce these teams on the Blue Alliance. We got 4028, the Beak Squad from the Queen City down in Cincinnati, Cincinnati Hills Christian Academy. The team, that one team, our next engineers. I love the name Notesart. Fantastic. 4967 from Belmont, Michigan, and then the Prepatech Lambot 3478. Another one of our teams from Mexico. We've seen them before. In a Red Alliance, Jack in the Bot, 2910 from Mill Creek, Washington. Henry M. Jackson, basically Seattle area. And then 4143 Mars Wars. They've been here before. Metamora Township in Woodford County from Illinois. And Midas Mayhem, 9401 from Troy Buchanan High School in Troy, Missouri. So, Scott, we've just been in day one trying to get ready for the matches tomorrow where it's a little bit more competitive and you kind of break down the leaders versus the, well, let's just put it this way. Everybody that showed up had a chance. Let's just say that. Because the brilliance and the effort and everything that goes into this competition, it wouldn't exist if not for the teams that are here. So let's just go into it saying that these 60-plus teams had a shot. That's going to break down all tomorrow. What do you see happening from this point on, and now knowing that each team has basically gone through one time, how do they make those adjustments to make sure that they're going to get in that final competition tomorrow?
It really comes down to strategy and the teams working well together. You could have three great teams. If they don't work well together, you're not going to win. You could have medium teams, but if they gel, they could just slaughter the other alliance. So it really more and more becomes, what do you do? How do you do it? What role do you play? Can you switch up roles? Like 4028 down there is a great team. And their robots fell apart and they had to stop. How do you adjust to that? How do you change your strategy? How do you change on the fly? It's all very important. And they're already got 80 points, so you see they're doing pretty well. But it's hard to win 2 versus 3.
And you can see kind of towards the upper left of that bottom horizontal screen there on the left side over by the or where the ring drop is, the team 4028 from Cincinnati is immobile. They're stuck. Something snapped off there, and they're kind of out of the competition. And you can see the score raising for red, 110 to 86. And it's very, I love that breakdown of what you said, because you think about, and me, this is my first robotics competition, kind of asking you questions, not just for our audience, but for what I want to know. So I'm used to the super teams in basketball who, we have so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so now. That's great. But if you're all individual great players and you can't play together, it matters not. I could name 100 NBA teams, 100 NFL teams, baseball teams, anything like that, where they have maybe the best players, but they don't have the best team. Very similar to this of what happens tomorrow, correct?
Absolutely. And it's these teams are all scouting all these teams. Who's going to work well with us? Who's going to be the best strategy? Because it's really 3 teams that have to work together. Now, there's a good-looking team down there in the yellow, don't you think?
Oh, yeah. We know them, huh? That's those Digital Goats.
Yeah. So
you know that team.
I'm probably going to be quiet this match.
Oh,
so.
that's fair. You can watch them. Yeah, one of the things, John, as we were talking about a match or two ago about that pit crew, that 4028 team, the team from Cincinnati, what fell off their robot is actually a custom air blower, because on the center of the stage, that trap door is actually a little bit hard to manipulate. And the way the rules are, you either have to be up on the chain. There's all sorts of robot sizing rules. It's very technical and requires a lot of reading, which is great for our students, but make sure they check it all. But I'll summarize for you. You basically have 2 options. You can get up on the chain and place the note into the trap, or 4028 found this fun loophole where you can use just enough air to open the door and then shoot the note in. But that's that mechanism that fell off. So hopefully they can get that placed back on. Those pit crews jump back in. Very close score still, 126 to 100 in favor of red.
Well, if you look at the ranking points are important, right? So the 126, and they get their points, 4 points. Blue still managed to get 2 ranking points, and that's a huge thing, especially when you're down a robot. But they did a good job. They scored a lot of notes, but they just didn't have enough firepower to overcome being down one robot.
And we talked about the arrows. You can see that even on the blue side, even though with the loss and losing that one robot, still 2-1 up. So not bad. I mean, clearly you want to come out of each match with the most points, but there is advantages to doing certain things where it's almost a win-win situation depending on your specific team, if I'm stating that correctly.
Yeah, ranking points are critical. Those are points that literally rank you in the score. And the most you can get is 4, but if you lose, you can still get 2 by completing all the bonuses. And that's huge compared to a 0. 0 will kill you in the rankings.
Yeah, coming out of a loss, I mean, coming home with 2 ranking points, like we said earlier, you get 2 for winning. The other 2 are bonuses. So functionally, mathematically, in 4028 and 4967's case, they got just as many points as if they had had an okay win versus just a complete loss in this match.
You can see the rankings there and the scores. And if you have a smartphone, you can scan the QR code there and see all the detailed results from today. The match results powered by Rockwell Automation. As we start qual match number 15. In the Blue Alliance, 17-14 from War Robotics. We saw them in qual match number 7 from Milwaukee. And then in qualification 4, the Sono Robo, 65-17 out of Knoxville, the Volunteers, your NCAA men's baseball champions out in Omaha this past season, their first. And 25-39, they were in qualification 8, the Krypton Krugers from Hershey, Pennsylvania. The Red Alliance, let's hear it for number 829, the Digital Goats.
We know them.
Right here at Walker Career Center in Indianapolis. The Hilltopper Robotics, 1732. We saw them in qual match 9. Lots of accolades from them from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Marquette University High School, Divine Savior Holy Angels High School, and Harrison Boiler Robotics. Qual match 9, again from West Lafayette, Indiana, just up north. William Henry Harrison.
Yeah, we had that long drive up here, whole 5 miles, Libby.
Oh, a whole 5 miles.
A whole 5 miles.
Lucky
How
you.
far did you guys drive?
We flew. But
Oh, you flew. Okay.
but we came all the way from the East
Out
Coast.
of Newark?
Yes, well, we're between Newark and Philly, so this particular time it was Philly to Indy.
Okay, I was going to say, if flying
do
out of
both.
Newark, you may have not made it.
That, you say that happened on our way to World Championship. We were a half a day late because we were the last flight out and we got canceled. And we had a fun little adventure to the Denver airport on the way to the Houston World Championship. Don't know why Denver was the choice, but hey, it happens. And kids are resilient. Mentors are tired, but kids are resilient. So it works out. Much easier time coming out here to IRI. Very easy, smooth. Thank you for the wonderful hospitality here in Indy. We love coming out here. It's a great
We've
time.
added some improvements to our airport.
That was the funniest thing in the world. I love watching my students experience a new space. They walked out into the airport here in Indianapolis like, this is nice. I was like, guys, we're not
We've
even
done some
there yet.
things.
Ranked number 1 in the country.
We have done some
Yep.
things here in the Circle City. John Natale on the ISC Sports Network for the Indiana Robotics Invitational here on a beautiful, gorgeous Friday outside. But things are really ramping up here as we're getting to our qualification matches. We're heading on to number 12 right now. And we have Scott Miller with us, who is the project manager for Team 829, who is on the field right now. So Scott, if you want to get loud and something happens and you like it, please, by all means. The live crowd will help.
Kind of matching up in autonomous mode. Red takes a slight lead, but we'll see what happens.
Now, Scott, I'll ask you this question as a project manager. How much emphasis, because of all the different programs and all the things that these robots have to do, and you have those 2 time periods, you have the autonomous and you also have regulation. And Scott, I'll pass this to Libby if you're watching 829. We just saw 829 go in right there, so doing a great job. But how much is effort and I guess programming goes into the autonomous? Is it like, well, we really would rather do well in the regular driving time, but are there others like, hey, if we get a big autonomous score, it's going to be hard to catch up to us? So how much of a difference is in the program between the two? That's
something that teams will evaluate on their own. Part of the game reveal in January is really carefully understanding the manual. And everyone's going to make their own decisions. If a team knows they're stronger from a code perspective, hey, our lead mentor is the programming teacher, and we have 15 programmers that are amazing, they may say, hey, we really want to prioritize autonomous work and automation for the robot. Teams with different resources, maybe they're more mechanically minded, they may go more simple on the programming. It's really what's great about teams that work hard at automation. I won't even say the autonomous mode specifically, but having sensors that tell you where the note is in the robot, using cameras to track what you can, probably hard to see at home, but at least what you and I can see, John, on the field is, looks like QR codes spread around the field. Those are called April tags, and the robots can have cameras on them to track them. And we know, as we go into showing the kids what to do, is these tags are at known locations on the field. So if your camera can spot it, it can figure out where it is in relation to the field. So when you focus on that automation, things like autonomous hands-off control can get very easy, because if you can automate a lot of processes, obviously you're a little less worried about driver control. But it's really up to teams. They might look at the scoring and say, well, the points are doubled in the autonomous mode. Let's make sure autonomous is really, really solid. But the great thing is, if you can do it hands-free, you can probably do it hands-on too. So that's when you tend to see teams doing well. Scott's got his hand in the air, 8:29.
I was about to say, if I can make a basketball reference here, 8:29 was the Steph Curry of that match right there. I saw so many rings going into that scoreboard. That was amazing.
There was passing. So we were down in the zone picking up the passes. We also went down and we were stealing from the other team, stealing their notes, which is important. But that's the teamwork. That's three robots working together. We were getting the glory, but we would have never gotten that if it wasn't for the other teams bringing those.
And that's what you talked about. That was 8:29, clearly a scoring threat. I mean, definitely. I was watching it the whole time because Scott was quiet, but he was directing his team. And 8:29 in that match, just in and out, in and out, in and out. It happens so fast, and then be able to get the raise on the chain link at the end. But as you said, Scott, is that without 1732 and 1747, it's not that kind of score. I mean, look at that, 114 to 68.
That's quite a margin.
You can't put up that many notes by yourself. There are teams that can. We can't put up that many notes by ourselves. We're not as automated or as fast. But you saw there was a lot of auto aiming there. We have auto aiming. When we'd go down there, we'd pick up a note. It was auto pickup.
Oh, you guys do the auto pickup too.
Auto
that's
pickup.
Great.
So that's with two different cameras.
Now, I'm just curious because I had talked about and wanted to get a better feel of how you can be on a losing team. And here you can see everybody went down. Mm-hmm. However, on the winning team, 114, big score, big differential, almost 50 points. But how did Team 1732 go down? What did they not do in order to?
It's tiebreakers. What's the first tiebreaker? I can't even remember what the first tiebreaker is. It's
oh no, Auton?
Uh-oh. I don't think so.
No, it's not.
But so whatever happened, they didn't do as well as they did before for that tiebreaker. So there are probably 12 teams with perfect scores.
I have it's co-op. I'm so
That's
silly.
right, co-op.
I have too many years of
Right.
first manuals in my head where those rankings, like we were talking about, we did an explanation of the ranking scores and how those work. But if they all have the exact same ranking score, the next component of the score, which is co-op, forgive my memory for a moment, too many manuals up in my brain, then we'll see who moves up or down. So like Scott was saying, it's entirely possible that all the way down to that 9th seed that we saw that team was a 4.0 ranking score. Everybody here has gotten 4 ranking points every time they've gone out, but this time they were missing that co-op, potentially.
As we see the action here, what I like to see is on the main board, www.iscsportsnetwork.com. Hope everybody was using that QR code to log in and watch today's action. We're here today. We're here all day tomorrow. Kurt Darling will take over the duties. We'll have our fantastic crew back here as well from the ISC Sports Network. Here with Libby Kamen, Scott Miller. Libby has her Uncle Dean decided to do a little project way
Uncle
back
Dean.
when. And look what we have today. It's come a long way. Scott Miller, the project manager of the Digital Goats, who just had a nice showing in their match. And let's look at the Blue Alliance right now. We're in qual match 16. It's red alert again from qual 4. SPAM, qual 8.
Spam.
Team 180. And the Blue Devils, 4130. Qualifying match 10. The Red Alliance, the Highlanders from 4499. Fort Collins, Colorado. 910, the Foley Freeze. Qual 3. And 125, the Neutrons from Revere, Massachusetts.
Red Alliance is pretty stacked here. Blue Alliance is pretty stacked too.
So let's look at this. Is it still a random draw at this point with all the qual matches? I know before, of all they started, it was all a random draw. Now that we're seeing that teams are together, are we getting to the point where we're choosing, or are we still?
Oh, no, it's
still
random till.
That's until
elimination.
tomorrow, the 1 through 8, 8 through 1, 1 through 8, correct?
Right.
Okay.
So all the way right now we're in qualification 16 of 86. All the way through 86 has been randomized on the schedule. The teams get a little packet with what matches you're playing in. That is what you're set with, and all of these partners are randomized of the 58 teams that are here. After match 86, we'll take a snapshot of that final ranking, and that's our 1 through 8 who will make those selections in the playoff draft.
It was an interesting anonymous. 125 went out and just stole notes from the center, didn't do anything with them, but Blue still pulled out the autonomous lead. That was pretty impressive. A little different strategy going on.
It also looks like our Red Alliance here, the 910 and 4499 machines, are both going to the source. That's where their student human players are dropping the notes onto the field. It looks like they're both shuttling notes across for the 125 machine, the Neutrons. So they're trying to let 125 just stay in their corner and play their game. This is exactly what Scott was talking about, the Alliance gel, what they've chosen to do. Our Blue Alliance doing the same, 1741 and 4130 on Blue, hanging towards their human player station, the source, and moving over. Meanwhile, those two partners, one red and one blue robot each, basically just staying home and saying, bring me the notes, I'll put them where they need to go. And so 125 is balancing notes into the amp, which is that amplifier. When you score 2, you can then amplify the main goal. Those lights will light up, and the notes go in, are then doubled in points.
One thing I noticed, and just off screen, it was in our top right corners. I'm looking at 4130, and I've been seeing a lot of, because it's hard to, again, there's 6 machines out here going full speed, doing do-si-dos and hooplas like they're in an Indiana line dance here. But I've noticed that there's different pickup techniques of the notes. I've seen a lot of vacuum, that's where my eyes were, and then I noticed 4130 kind of grabbing it, kind of a lever coming down, picking it up, and then going back into the chute. Well, how do you decide which one you're going to use?
Oh, that's a heck of a question. There are over the bumper is what we call the one side where your arm comes down and picks it up. And we have under the bumper where it goes under your bumper, you pick up inside the machine. They both have advantages. Over the bumper, you can generally get a wider pickup, give you more options. Under the bumper, it's safe. Nobody can hit it. Nobody can destroy it. So that's one of those trade-offs Libby was talking about when you first start the year. What are we going to do? 1741 was a pioneer of that over the bumper. There's a thing called Robot in 3 days, and some of their team members participate in that. They called them, and they showed that was possible. A lot of teams took off from their early design.
1741, right down the road, Center Grove High School in Greenwood.
Yeah, the different mechanism types. If you're watching from home and you're seeing those robots kind of drive over the note, and like magic, the note is gone, that's typically an under the bumper. You won't see that arm extend over. Really close score here in that match, 105 to 102. We've talked a lot about the ranking points and those changes, but once again, we see a team that got 4 ranking points and a win somehow moved down in the rankings, that 125 machine. Our Blue Alliance still coming home with a ranking point as well. Just lots of different information on the score. And if you're new to the first robotics competition, there's a lot. We'll try to explain it all the way through the show. But that breakdown is the different goals or components on the field in which you could have gotten points and how it all adds up to that 105-102 final score.
So let me try to get in the head of you as a competitor. When you look at this score, 105-102, are these the frustrating scores as a competitor? Because you know that, oh, if I would have done this or if I would have done that, as opposed to, let's say, some of the scores we've seen where it's 40 points, 30 points, and you're like, well, you know, I can make adjustments. We can get that score closer. But when you see that, is that an itch on the back that you can't scratch?
But that's one that came down to Red Alliance trapped twice. Blue Alliance got 0.
Yep.
And that swung the whole match. Blue Alliance was winning the whole match.
And one of the interesting things is on the bottom bar, when it stays before the end of the match, before this formal screen pops up, we saw an unofficial score that actually favored the Blue Alliance. It was, I think it's 88 on red to 90-something on blue. And those final scores, for example, the trap, which is a goal inside of the stage, the hanging area, as well as those hanging points, those are calculated after the match because they don't happen till the end of the match. And that's what could swing that. But absolutely, like you're saying, if I'm on the Blue Alliance right now, I'm thinking, man, if it had been one more cycle, if it had been one more second of amplified, goal time that I could have scored, all of those moments. And it's tough because you think about it that way, but there are two ways to take that feedback, right? You can say, oh man, I lost and it was so frustrating, blah, blah, blah. Or, okay, next time I'm going to focus on taking the best advantage of my amplified period as I can. What can I do going into that next match? And that's what's great about this randomized qual schedule is, I know for my team, we played in match 9, and then we're back out again in 19. So we can take that 10-match break and say, what next? We lost, so how do we improve over next time? And that's part of that you think about at home in the shop and here on the field. How are we teaching these kids to iterate and learn from mistakes instead of just feeling bad about mistakes? And that's, the supportive nature of FRC is we're here to help them learn and develop. And that's one of the many ways we do so as mentors.
You can hear a mic crowd there. We've got Visalia the Comets right next to us. Team 3357 from the Blue Alliance. Cyber Blue fits the bill on the Blue Alliance, 234. And the Bedford Express, 1023. Rounding out the Blue Alliance. And then, we've actually caught up. We were 19 minutes behind, and we've wrapped up to 17.
Oh, boy, we're
because
making
of the little break stop that we had over here. But the Red Alliance, the Husky Robotics, 3061 from Naperville. The Bronco Bots, 1987, and rounding out the Red Alliance, 3767. TC Titans, John Natali, Libby Kamen, and Scott Miller here for the ISC Sports Network, trying to give you every single piece of information possible. It's enjoyable without knowing anything, but I think everybody that's watching now and just everybody that's here is going to go back and say, man, maybe I should get involved in this. That's got to be exciting for the both of you who have been around it for a long time. But to see people reaching out, to get your email, to say, how do I get involved in this? Because let's face it, when Uncle Dean started it many years ago and where it was, you were mentioning parents with their kids and family and friends and everybody. And now look, we're representing 19 states here and 2 countries, Canada and Mexico.
3 countries.
With the U.S.
And us.
Okay, don't forget us.
No,
Yeah, us too.
and then here in Indiana, we have the 10 teams representing here. So just that, the growth, to know that something that I was not familiar with before I was asked to do this. And now that I get to, when I get to go away tonight, and I'll be at my other event tomorrow, I'm afraid I'm going to start talking like this at a different sport.
You can. Free to.
And there's a Kershette, and it's gonna be wild. But Kurt Darling will be here tomorrow for the finals, so to speak. You have that playoff system, the 1 through 8, the 8 through 1, the 1 through 8. And Kurt will explain that tomorrow, because to do it now is kind of difficult because we're still waiting to see the qualification mats going tomorrow. So
Yeah.
it's not everything is set today for tomorrow. There will be a little bit of competition beforehand, and then they'll have
till
a
lunchtime.
draft,
Yeah.
so to speak, for those finals. But seeing the growth and seeing it from day one, Scott, you too, when you look around you now and you see we're in Lawrence Central High School, which this place will sell out for basketball games. I've seen this gym packed. Lawrence Central Bears won the state championship in girls basketball this year.
Very cool.
So congratulations to them. They're first in school history. But you just look around and it's packed. And I'm sure if they pulled those down, people would come to see that.
Just wait till tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, I can imagine.
It'll be standing room only.
That's
Yes.
the amazing thing about this is you can look back of when it was a struggle just to, maybe find a part. Maybe it wasn't available to build some of these robots, but now it's accessible and there's different places to go and all that kind of stuff. How does it make you feel personally that you've been on this ride the entire time? Scott,
Old.
go ahead.
Old.
God, well, is that why they nicknamed it the old goat?
I mean, this is my 20th.
You wrote it on there. It
my
says it right
20th
there.
season doing
20th
this.
season. My goodness.
And it's so drastically different from what it was. If you look at the speed of these robots, if you look at matches 5 years ago, you're going to think, wow, those are awful slow.
Well, I remember as a kid, the only remote control things I had actually had the cord on the remote control to the car.
Yeah,
so I wasn't. That's kind of where
the
I would be.
availability of parts from companies, Andy Mark, Thrifty Bot, Rev Robotics, has elevated everything. And not only that, but the sensors we can get now, cheap, LiDARs, gyros, cameras, everything's so much more automated.
And what I find remarkable, and in a NASCAR sense, you look at the back of each of these T-shirts. How many sponsors are willing to commit to this? Because I think, in my opinion here, is that what I'm seeing as opposed to watching a basketball game, watching a football game. So you're given, in those sports, you're giving different star players. And you're watching certain players. We've seen some teams from Kokomo. Flory Badunga has just been the talk of Indiana forever. He's going to Kansas, had an amazing year. But that's the focus here. All of these students, all of these mentors, everybody, as Andy said, can become pro.
Absolutely.
And in a position that it's not only going to help the team, but just help other people. So, I mean, you're doing a service to both the community and the teams and growing the sport, but showing the intelligence and the time and effort that you talked about. You can come in for an hour, turn a wrench, and go home, or you can spend the time with it. And some of the avenues that these players and students are going to is absolutely amazing. That's got to make you guys feel good, being the mentors.
And what's so incredible about that, it does, absolutely. My team, I know Andy, said, oh, talk about our team. My team has 130 high school students on it, and to watch each of them develop has been absolutely incredible. But what I love the most about it is I'm looking at my students. They're in the queue. They're up in the next match, or 2 matches out, actually. We've got students out there who are really great mechanically, electrically, from a code perspective. But we've also got students who love that stuff and also love taking pictures and making really cool recap videos. Those students are also going pro through first. Yes, it is a science and technology-based competition, but because these teams run like businesses and larger orgs, you're also developing the non-technical side of a set of skills that students, when would you see a student that has to raise a $50,000 budget to fund their trip to the World Championship? It just doesn't exist. And being able to see students go pro technically, non-technically, be able to develop leadership skills, communication skills. I've got students who, the first meeting they were there, I didn't even know what their voice sounded like. And now they're on the drive team, going and talking strategy with teams from all over the world. It's the development of the students. They're all star players. You were saying, okay, you're looking at a specific player. That might still be true. You have your captains and you have your new freshmen. Everybody's got their place on the team, but they're just amazing all around, and supporting whatever their growth path is that they want to pursue through first is the best thing in the world.
It is. The most satisfying thing is growing the student. There are students who have goal, you're being part of a team. And that's just so incredibly valuable for so many people. The other thing I'd like to mention is we produce a lot of teachers.
Yeah.
It's amazing how many teachers come out of this program.
And some of that, I hear you're a Lego guy, which means that next season we're going to see you working with our first Lego League as well for the younger kids, right? But some of our high school students will go and
I'm
mentor.
not kidding. Get me involved in that.
Absolutely.
Because I'm one of those sticklers. So here's my thing, and I can explain this just thoroughly, is that people think when they see the 18 plus, the 4 to 6 or whatever, that's the age bracket. It has nothing to do with thinking you can do this. It's the piece size.
Yeah.
Because there are 18 plus, which are 500 pieces. There's 18 plus that have 6,000. But there's 12 plus that have 2,000 pieces. So it's all piece count. So there's my little Lego knowledge for you. But I would love to get information on that.
Well, so yeah, first is K through 12, right? So the first robotics competition is intended for high school students, but there are all sorts of other first programs for that K through 8 group. And what will happen, as Scott's talking about, we see a lot of students come out of this program and go and be teachers, especially technical teachers. You will see these students, as high schoolers, go and be the coach or the mentor for a first Lego League team or a first Tech Challenge team, which is sort of the league in between. And that develops a lot of, growth and their communication skills, their knowledge. It's just, you see these, great, they're learning how to code, they're learning how to build. That is amazing and the point. But we're also building these incredible human beings that are volunteering and giving back to their communities and teaching and learning alongside their teammates, and it's just all of it in one big package is so much fun. We've got another match coming up. I want to hear about who's on for qualification 18.
Match number 18, 503 Frog Force, 8044 Denim Venom, 133 the Killer Bees, and then 2075 for the Red Alliance, the Enigma Robotics, 1261 Robo Lions, and 6081 the Digital Dislocators. So one thing that I've noticed throughout this whole thing is that Michigan has a lot of smart people in that state.
Definitely.
We have a lot of Michigan teams, but again, represented 19 states here today. But you look back in April, the World Championships, and we have some 60-odd teams here where there were 600 plus down in Houston for that.
Yes.
So that is a huge, you can see the crowd here. It's a packed house. There's bleachers on the side that just are not pulled out, but as Scott said, there'll be standing room only tomorrow. But I can just imagine where they would have to hold that in Houston because the capacity would be immense.
There are some pretty wildly large convention centers. And so imagine, all right, we're seeing one field here on the show. Imagine now 6 or 8 just down a giant row. And each of those fields is one division. So at the World Championship, you play in a division, and then when you have your division winners, they all play each other to determine your world champion. So imagine now this times 6 or times 8. It is so wild and so fun, and it really feels to the students like this rock star special thing. Whether that is to their district or their region championship or to the world championship, they get to feel like rock stars because we're celebrating them, and at the root of it, that's what we're really here for.
John Natale, the ISC Sports Network, hosting the Indiana Robotics Invitational both today and tomorrow. Kurt Darling will get the call tomorrow, and we'll finish up qualifying right before lunch, and then after that, you'll see the best of the best go at it for that coveted best team, the RRI.
We're coming down to the end of the last 30 seconds. Red has been leading the whole time, and blue is coming up fast. They have a Frog Force, Killer Bees, really good scoring teams with solid defense being played on them, too.
Scott and Libby, one thing I want to ask you, I want to ask about the human element. So we know the drivers, and we know the mentors, and we know all this stuff with the robots that are going on in the field. How are your human elements, the ring tossers, how are they practicing? I mean, is this something where they literally, I look at it, let's go to football practice. What does the kicker do? The kicker, in my opinion, should do nothing else than kick the ball in between the uprights and on kickoffs. That's all. They don't have to block, do any of that kind of stuff. Is that what you expect of the human element from tossing the rings?
Yes, that human player has a lot of responsibility. pushing the buttons as far as deciding what bonus I want, what qualifier I want. But at the end, it's all about the ring toss. And they spend hours and hours and hours and
So
hours.
do
like
you
Larry Bird in the parking lot. Just shooting and shooting.
Indiana State Sycamore right here in Indiana.
We actually had our human player, the microphone that posts at the top of the stage is where they're trying to throw the ring. And since that's at a known height and a known distance,
I was
they have
going
to
say
stand behind that amp.
So the basics of having those, how far it is away and everything, that you can actually mimic that.
Yes. So a lot of teams will build either quarter fields or half fields at home. Some teams are lucky enough to have enough space to place a full field. But no matter what, First provides in that manual the dimensions for the field, all the key stuff that you're going to need. It is an engineering challenge, right? And for us, we built an amp box, and then we made 3 little marks on the carpet at our school. And we said, okay, if the amp is here, then the 3 spots are there. And we quite literally put a piece of PVC pipe, the right size, on the top of the coat rack that lives in our shop. And our student that's going to be our human player just sat there throwing onto our coat rack and dropping notes all over her teammates' coats. But it is an element there. Scott was explaining as well, part of that amplifier is you're managing, there's 2 sets of buttons and 2 sets of lights there, not only the cooperation between you and the other alliance, but how many you have to you'll see them with their hands over their head, 1, 2, or they're waving their arms. How many notes do I have to amplify the goal? Is the goal amplified right now? They're responsible for a lot of decision making back there as well that does impact the score. And so, yes, you need the practice of throwing the ring, but you also kind of need an independent thinker, a decision maker, someone who doesn't get nervous under pressure. So there's a lot of sort
voice.
of athlete mental toughness that goes in here as well.
So on our screen right there, and this is something that, again, with the scoring or whatnot, you see 2075. Got 1 hook on the chain. Point?
Go.
No. Okay, so you have to be level. You have to be off the ground.
You
if
have
you're
to
touching.
be off the ground.
Okay.
Period. You could be all sorts of cattywampus as long as you're off the ground.
So if you have 1 lever that pulls you, and even
High
though the
enough.
second one doesn't catch, if you're off of that ground,
Right.
you get a point. Okay. Okay, we're getting somewhere now.
And a lot of times teams will design for that, and they'll say, okay, we need to make sure that the arm, even if it's only hooked on one side, will still get us high up off the ground. Speaking of human player, that one crossing the field right there, that one's mine. We saw Scott's team. That's the Midnight Inventors. That's my
Midnight
team right
Inventors.
there.
Hey.
And the
Yay.
young lady with the blonde hair and the bow is the one who was throwing stuff at our coat rack at home. So
Well, let's
now
look at
her-
the Blue Alliance, and then we'll get to Team 1923. The Dragons, 302, 3538, the Robo Jackets. And then 5907, the CC Shambots from Novi, Michigan, the Blue Alliance. And then let's look at that. You might be quiet like Scott was for the other one, but if you want to be loud, Libby, please,
All right.
by all means, get excited about 1923. The Midnight Inventors from Plainsboro, New Jersey, and then 4828, the Robo Eagles, and 5712, Hemlock's Gray Matter. So I'll ask both of you, Scott, I kind of missed it when you were watching, but Libby, as you're going to watch your team, 1923, the Midnight Inventors, are you also looking at the other 5 teams as you watch to say, I liked what they were doing?
Yes.
Now, does that vision go to both teams, or are you more focused on who you're working with in the red? I mean, are you kind of shifting over to that white line and say, I like that blue team right there. They're doing quite well.
I get tunnel vision.
You're
I
locked
have
in?
other people to watch the robots. I have tunnel vision. I watch us and try to see what we're doing, what we need to improve.
And that's really interesting. So I, for 11 years on 1923, was our drive coach, so the mentor that's back there, helping direct. And so I've learned, the student's job is their eyes, at least on my drive team, the student's eyes are on their robot, making sure it's doing what it needs to do, and the coach is watching the whole picture. So sitting up here with you at the desk, I have this fantastic view where I can say, okay, I see that defender coming in. I will try to not be so loud because I tend to sort of self-coach in my head. I'm like, no, not over there, not over there. That's not as fun for our viewers here on the ISC Sports Network. But I
like where you're going with this,
because
this is a great question. Is this where the scouting and the spotting and everything happens? Is that you have to have this advantage, because we talk about it all the time that usually in my position, I have the best seat in the house, and I also have the best job. I get to talk about something that's really cool to watch, so that's great. But a coach and everything has a level field. I do soccer all the time. Love doing soccer. But I know the game because I played it, but also I have an advantage where I can see 11 on this side. I can see 11 on this side. Up here, you can see all of it, as opposed to that right level vision where your view is completely different. So is everybody behind me in shirts and kind of just a little bit in front of us? Is that where the scouts are? Are they where we are?
So your scouts are either in front of us or behind us here in the stands. All four in
Good
autonomous.
job.
Let's
Good
go
job.
midnight. So the scouts
There
are
was a
here.
high five there. The
We're
Midnight
just-
Inventors did something fantastic.
Yeah, they scored every single autonomous
They got
piece
everything
needed. There they go. But yeah, the scouts are here in the stands, and those are members of the team that are watching for the playbook, right? And depending on the team, they may handle that differently. But at the root of it, you're trying to collect as much data as possible. What do I know about the teams that I might be facing? What do I know about the teams that might be my partners up next? And then when it comes to, like we've talked about before, tomorrow's playoffs and the draft, what do I need to know to make the best partnership for myself? And that's where those scouts come in. And those are students who are dedicated and sitting here in the bleachers. They're cheering. They're keeping an eye on the robots. They're responsible for note-taking and understanding really the sports playbook side of the first robotics competition. And they're going to help determine that. We also have some scouts, I know on many teams, this might be a far trip for them, watching from home. So watching on the webcast, probably listening to us. I know some of my students are, and they're probably making fun of me in our team chat. But they're taking notes too, and they're passing that along.
Libby, you didn't co-op.
Ay, ay, ay. Okay.
What happened there? You yell at your team. we literally.
Listen, not our kid in the box.
That's not your kid, so it's not his, not your
I'm
fault.
not going to go yell at anybody. No,
But
I mean, it
This
happens.
is why I'm happy to have you two up here, because I would have no idea what the heck you're talking about. But
Right.
I do understand. See, and that's what's great about what we get to do and how we'll have day two is that it's a learning experience. But that's why we have the professionals like yourself who not only are just able to explain what's going on, but with enthusiasm. I think that's the most important thing. Hearing both of you talk about this everything that's going on, from the robot builds to the fields to the volunteers to everything, there's excitement in your voices, and that sells the sport. And that's fantastic, and I'm just so appreciative that you both have joined us this afternoon, and we still have a long way to go.
Yeah, I think one of the things, you hear that enthusiasm, and we've both been doing this for 19 and 20 years respectively. If you're watching from home and this looks fun but it feels intimidating, please understand, if I'm about to hop off here, I'm actually been a little over my time. There's probably someone looking to relieve me. But
you're fine.
If you're looking at this and you think it's fun, you do not need to be 20 years into the sport and super technically minded to get involved. So feel free to step up, volunteer, show up at events. Just learn about the stuff that FIRST does and be a part of it, because the community is incredibly welcoming, and there's space for anybody to learn. John, we're going to teach you, and we're going to make sure you skip whatever it is you committed to tomorrow, so you can come back and hang out with us. But
For all those wondering about the website, it's firstinspires.org.
Yes.
And that's where you can get all the information. I'm sure there's of how to get involved and different people to contact in order to find that. So firstinspires.org is
And
where you want to go. for
no
the
matter
website.
where you're from, that's the place that you could go to find out. You'll be able to find contacts for your regions. But that is my exit. I'm going to go follow my team off the field and go hang out with them for a little bit. It has been
Now,
such a joy. John.
one thing, Libby, is I want to
Yes.
ask you, just
Yes.
as a team mentor, how come you had no robots close to your stage on the hanging part at the end? You did win.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
What
but
I
you didn't
can
have any.
see from the field is around the 1923 machine right now are not only the students and the mentors, but also a couple of the technical
Yeah,
staff
it was
on the
broken.
field.
1923 was broken.
Something's not right there.
Yeah,
Robot
uh-oh.
wasn't running. Not
Well,
sure what
okay,
the
I didn't
partners
realize
were
that was
doing.
you. So please, tend
Yeah.
to your robots.
I think I
and
got
your
something to
team.
do.
Libby, thank you so much.
Thank you. This has been an absolute joy.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure having you on here, and trust me, I've learned a ton. And actually, I'm going to hold you for 2 seconds.
All right.
Because we're
You
going
gotta
to
stay
show
for
this
this
here.
bit.
Oh boy.
We want to see what happens. And we can see. And and question that I'll have for you, Scott, after we get this, and we're coming up on it here. We'll see what happened to 1923.
All right. Hard
Took
hit.
a hard
Hard hit.
shot.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That was a body
Yeah.
check. You probably see that in the
in the hockey
league.
world.
Right. That might have been a
You have to build for
going
that.
to the box
you
for
have
that.
to build for those hard hits.
So that's again
that's a fair hit.
another
Nothing illegal.
No, exactly. That's what's really interesting is there are rules around what you can and can't do. You can't reach in and rip somebody's wires out, but those bumpers exist. We talked about this very early on for a reason. You got to be able to take a hard hit. It's a full contact robot sport, and sometimes that means things come loose or break. But as we've explained to the folks watching at home, we'll take it back to the pit, and that pit crew will go address it. They'll come back out for the next match and be back and functioning.
fantastic.
You got to stay
Libby
for this match, Libby. Look who's on the field.
Oh, that's a good one. But it's somebody else's turn.
No, it's my turn.
Are you? Oh, I gotta go. I
No,
gotta
you're
check
fine.
on my
I
kids.
love talking with you. It's great.
Oh.
Scott, are you scared to
boy.
be alone with me?
No.
John's so scary. Really intimidating. Makes this whole, casting thing really.
I'm trying. I'm
really
trying
big
my
and
best
scary.
this afternoon.
No, it's fun, and we love teaching you about this. It is genuinely so cool to see it. Right, I'm stuck in this world, so I might as well have fun with it. But it's so great to watch somebody like we met this morning in the pit, and he said, "I've never been to anything like this before. I've never seen it. I want to understand it." And now I'm hearing you talk all about how this works. You know it. You're already a part
I'll
of
be
the
at
first
that
community.
championship, world championship in Houston next April. You watch.
Sounds great. I'll see you there.
All right. Libby
Come to our
came in
state championship next year.
Yeah.
from the Midnight Inventors. Libby came in. Libby, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the competition. Best of luck to you moving forward. And let's hope that Kurt says to say a lot of the Midnight Inventors tomorrow.
That's what I'm
When it
hoping
gets-
for.
Let's get to that elimination
All
round,
right,
okay?
thanks, y'all.
Libby came in, everybody. Thank you so much for that. Scott Miller's going to hang out with me for a little bit as we head into qual match number 20. John Natale on the call for the ISC Sports Network. Alongside Scott Miller is the project manager for the Digital Goats, Team 829. And this round for the blue, we'll have 50-10, the Tiger Dynasty. And RoboStangs 548. And then Strike Force 2767. The Red Alliance are Robonauts 118. Jack in the Box 2910. And then another one of our Canadian teams, the OP Robotics 2056.
This is one to watch.
Scott, something that, again, I want to get as much technical because I'm seeing different things. Where I'm asking questions basically as I go because I see something new. When the teams that pull the notes from underneath, do they have to go, there's four corners and four sides of basically a box to each of these robots. Do they have to go on a certain way to pick them up, or is that vacuum underneath? Can you go from the left, the right, just to pick it up?
That's a great question for this match. Most teams will only pick up from one part of the bumper, or maybe the opposite side. On here you have 118 in this next match that can pop anywhere. This is going to be the match of the day, 2056 and 118, so enjoy this. 2056 hovering up those in the middle.
And Scott, just so kind of getting a feel for, is there a certain goal that you look for in the autonomous period on the score? Like, is it, hey, if we can get 35, we're in a good position. And we see 46 right there from the Red Alliance, 34 from the blue, both decent scores, but is there a number that you shoot for on the autonomous period?
In this event, you don't need to be in the 30s to have a chance. You really do. You'll see some in the 20s, but like you saw, that was 46. That's about perfect. But 2056 OPO, they're the best in Canada, and they're an amazing team. 118 is out of Johnson Space Center down in Houston. So these are two high-powered teams.
That Canadian team, the only 2024 FRC team in the world, undefeated at 53-0.
Yeah.
So that would mean that they are pretty decent at this.
They're always really good. And they're a great bunch of people. If you need help, man, they will jump in and take care of you.
Scott, another question I have is we've been talking about some of the industries that these players go into and what the mentors go into and how they come back and become teachers, and there's doctors and there's engineers and all that kind of stuff. Is there a theme of when you think of interest that these players have outside of the robotics side, like a common interest, like a hobby or something that is very, I guess, systematic, and it's all together that you say, oh, this person enjoys this, and this. We have 5 of those kids. Is there something that they do outside that is kind of similar?
You know, there's many personalities you can think. Video gaming is obviously huge, but that's a teenage thing. When you're involved in this program during build season, you don't do anything else. We get a lot of band students. That can complicate things because it's kind of the same schedule. Not a lot of sports students. We get some. That's basketball season. That's wrestling season. You know, it complicates things. Look at that, 147 points. Wow. What a match.
So that's a pretty decent score, 147, and that's not the end of it, right?
No, that's not the end of it. We have the climbing bonus, and I don't know if they got any trap bonuses or not.
Now another thing I'd mention this, how the different hooks and being level or being off the ground, however to get those points. I've also seen different mechanisms on how to grasp that chain and pull yourself up. How is that decision made?
Again, it's part of the design process. It's part of your decision. There are mechanisms you can buy from companies that will do that. Most of these are custom designed. Some are done by cables and winches. So look at that, 150, that's a high score.
That's the highest score of the afternoon.
Points. That was amazing. So it's a decision. I mean, number one, how am I going to hook on? Am I going to hook on with 2 hooks? Am I going to hook on with 1 hook? Do I want to be able to hook on the side of the chain so that somebody else can get on there? Do I just want to go in the middle? Am I trapping, so I need to hook special and climb special to get in the trap? Those are all decisions that have to be made. And that's kind of thing. In middle of build season, we were trying to trap. We were considering trapping. And it just got to the point where it was a black hole taking our effort. So we said, no, we're not going to do anymore. Let's concentrate on what we can do. And those are the things you have to decide throughout the year when you're deciding on what to build.
So let's take a look at that, because to me, just getting these, just looking out there and seeing everything is relative. Let's just put it that way, that they're not the same robots, but there is a certain script that you have to follow, and you can't alter this if it's not in the books and everything like that. What exactly is what's the first thing that you have to do when Crescendo came out and you know this was the build? What is the first immediate thing that a team has to do from the get-go?
Before you even think about building a robot, you have to think about how are we going to play the game. It's about the game. If you're thinking about designing your robot on day one, you're going to fail. You have to know, how are we going to play this game? What are our goals? And that's not necessarily a quick process. We don't even start thinking about building a robot for a week until we try to figure out how we want to play the game. And then you start with prototyping. You prototype mechanism. Let's build a shooter. Let's build 2 or 3 shooters. Which one do we like best? Which one do we don't? Let's build a pickup. Let's build 2 or 3 pickups. And then you start integrating things. It's an involved process.
So before we get to this next match, qualifying match, number 21 of 86 that will run through tomorrow. Kurt Darling on the call with our fantastic ISC Sports Network crew. ISCSportsNetwork.com. We'll get day 2. But we're here now, day 1. And we are today is a learning day. Scott, is that everybody here, our entire crew, because we did this last year, but a completely different game. So it reset for us as well in order to do this. Yep. And again, just a fantastic effort. And in this one, the Blue Alliance, the Tech Hounds, right here in Carmel, 868-2468. Team Appreciate, Austin, Texas, and 321 from Philly, the Robo Lancers. And the Red Alliance, Harrison Boiler Robotics, West Lafayette. Saw them not too long ago. 1747, 2539, the Krypton Cougars. And 4607, CIS.
You know, there are people around the world listening and watching to you right now.
And we appreciate that.
Not just
and we
United
hope everybody's
States.
enjoying, because it is a world competition. We had mentioned that this is an invitational.
Yeah.
60 some odd teams that are here today and tomorrow here in Circle City, Indianapolis, Indiana. And we have a great facility in Lawrence Central High School. Got to be grateful for them because it fits perfect. It's a great atmosphere. The bleachers behind us are filled. And as Scott mentioned, tomorrow will be standing room only.
Get here early.
But just learning everything and about how the games change and how the teams have to adapt, that it's a different robot every year. And so, Scott, I guess here's a question for you. So starting crescendo now, is this the game through the championships? Like, this is the robot that we have. Now we're fighting to get to wherever this championship's going to be held in 2025. Is it this game?
Yes.
Okay.
No, next year will be totally different.
Well, no, I mean going into April. So you had the championship in April. But it was not. Was it these machines?
This game.
It was this game.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So this is just an
We
extension
get the game
of that.
usually the first weekend in January.
Okay.
We have 6 weeks to build the robot,
Okay.
design and build.
This is great. This is the timeline.
All right. And then about week 8 or 9, the first competitions start. So
And
if you
how-
go to those first competitions, it's pretty rough.
As far
Teams
as
are learning.
Okay. So
Autos
it's a learning
aren't
process.
great. Sure, I mean,
Right.
you're learning. And then by the time you get to the state, you're going, are these the same robots? Because you're iterating, you're changing, you're building the whole time.
So let's look at that aspect of it. Is that you mentioned learning process and where these robots, I guess, evolve is a great word to use for that. But as a NASCAR race, you're going, and you know that I'm in 8th place, but I am stuck.
Yes.
I am not. I
Yes.
can't pass. I can't get through. I'm just stuck here in 8th. When you come in the pit, you have to make those adjustments. But then you got to get back on the track. How is that different from being able to go through 2.5 minutes or 2 minutes and 15 seconds and then go in the back and say, okay, these are the adjustments that I have to make. However, are they adjustments not to get this better, but is it to get this better or to how to beat the other team?
It's a matter of maybe you made some poor decisions about how the game was going to play. You prioritized something that didn't become a priority. And the game meta switches all through the year because the robots change. Carmel is a perfect example. They had a great robot. It was tall. They could trap. And now they chopped that all off the top of their robot. See how short they are now? Because they found out it was more valuable to be able to go under the stage than it was to trap. So they totally changed their robot. And that's what you can do. You can change. You can't totally change. I mean, there's only so much money, so much time. But you can iterate and change things.
You talk about the investment in these robots. We kind of getting an understanding of what it takes to put together a lot of programming. We had Andy Baker talking about that, a lot of the programming, just a lot of the bills, parts and everything. Final cost on these robots. What's the range?
Well, anywhere, it's technically not supposed to be enough to spend over $5,000. Of course,
That's,
you know,
that's
we're
a
like
lot.
we're like racing crew chiefs. We try to fudge that. But so we built 2 robots. We always build 2 robots. We probably spent around $5,000 in parts. But there was a lot of stuff we already had that we didn't have to buy. And that adds into it too. So over the years, you build up stuff. Like the swerve modules. I know we talked about swerve. The drive modules. We use the same ones we had last year. That's a huge savings. You know, that's $3,000 in savings. Half the motors are the same motors we used last year. They're, $200 a piece. So all that saves money. But yeah, it costs It costs more money to travel than it does to build a robot, honestly. Not to mention entry fees. We got a robot going wild in autonomous mode on the field.
I don't know if we saw that. It was 868, I believe. Yeah, the tech hounds.
There's a button you can push on your driver's station that stops the autonomous mode. So they obviously hit that because they were going in. They were in the spin cycle. But their teammates came through and they still scored 29 points in autonomous. So that's why your teammates can carry you through a bad time. But it can be frustrating when your robot isn't functioning the way you want. If you watch our first match, we had a battery problem. We were stuttering across the field. It didn't look like the same robot that was in the second match. And it can be frustrating when you break or something breaks and takes you out of a match.
That's a great question. Coming from another sports world and kind of knowing when, in football, if the line isn't operating correctly and your quarterback's running for his life, and in basketball, you got one guy trying to separate, you got on the wings, and he's trying to play one-on-one basketball. What can be the most frustrating portion as either a driver, a mentor, or whatnot, when you see on the field and you're like, gosh, I cannot believe that is happening?
Basically, when your robot dies on the field and you're sitting there and you got to play for a minute and a half, and you're watching that timer and you're just sitting there.
Becomes a long minute and 30 seconds.
It's an eternity. It's brutal. It's brutal. That's why it's very important to build these very robust robots. Because you can see some of the hits. They're huge. You're talking 200, 150-pound robots.
We saw Libby's robot take a shot and put it out of commission.
They just run right into each other. You're talking many, many G's of energy.
And 150 pounds, you catch a corner, and we've seen some broken machines.
It'll literally bend the frames on the robots. There's been a lot of bent frames this year. The one thing about being faster and more power, these new motors, is there's a lot of energy involved. And that energy transmitted into the frame of a robot can cause problems. Our frame this year, we literally made it twice as strong as any frame we ever made, because we knew it was going to be a brutal year. With a wide open field, there's going to be brutal collisions.
So you mentioned that you have a backup, so basically, if you run NASCAR and you run the qualifying and you run into the fence, you got to pull the other one off the truck?
No, you can only bring one robot to competition.
Okay.
We build what's called a practice robot.
Okay.
That gets us, if we screw something up in our design, something doesn't quite fit right, we fix it on the competition robot. They're basically almost 100% same, and they're same functionally, so we can practice with the one. That saves a lot of wear and tear on your competition robot. Because you imagine if you're practicing 20 hours a week, that's a lot of time on one robot.
Battery running down in different parts, clinking and clanking and everything.
Yeah, chains, motors, bearings. It's just where these robots are tired right now. They've been through an entire season, they're tired.
And a pretty relatively low scoring match there.
Yeah,
86 to 50. So let's look at that, Scott. We saw 147. So that was, clearly offensive. What kept this score so low? Was it the malfunction of the blue team that maybe that going in that spin cycle had a problem and just couldn't operate?
They were having trouble scoring. They're having doing things. 2468's big thing is passing. They're probably the best passer in the country. But there's nobody to pick up their passes. What's it going to do to you? So then they have to switch their strategy totally and trying to go into offense, and they just couldn't keep up.
You can see it right there. And they hit that switch pretty quick on 868.
Yeah. So it totally changed the strategy of that alliance with 868 not scoring well. Because Appreciate can pass like nobody in the game. They're just amazing. They really started that meta of passing.
2468 from Westlake High School in Austin, Texas.
Coach Norm, he's a great guy. Won the Woody Flowers Award this year at Champs. Put me in tears.
Woody Flowers, a big part of this whole thing. You can look at Woody's story if you go to firstinspire.org and the things that he brought to this competition and just the environment and the efforts and just time and, just a very, very special person.
The whole ethos of the competition of Grace's professionalism was from Woody Flowers. He was just an amazing person.
It's RRI, the Indiana Robotics Invitational. We're on a sunny Friday outside, but in here.
Is it Friday? I've lost track.
It doesn't seem like it. I know. We're sitting here, and I look down at the clock. It's past 1 o'clock. I didn't know we'd been here that long. But it's been exciting. It's been intense. So we're coming up on qualification match number 22. We've seen everybody at this point has gone through. Got 7-28, 40-28, 9-10 on the Blue Alliance. And then 34-14, 17-14, and 42-70 on the Red Alliance. It's another one of our Hawaii teams, 42-70. That's a long way. I believe there's 2 from Hawaii in this competition.
That's a long way to travel. They usually come to the States and spend some time doing some touristy stuff too when they come, when you make that kind of investment in travel.
So a curious question, just based on where we are here in the Circle City, that Indianapolis hosts a lot. And I believe in 2026, men's Division I basketball, Division II, Division III. I mean, we're getting all the basketball here. The Big Ten championship. We've had a Super Bowl here. All the things that come here, is there ever a shot that Indianapolis is going to host a world championship? Has that ever been talked about?
And absolutely, we did a bid for it a few years ago. The problem is, try to book time at the Indianapolis Convention Center. It's hard. It's very, very hard in the springtime. The other thing is, the stadium, there's no way to get from the convention center to the stadium that doesn't involve stairs.
Okay.
So bringing robots out to fields on the stadium from the convention center is problematic. So it had to be in the convention center, or it had to be in the stadium.
Well, they did put a pool.
They did put a pool.
So
The one
we're
great
making
thing-
some progress here.
The one great thing about Lucas is that floor is huge.
Yes.
The seats go back.
Yes.
And we could literally hold a four-team championship just in Lucas if they wanted to do something like that without using any of the convention center. A 4-field championship. So, but it's a logistic thing. Indianapolis, they're booked. The convention center does great business. They want long-term contracts. So it's just a thing. And that's a big discussion right now amongst teams is where's everybody going next? Houston's not the most popular place in the world for some bad decisions Texas has made. Houston's a great city. It's a metropolitan city. I'd love to go in there. But there are obviously some problems with Texas. So there's a big debate there. But where else are you going to go?
It would seem that a Midwestern like Indianapolis or Chicago or Kansas City, something centrally located. I mean, Houston, call it what it is, Southwest, Midwest, whatever you want to call it, but it isn't kind of the deep south of Texas, so a little bit troublesome for the teams as in Minnesota and Michigan and New Jersey and all those teams up in that northeast corner.
Well, we've had championships in Detroit. It was nice. We had championships in Atlanta. Atlanta could be big enough. We'll see if we ever get back there. We've had championships in St. Louis. We kind of outgrew St. Louis. The problem is there's the growth of the program. They're going to have to make a decision. Do they want one big championship? Do they want to split up the championship? So that's up to corporate first. We have nothing to do with that.
Is that how the decision is basically made, is just really where we can go?
A lot of it is where can we literally have it?
Yeah.
We could do it in Las Vegas, but a lot of teams are going to say, well, can't come to Las Vegas. That kind of thing. So we could do it up in Canada. They got some great convention spaces up there, but the whole passport thing would be a nightmare for American teams. Of course, Canadian teams say, so what? It's a nightmare for us. But so.
Representing 3 countries here this afternoon and tomorrow. Canada, Mexico, and the United States. 19 states represented here, and 10 teams from the Hoosier State, Indiana.
And at the championship, it's just not FRC. It's FTC, it's Lego League, so it's a monstrous event. So it's a big problem for corporate and the board. And
my face lights up every time you say Lego. I
Lego
get so
League.
happy about that.
Yes.
I was asking questions prior to coming here because, as I mentioned, I'm big into Legos. I'm very meticulous. It's a hobby of mine that I take very seriously, put a lot of investment in it, but there's so many different elements of Lego that put together. And I asked, if I talk about Lego, is it like if you talk about basketball, don't talk about your Pee Wee leagues because you don't want to talk about that. But in essence, I learned that with the K through 8, that it's a Lego league. So there is some relevance to.
It's an important feeder system.
Uh-huh.
Plus, elementary curriculum, there's very little STEM anymore. You don't even learn the basic machines like you used to. So providing elementary schools with a little exposure to engineering at a young age is important to their future decisions. But corporate Lego is huge into FIRST. They're a big supporter. They use the whole mine storage system.
I'm sorry, I got caught up in the soundtrack behind me. Rick Springfield.
Yeah. I can start singing if you want.
I could do it too. I know how to play. I can rock this on guitar. Give me a 6-string. We're having fun here at Lawrence Central High School. Rick Springfield in the background. Scott Miller to my right. I'm John Natale on the ISC Sports Network, hosting the IRI Indiana Robotics Invitational. And another relatively low-scoring match, 84-70.
Yeah, we call it relatively low score. For regular season, that's a good scoring match.
That's it. So what are we, again, we'll go back because we've been on the air. We've talked to Andy. We've talked to Rachel. We've talked to Libby, talking to you. When you go into it, regardless of thinking about what the other team's going to put up, we talked about the autonomous score. You want to be somewhere in the 30s. At the end, what is the goal? Is it, will we at least need to get so-and-so to have a shot or just to improve our ranking?
Well, again, I mean, a lot has to do with the bonuses. If you get your bonuses, you're going to be in the hundreds, more than likely. So that's really where you want to get to. You'll see tomorrow 120-point scorers lose. So also it depends on the strategy. If you have an alliance playing tough defense, you're not going to get there. You're not going to score that many points. But they probably won't either because they're playing tough defense. And tomorrow, in the playoffs, there are no bonuses. Those bonuses don't count anymore. So it's all about scoring.
We'll see the best of the best. We'll finish up with qualifying early tomorrow morning into afternoon. And then we'll get into the draft, so to speak.
The draft, exactly.
And there's our corn cam. Over probably 1,000 ears of corn.
They sell a lot of corn.
That are going to be grilled and roasted and dipped in butter.
Jeff was unloading in that rainstorm yesterday.
Jeff Smith,
it was brutal.
One of the host schools,
It
1024 the kilobytes.
You see that storm yesterday? Oh, my God.
And I didn't, because we live in the worst weather pocket of Indianapolis imaginable. I'm on about a southeast of Indianapolis. I can throw a baseball into Hancock County.
Yeah.
And just everything goes around us. I don't know how it works. I haven't seen a flake of snow since we've been here for 5 years in Indianapolis because it bypasses us. It comes up here, and it goes to Noblesville and Carmel and everything up north. But I'll tell you, the weather is so wacky. You don't like the weather in southeast Indianapolis. Wait 5 minutes.
One of the hardest rainstorms I ever saw, right at load-in time.
Really?
5 o'clock.
You guys had an adventure.
Right in loaded time. So we didn't unload our robot. All right, it was fun.
Scott, thank you so much. Good
Thanks
luck
for
the rest
coming
of the way. Give our best to your team and the Digital Goats team, 829.
We'll get you in Lego League.
Oh, I'll look into it. Trust me, my mind's already cooking. Scott, thank you so much.
Thanks. It was nice to meet you.
John Natale with the IC Sports Network. We're going to take a break. We've got lunchtime, but we'll be back. You're watching the IRI, the Indiana Robotics Invitational on the ISC Sports Network.
of nourishment to power you through the rest of our day, and hopefully eat, 4 or 5 ears of corn. So let's meet our teams, bringing us back from our lunch break and helping us power through our food comas. Starting things out, let's rock out with Team 1706.
From Wentzville, Missouri, Ratchet Rockers.
They're joined this match by 2, 3, 4.
From Indianapolis, it's Cyber Blue.
And the final member of our Red Alliance, it's 4130.
Out of Richmond, Michigan, the Blue Devils.
Moving over to our Blue Alliance, we're getting things started with Team 45.
From Kokomo, the Technocats.
Bot number 2 on our Blue Alliance, let's hear it for Team 9401.
Out of Troy, Missouri, Midas Mayhem.
The RIRI, the Indiana Robotics Invitational. I guess we call this the second half if we're looking at it. We had an amazing morning and mid-afternoon as we saw a bunch of qualifying matches. I believe 23, or this is the 23rd, so we got 22 out of the way. And we're going to that Evermark tomorrow. We'll host a few during the morning. Kurt Darling and the rest of the ISC Sports Network crew will be doing that until we get to the finals, which is where the best of the best will shine. So I have a guest alongside me, one of our international representatives. Why don't you give us your name?
Yeah, my name is Paco Guerra from Mexico. I represent the Prepatech team. We have here 2 Prepatechs, the Lambots and the Botbusters.
Now is the Botbusters taken off of Ghostbusters?
Yes.
Because the name is Slimer?
Yeah.
I can appreciate that. I'm a big Ghostbusters fan, so I noticed that.
Actually, that was my team. I was the coach of that team.
Okay.
And then I became like the leader of Prepatech teams. We have 34 campuses. 31 out of the 34 have a robotics team. So I am now the leader of all the teams.
So you're taking care of all 30?
Yeah,
Wow.
I'm the
You're a busy
coach.
man.
I'm the coach.
How did you get away from Mexico to come here to Indiana for a couple days to manage that?
Well, last 2 years I drove all the way. Now as I took 2 teams, well we took a bus.
Okay.
We all the
How
way
far
driving.
Is that? How far of a drive?
2 days. Yeah, we stopped. We passed the night on the bus, the first night, and the second one we slept on San Luis.
So you got to St. Louis, and then there was the 5-hour drive from there here to Indianapolis.
Exactly, yeah.
My goodness. Well, kudos to you, Paco. So this is match 23. And we just had the autonomous level. Start out with the Technocats, Team 45 from Kokomo, Midas Mayhem 9401 from Troy Buchanan High School, and 3357 the Comets, Grand Rapids, Michigan on the Blue Alliance, and then 1706. Something happened here. I'm sorry, my technical inabilities. The Ratchet Rockers from Wentzville, Missouri. 234 Cyber Blue, Perry Meridian here in Indianapolis, and then 4130, the Blue Devils from Richmond, Michigan. So Paco, let me ask you, is that as you watch it from this angle, and you've been down on the field a lot.
Yes.
The advantage of sitting high, I know there's a lot of talk about scouting and seeing what teams, if you get to that chance, the 1 through 8, the draft basically, to see who to work with. What advantage can you take from our vantage point here versus which is kind of limited on the floor?
Well, I can see like the whole image, like all the field. I can see all the teams working like in a. I can see clearly the strategy. When you see it from the driver station, you only focus on your own robot. Maybe you can see another robots if they are doing right or wrong. You can take a decision or make a decision at the moment, but you are actually not seeing the whole game. From here, I can see everything. I can see the 6 robots. doing their stuff, their mistakes, their strategy, everything. Well, it's clearly what we can see from here.
Okay, so something as a seasoned vet in this, and you clearly know what you're doing, is if you actually we'll do that the next match. What I want to get from you is kind of an analysis of what you see that maybe this team should be doing this, and maybe you don't understand why that team is doing that, or that robot may have a malfunction and it's not doing what it is. So if we can do that on the next match, that'd be great.
Yeah,
because,
perfect.
You know, we've been talking through the whole morning and afternoon about how the robots have been built, how the points are scored, just all about the students, their backgrounds, everything like that.
Yeah.
Now, because we've seen all these robots in action, and now they're going for a second, third time in these qualifiers and whatnot, so we're getting used to them, is now I kind of just want to get a game plan of what they actually are doing. I learned about the lights. I learned why the different teams have lights and what they do and everything like that, so that's a great start. But now I want to see strategy.
Okay.
I want to see what you see on defense, what you see on offense, and kind of just be a coach, but at this vantage point. Can we do that for the next match?
Yeah, perfect.
Fantastic.
Perfect.
So we see a score there, and Paco, from what I understand, even though it's 9 points isn't that much of a separation between winning and losing.
No. Actually, 9 points can be a difference. Just the end game. It can be the difference on those points. The climbing, the scoring with the nodes. Even if they do the trap, if they score the node into the trap, is 5 points. If two teams get to score the trap, it's like a match difference in the result. So it's really important what you do, like in the autonomous, in the tele-op. But it's the same important at the end game, because there are too many points in jeopardy.
As a mentor to all these different campuses that you were talking about, what to you, like, is there a building block where you say, okay, first we have to know the game plan, second we need to know the construction of the robot, and then the programming and all that stuff? What is your game plan from the ground up? How do you start and how do you finish?
Well, we actually had last week or 2 weeks ago a meeting with all the coaches in Mexico. I brought them to Monterrey, which is where I live.
Okay.
And we had like a plan. The plan is not start the robot on January when they say the goal, the game. We start like right now, practicing, making prototypes so the students know how to build and program the robots. But the most important thing, I think, is practice. I tell all my, I prefer a team where they have a driver with a lot of practice, even though they don't have the best robot, than having the best robot and the driver doesn't know how to drive. I prefer practice, always.
How do you decide? Because the driver, to me, would seem probably the most important person of the team. How do you end up deciding that? Because through this whole broadcast, as being here in Indianapolis, I'm a big NASCAR fan. So a lot of the association with what goes on in NASCAR, I'm seeing here. So to me, you have all these people building the car, you have to build the engine, you have all these tech ops and everything to get everything right.
Similar.
But you have to choose one driver to pilot that thing.
Actually, two drivers. One controls the chassis, and most of the teams, they have another one that controls the mechanisms.
Okay, so how do you go about choosing them? Is it just put them on a controller and see what they can do, and then get that practice?
Some teams do contests where they decide the drivers. Another thing is trust. Maybe you see in the driver, if this person gets nervous in the field or with a lot of people yelling, if you see
they gotta block out that outside noise. Yeah. Okay. All right.
And well, it's the best students that have more practice. That's it. Also, for my opinion, you have here high school. It's like 3 or 4 years experience for a student. I prefer to pick young drivers, so they have at the end of their years in high school 2 or 3 years of experience. In their last year, they will have a lot of experience, and the control of the robot will be like much better.
The Blue Alliance in this match will be 80-44. Denim Venom from Denham Springs, Louisiana. 125, the Neutrons from Revere, and 34-78 from Prepatec Lambot, one of the Mexican teams. So Paco will have an opportunity to maybe focus on that. And then from the Red Alliance, 829, the Digital Goats. We saw them before with Scott Miller, 37-67 to TC Titans at Traverse City, and then the Killer Bees, team number 33 from Auburn Hills. So let's look at it, 34-78. One of your teams, right?
Yes. Lambot. They well, we have the 2 alliances. Each of the alliance, they have a robot in the middle. I will bet that both of the center robots will do the 3 nodes that are in front, and the 2 robots that are on the sides, they will go and find the nodes that are in the middle field.
Okay.
And
so we're at the autonomous period.
Yeah. See, both are those teams are doing the mid nodes. And the
all right, so
I
heard you just with a big awe. What happened that drew that?
They score. They score all the nodes. That's why they have 41 and they are winning the Red Alliance.
Okay, so what are you
Lambot,
seeing right
Lambot
now?
34-78 is passing all the nodes. You can see. So they have more nodes to score over there. Lambot is passing. It's just passing. They are not doing the same. The Red Alliance, they are like stuck in there. They are trying to score what they've got, but the team 829 is trying to defend.
I just saw that because so that's pretty good. It's 34-78. Was going back and forth untouched.
Yeah.
829 was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Too many free points.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's now we're getting somewhere. Thank you.
Now we can see the Killer Bees. They are passing. They are doing the same as Lambot is doing. They are passing. So they have more nodes on the scoring area.
We just saw 34-78 go into the other zone, and they were able to take that point because there was no Red Alliance there, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So now in the Blue Alliance we have 125 and 34-78 passing all the nodes, and the third robot 80-44 is scoring. We call it we're cleaning the area.
So they just mentioned that.
Yeah, they just mentioned that.
So Paco, the Nostradamus of the Robotics Invitational here. But so what it seemed to me, and this is great that we did this, Paco, but we trying to understand the game and the rules and regulations. Actually now dissecting the game itself. 34-78 was doing that, basically being untouched. They were passing it, and then they brought the defense. But when you bring defense, you can't score.
You can score or score less.
So you drew that away, and as where Red had the advantage after the autonomous period, now the score is switched 96-87, and we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, they both are trying to do a melody, which gives more points if they are climbed from the same chain.
Okay.
So they can to see if they can score more. But the Blue Alliance score the trap twice. The 125 and 34-78 score the trap. So definitely the Blue Alliance will win.
And they will get a
more than
ranking point because they scored more
they will have
notes than the 21.
They will have four ranking points, and the other alliance will score. They will have 2 ranking points. The blue definitely win for more than 10 points. Yeah.
And you can see there. I mean, pretty even throughout the score. A penalty, but the separation was really the ranking points, and you can see that you moved up in there. So again, Paco, just kind of resetting everything that we did in the morning and the afternoon. These arrows, it said 12 for you. What does that mean with the arrow going up next to it?
The arrow is that they were in a lower ranking and they got better.
So
And,
you
they
could have been
they
14th,
improved.
15th, but now you're 12th.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
And
right.
the 4 and the line is that they were ranked 4 before, and they
they're
still
the same spot. Didn't move. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
All
And
right.
the same happened with the other alliance. 34 and 36, they stayed the same. The Killer Bees now they are on 48, but they were on a lower ranking before.
So that was our. It took a while, but it's a lot to digest, especially for our newer viewers, to understand really the concept of the game, but also the construction of the robots and the direction that they have to go and how each individual point is scored. But now we can really dive into the match itself because we've seen all the teams, we've explained all the nuts and bolts of what's going on. So now, and for me, because I know a little bit of what's going on now, which is great, because I came in here completely blind, but I've had great help from Andy, from Libby, from Scott, from Rachel, and Paco helping out with this analysis. I mean, it's fantastic. And what's really great about it is the one thing that I've noticed, I've heard about the championship in Houston. You have 600 some plus teams that are coming from all around the world. Here you have 60. But Mexico, 2 days to travel here.
Yeah.
This is a big deal because you have to put a lot of investment in time.
This is a big deal because we have here the best of the best, I can say, and we have 2 teams in here. I wanna say something about the champs now that you mention it. That I have 31 teams from Prepa Tech. 10 out of the 31 made it to the champs.
Wow.
So 1/3 of my teams were in the champs.
That's
And,
33% of Mexico's representation. That's got to make you feel real good.
Yeah. Well, in Mexico we have 86 teams, but Prepa Techs represent 31 out of the 86.
Okay. As we get ready for, and we'll get back to that real quick, Paul, because I have some questions about that. Qualification match number 25 out of 86. That'll run into tomorrow afternoon. Kurt Darling will be behind the mic for that one. The Kilobytes 1024, one of the host teams from actually here, Lawrence Central, from the McKenzie Center, Innovation and Technology. It's one of few times where Lawrence Central and Lawrence North get together and they are cordial with each other. 1923, the Midnight Inventors. We heard that is Libby's team from Plainsboro, New Jersey, and then the Enigma Robotics 2075 from Grand Rapids. Round out the Blue Alliance, and then from the Red Alliance, Cybertooth 3940 from Kokomo, Northwestern High School. 6081, the Digital Dislocators, Manchester, Michigan, and then the Highlanders 4499 from Fort Collins. Paco, is the way you get to the championships, the world championships, this past year in Houston, is it the same kind of setup that it is here where you have a regional and then you have a state? Because Mexico is divided. How does that work? Because here you would have a regional for Indiana and then you'd have a state final. Ohio would have a state final. Michigan would have a state final. How does that work with Mexico?
In Mexico we have 3 regionals, one in Monterrey, one in Laguna in Torreon, and the other one is moving cities each year.
So a rotating.
We have this is the second time. Last year the regional was on Puebla. This year was on Hermosillo, and the next year will be in León, Guanajuato. We have 3 regionals. The teams that get to win and the chairman's award and they pass directly to the championship. Plus some of the teams they play in United States regionals, and for example Lambot that just played, they won their pass to the championship in Bayou in New Orleans regional. They were champions there. The Botbusters were champions in Alabama. So besides getting the pass to the championship in Mexico, there are other teams that get their pass in other regionals in the United States.
Just a curiosity, a logistics question, is that hosting the United States, hosting with Houston, and then wherever these championships have been held, Has there ever been an opportunity outside of the United States soil to do a world championship, like hosting it in Monterey or hosting it in Paris or something like that? Has that ever been discussed, or is it kind of the U.S. is where we're doing it and that's it?
Yeah, in previous year was in San Luis, then Detroit and Houston. Now it's in Houston for the past 6 years, I guess. But it's always been in the United States. There's another competition from First. This is another category. They have smaller robots. It is called First Global. They compete one team of each country, and last year was 191 teams representing each team one country.
Wow!
And it was in Singapore. And well, I one of my teams from Prepa Tech represented Mexico. The Botbuster represented Mexico and competed there in Singapore.
That's amazing. That is amazing. Singapore. That's a. Talk about driving to Indianapolis is a long hike.
Yeah.
That's a
well,
far.
Singapore is far away.
Wow.
Yeah.
But that just shows not just the current strength of the sport, but just the growth of it and how different countries. It's almost like a universal language. Yes. I mean, you're going to speak different in different countries and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, it's all nuts and bolts saying it's the robot from the bottom up. That's all the singular language that brings everybody together, and that's what's fascinating about this.
Actually, in the championship, one time I was playing with a Chinese robot and a robot from Vietnam. None of us speak the same language, so it was drawing. We had to draw the strategy in order to understand what we're doing on the field. Well, that's what I like from First, that you can talk about robotics even though you don't speak the same language.
And that's you look at other sports, soccer, basketball, baseball. The international difference is that. So let's look at soccer. Let's look at the MLS. A lot of American influence, clearly here, but what draws to the MLS? It's the international players. But there's that language barrier sometimes. A huge one, take baseball for Shohei Ohtani. One of the biggest stars in Major League Baseball, but he's got an interpreter. How do you sell Shohei Ohtani? But it's one against an Americanized sport. But your best players are Dominican Republic. They come from Mexico. They come from the Caribbean, Puerto Rico, Japan, everything like that. But the draw is the American faces. Here, and in a world championship, you have your strong teams, but your strongest team in the United States, it's almost like an Olympics.
It's like an Olympics.
That's how I would kind of look at it, because you have the best of the best coming together, even though 600 teams. But think about how many different areas of Mexico there are, and of China, and of Europe, and all these different places.
Germany,
bringing the
Brazil,
exactly.
Italy,
And these are huge countries that have immense populations. And thinking about China and Japan, the technology, how far ahead of us they are here, being from the United States. China and Japan are 10 times ahead of us technology-wise. And to have that, but bring that smarts and that energy to know that you have to compete against them, that they have to compete against the likes of you from all the teams in Mexico. I mean, it's just got to be a thrill to come together at one and doing the same thing, but just the different input from the different countries.
Actually, Dean Kamen, which is the founder of
we had Libby, we had Uncle Dean, as we were referring
Uncle
to.
Dean. One of his phrases is like, "This is First is the Super Bowl of smarts."
I love it.
He always say that. I wanna add something about the strategy that I didn't mention. There's something called the competition. I don't know if you talk about the competition.
We've been going through it, and just I guess how many different aspects there are of that. But you're basically saying you hit the button.
You hit the button,
But explain that, because we kind of drifted over it just because of all the things we were trying to get in. But now that we have a little bit of time, why don't you explain exactly what the cooperation?
Well, first of all, I want to say this is like a concept for First that we've been looking for this several years. We have the competition in each year in different ways. in order to have, they are like in the field, they are enemies, but they have to work together in order to do something that benefits both alliances. This is the competition. So the competition in this year is if they score on the amp, both teams, and instead of hitting the red or the blue button to amplify, instead of that, if they hit the yellow button, they both have the yellow buttons. If they hit the button when they score a note in the amp in the first 45 seconds, they have the competition. And what is the competition? Instead of having the ranking point when they get to 25 notes, if they do the competition, it will reduce to 21 notes. So in order to, if they have the competition, in order to have the ranking point, they will have to score 21 notes in either the amp or the speaker.
Very good explanation of that. You see 91 to 74 in that last match. Qualification match number 26. The Blue Alliance, 1987, the Bronco Bots, Lee's Summit, Missouri. 1731, the Hilltopper Robotics. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 5907, the CC Shambots out of Novi, Michigan. And the Red Alliance, that one team, our next engineers, 4967, Belmont, Michigan. The Tool Cats, 3276 from New London, Minnesota. And then SPAM, it is an acronym, it has periods in front of them, so I'm not saying the name. It's 180, and they're from Stuart, Florida. John Natali on the ISC Sports Network, bringing you the Indiana Robotics Invitational. 60 plus of the best teams in the country and outside of the country, representing three, Mexico, Canada, and the United States. 19 states represented here in the States, and then 10 here in the state of Indiana. As you know, Paco, he has, how many teams here? Three?
Two.
Two
Here-
teams.
here, two.
Two teams. And it is part of the, not the continental United States, but we do have two teams from Hawaii who made a long, long flight into Indianapolis International Airport. So Paco, let's just go to the travel.
Yes.
So the teams here, you look at Kokomo, Lawrence Central, this is it. So a lot of the kids from that team live 5 minutes down the road, but you couldn't do that. A little bit more advanced, a little bit more prep time, having to leave for a few days at a time in order to do these things. Is it fundraising? Is it just paying out of your own pocket? Is it sponsors? Because the travel's got to be the most expensive part of this. I know the robots are somewhere in the $5,000 range, but I can only imagine just the bus itself.
The bus is expensive. The hotels is like, well, everyone here gets to buy a hotel, but both things are expensive. They do fundraising. They pay a little part to the students, but for this time we have a sponsor. Both teams are sponsored by General Motors, so General Motors will pay for part of the trip for both teams in order to be not that expensive for the students, and also Prepatech paid another part for the amount. So those are the both sponsors, Prepatech and General Motors.
That's incredible. Just to say General Motors, you kind of know I don't want to say a stranglehold, but just how big of an entity that is. And that's one thing that I was kind of discussing with Liz when I was on the floor, is that, and this is from my perspective, this is as a broadcaster doing this for the first time, learning as I go.
Okay.
But when we see crescendo, right, we know that there's amps and there's speakers and there's notes and everything.
Yes.
But if the average eye looked out there right now, it would be hard to associate this with being a music-themed event, correct? Am I correct on that?
Yeah, that happened every year. Last year, every year they have a theme. Sometimes it's the space, or sometimes it's a race, or sometimes it's recycling, or sometimes, and they have to put the theme into a game. Okay, they don't have. We have to. Well, first the competition, they have to create the game, the elements, and then put a name into the elements to the part of the field, okay. And well, this year was the music. And last year was 2 years ago. It was an airport theme where it was the taxi, where the taxi, the cargo, and all that stuff. But you look into the field and there was nothing about that theme.
And that's, I guess, and that's where I'm going on a spectator standpoint, is that for all the teams here and all the fans, all the friends, all the family, everything like that, they know, and I know that the teams really don't care that much about the theme. It's about how the robot is going to complete those tasks, if I'm not mistaken on that.
Yeah, and even though we know that they are called nodes, for example, but some people they call it rings or
right. So I guess what the point I'm getting at is, as a spectator, and me trying to draw in a new audience and to get more people involved, to bring more Mexican students into the program and say, oh, I'm interested in that, but I need a visual. See, right now, I see 3 chrome triangles. The only reason I know that there's a volume knob on the ground is because I was on the field, but you can't really see it from this vantage point. For
actually,
example,
that is, imagine you are in a concert, okay, in a rock
oh,
concert.
absolutely.
Okay,
I'm a guitar guy.
Okay.
Paco, I'm ready to rock. I'm ready to get out there solo.
Well, the big thing is the speaker.
Right.
And then the small thing where you score is the amp. Okay. Then you have the stage, which is the triangle in the middle.
And then the microphone's on top, and then the notes.
Yeah, it's the notes and the microphone.
And
yeah.
as a spectator, like you said, if I didn't know that, if I didn't differentiate that, that's the amp, that's the speaker, the microphones are on top, I wouldn't know that. So my idea is, you mentioned General Motors, and this is why this came into my head. General Motors, huge sponsor.
Yeah.
Maybe, money, but also materials and stuff like that. I know a lot of Rockwell Automation donates a lot of materials for that. But why not have a big Fender or Gibson or Jackson logo in the middle? Make the field look like an amplifier so that the audience sees that visual. They know why it's crescendo, rather than having to walk. Okay, so I understand what crescendo is, but those just look like 3 pillars.
Actually, they released the name of the game months earlier than we knew the game, the rules on the game. So crescendo, we were like, what is crescendo? What is? I don't know what's crescendo.
Yeah, as far as if you weren't involved in music,
it's about a note and something like that. And you didn't know if it will be a instrumental thing with violins and guitars or something, or a rock and roll stage concert, or
and that's,
we don't know
that's
anything.
what I'm trying to, and that's a big score right there, 147. I think that ties the highest score right now in the match. And
I think we have higher than 150, I guess.
There was a high one. There was one I remember in the middle. I don't remember if they broke 150 or whatnot. But going back to that, so crescendo, if you're not in music, you don't know what that means.
No, I'm not in music, and I don't know.
Right, and that's kind of what I mean as far as the teams. Okay, so what is it? Well, it's called crescendo, but this is what your robot has to do. All right, I'm focused on that. Yeah. But as a viewer, crescendo, okay, I get that the rings are notes, but
you don't
they're
know
rings to me.
About
music, right. You would have to go through a whole explanation. Yeah. Otherwise, the visual of it is having the field look like a speaker and having a big Gibson guitars or Fender guitars in the middle, bringing that representation. Because if you guys can get companies like GM, Rockwell, all that kind of stuff, other people are going to follow because of the audience that you have.
Yeah, sometimes the sponsor decides. Well, I guess because I don't know about the first organization and how they decide the theme and everything. But I guess the sponsor, the big sponsor, which now has racing and that stuff. But in previous years, it's been like, for example, Boeing airplanes and they decided the theme because it was airports, it was the cargo, the taxi, and all the words that we use in an airport. I guess it has something to do with the sponsor.
And it's just a visual aesthetic to draw in a new crowd, because when you see the action, and I'm sure that the new viewers that are watching and maybe scrolling through the ICSportsNetwork.com and coming across us and seeing it for the first time, they see the robots and they understand, and they're like, wow, that's something I would love to get involved in. And then talking about firstinspire.org is where they can go and get a lot of information, contact people like yourself on an international level. But then you get to that part of crescendo, and if you weren't in music, I have no idea what that. They probably didn't even know how to pronounce it.
Yeah, crescendo.
Right.
Yeah.
But so let's go. Let's peel it back a little bit more, Paco, as far as being at this vantage point and being on the field as a player. You were a player, and as a coach and a mentor, and now doing everything. What is something that you feel is missing that could really enhance the popularity, getting more people involved, getting them more excited about it? Is there an element that you think personally that they could add where they can throw into that bin when they're deciding on what to do?
In order to impact more people, I think the games is like complicated to understand. Like most what we've been talking, I think it's like if a kid invites I don't know, his mom maybe won't understand like the game. No, if you go to a soccer game, maybe you don't understand all the rules, but
you know the ball has to go in the back of the net.
Yeah, or if you are in a football game, you know that they have to touch the touchdown, right? Mm-hmm. Here is like complicated. Well, in this game, well, you get that you have to score on the speaker, but sometimes you understand that what happened if they score in the amp, or what happened if they score twice in the amp, so the score in the speaker is amplified.
And then with the human element of the rings, like if you get a ring on the microphone or a note on the microphone, that's great, but it doesn't count if your robot is hanging.
If a robot didn't come, yeah.
Right. So it's almost like the baseball of robotics. Is that, why is it four pitches that I walk, and why can I?
Yeah, it's the baseball of robotics. Yeah.
Because baseball's a very hard sport to explain.
Exactly. The ballbusters are playing. Is it 46, 35? Is the next.
Yeah, we are in qual match 27. And the Blue Alliance, the Sono Robo, 65-17, Knoxville, Tennessee. 74-57, Super Duper Robotics, right here in Indy, Purdue Polytechnic High School. And the Prepatech Botbusters, another one of yours, and that's why you turn your attention real quick to 46-35 for the Blue Alliance. And then on the Red Alliance, Robo Eagles, 48-28 from Raleigh. Husky Robotics, 30-61 from Naperville, Illinois, and 10-23 Bedford Express from Temperance, Michigan. So, Pac, I'll ask you, now I'm watching 46-35 because my eyes have been glued to your team as of right now. It's a little different strategy. Well, that seems to be the strategy of this robot too, because I saw it just score, but then it pulled back, and then now it's going.
No, outside.
That one was a home run right there. So you should get points for that if you shoot it over, right?
Yeah, you see, when that happens, some of the robots, they have a green light. That's the camera, and the camera identifies. Do you see those QR codes, the April tags that are over there? With that and the camera, the robot knows the position of the target, so they can move and calculate.
So that's good.
That's good. Yeah,
it looks like there's a ring, and all teams are hanging.
3 teams are hanging, and two nodes on the trap. It will be 120 something or 30 maybe.
So as you're scouting your team and seeing the adjustments that possibly you could make after this, now you've seen both your robots, and you've seen the strategy clearly seems to be working for what you're doing. But what adjustments can you think of making that maybe makes your robot a little bit better going into tomorrow, where that's where the best teams are going to be, and you want both of your teams in there.
Well, in this competition, the level is really, really high. And
you can see there, that's a 50-point
difference.
Yeah, and 46-35 moving up, so that's good.
Well, the strategy in this type of competition, they can change game to game because they have to adapt what the other two robots can do on the field. For example, if a robot is too good at scoring on the speaker, for example, if you have 3 robots scoring on the speaker, it will be too much in the speaker and no one is doing the rest. So you have to have a robot that changes strategy in order to score more. Maybe that robot needs someone to pass all the notes, or someone to score on the amp, for example. Some of the teams here, it's a high-level competition, they adapt to what the other robots can do. So also the Botbusters and Lambot, they can change the strategy in order to complement the other robots.
Let's just talk about your two teams. And so, again, I'll go back to NASCAR because Indianapolis, and it's something in the Brickyard 400 will be here next week, and I'll be there, and just all the similarities that I've seen.
Actually, we visit the speed motor.
You did see it.
Yeah.
It's impressive, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
So they'll be here next week. But so you have teams, correct? You have a Joe Gibbs, you have a Penske, you have JTR, and all these different teams. However, at the end of the day, only one of those teams can win the race. Yes. Only one driver can win the race. How do you manage that? So you have two teams and you're working together. You want to get them as far as possible. Let's just say it was both of your teams in the finals. I mean, it's a win-win situation for you, but what do you do in that situation?
Well, in Mexico, actually, the finals were 3 Prepa Techs against 3 Prepa Techs. So 6 of my teams were in both in 2 regionals, and in the third one it was 2 against 2. So I always win. But I have to make the best recommendations for every alliance. I don't get to say the bad stuff, like do damage that robot, and I cannot say that, never. I always say what's my best advice for each alliance, and individually the best advice for each team, and whatever happens there.
So essentially, it's do what's best for you to win, but you're not telling them how to beat the other team. I know
sometimes I do that, but I also tell the other team how to beat the other team, so they are even in advices. Actually, this year, Botbusters and Lambot, they are the best teams in Mexico. Not only Prepa Tech, but in Mexico, they are both the best teams in Mexico. In the regional in Monterrey, they were Lambot picked Botbusters for the alliance, and everyone seems like the strongest alliance. But now that I'm preparing another teams from Prepa Tech, they got to beat the Lambot and Botbusters in the finals, and that was a huge news in Mexico because someone could beat Botbusters and Lambot, and it was another 3 Prepa Techs. I was really happy because I don't have now 2 strong teams. I have now 2 plus another 2 teams that are really, really strong. And that's the idea, to increase the level in Mexico in robotics. Actually, we have not only Botbusters and Lambot got champions in regionals in the United States. There's a third one, Overture. They were champs in Oklahoma. They won the competition. So the number of teams increasing their level, I have more teams every year with a
That's
high
great. That's
level.
raising the awareness and just again increasing. And it's, I guess a good example is just the Olympics. You're getting the best of the best, but you still have to improve, because what are you doing? Yes, you're the best in Mexico, but how am I going to get better than the teams in Japan? How am I going to get better than the teams in the United States, and so on and so forth? So it's a lot broader picture. I figured it out in Mexico, but now I've got how many other countries to go against for the World Championship?
Yeah, and before I have this new role, leading all the Prepa Tech teams, all the teams, they were doing, they were selfish. Like, I win because I win. I don't talk to other teams. I don't share information, or I only share information with those teams that I like. But now, part of my job is to have like a big alliance, Prepa Tech Alliance. Actually, we increased that to like Mexico Alliance, but we work together, the Prepa Tech. We share information. We have competitions by ourselves. We have actually our own field, and we invite teams so they practice. And sometimes I take the coach and some students of one team to help another team, and we are like making friends. This is like an alliance, not only for sharing information, but making friends. And now all the teams, they talk each other. The students, they talk with each other. They share information. They share pictures and parties. And we have in Mexico, we have the like a party that we make at the end of the regional, and they are full of students, like singing and hanging out, and I think that's great, because we're creating how do I say
Big
a
part
community,
of that
community.
gracious professionalism.
That is the gracious professionalism, yeah.
That is a big push for FIRST, is that gracious professionalism. And yes, it's competition, and yes, everybody wants to win that trophy at the end of the day, but the more that you bring in, the more friendly it is. I mean, I've played sports my entire life, and you get on teams and you're like, what is going on here? It's a train wreck. But then you get on those teams where everybody's united, and you may not have the best talent, but the more togetherness that you have that's the winning formula. Yes,
because if you don't share your information with me and I don't share my information with you, we're stuck in the.
It's a conflict.
Yeah, it's a conflict.
Yeah.
And also, for example, here, even though Busters and Lambo, they are different teams, they share the bus, they share the hotel, they share rooms. Some students, they share rooms in different teams, and well, one is gonna win. I don't know if they're gonna win. It's gonna go. So maybe one maybe one win and the other not, but the other one will be happy if the other team
celebrate,
wins.
because it's a unity that the Mexican team won, and that's the unity that you want. Again, going back to the Olympics,
it's one team, and sometimes it's the other team, and that happens.
Like, you look at the men's USA basketball team, it's not LeBron and the Lakers and Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors versus the world. It's Team USA,
it's Team USA
versus the world. Just like it's the Mexican, the two teams that you have, that's what you're representing. And I think that's incredible, because that is a true team effort.
Yeah.
Maybe opposed to when you're in Mexico doing it against yourself, then it's a little different. But when you're in Indianapolis, Indiana, and you're representing the country of Mexico with your two teams, that's what it's about.
Yeah, and I'm sure if one of them gets to the finals, the other team will be supporting
the other
team. Yeah.
Yep. That's incredible. The Indiana Robotics Invitational. John Natali on the IC Sports Network. Kurt Darling will take over the duties tomorrow. And we are in qualification match number 29. They're very photogenic, Paco next to me. People have been taking pictures of this man all contests since we've been talking. 41-43 Mars Wars from Metamora, Illinois. 302 the Dragons. This is the Blue Alliance from Lake Orion, Michigan. And 17-14 more Robotics, Milwaukee. The Red Alliance, 503 the Frog Force 2767 Strike Force, and 321, the Robo Lancers from Philadelphia.
There's another competition. It's another off-season. It's invitational also. And instead of competing with robots, like individual robot, you register the whole alliance. You always play with the same 2 robots. So we create the Prepatech alliance, and it's Lambot, Botbusters, and Overture, which beat Botbusters and Lambot in Mexico. So that is the alliance, the Mexico alliance, the Prepatech alliance. Will compete next month on Michigan.
We call those the ringers.
The
Here in
ringers.
the States, the ringers. Just get all the smartest people in one room and let them go to work. That's fantastic. And that's one of the big drawing points for me, Paco, is that you just can't do it on your own. You know, you look at each individual sport. In basketball, you have 10 guys on the court, you have 5 on your team. You can shoot if you want. You could shoot, be the only person that shoots. Be a great one-on-one player. Baseball's the same. It's you against the pitcher.
Yeah.
Football's a little different. This kind of reminds me of football in a way, because your driver can't do anything without the mechanism driver, and the human element of the side of the amp can't do anything unless the driver is in a particular place, and all that different communication. You have the best quarterback in the world, but if your line's terrible, he's going to get killed.
No, also in the field, we have 3 robots against 3 robots, and they get to share their position on the field. They, as in soccer, you have
we can talk soccer all day. If you want to make soccer references, we'll go all day.
You have the defenders, you have the goalkeeper, you have the
midfield,
the midfield,
and the
you have and the forward.
Yep.
You have positions. Here you have to play with positions, not only play because you wanna do something. No. You have a plan. You have positions. You defend. You pass. I score, and it's pretty similar than a group sport. This game.
And it's very, soccer is a very good similar reference, because it all.
Yeah, look there. We have a defense. The red robot is trying to defend the blue robot, and now it's defending.
17-14, kind of hanging back, playing that sweeper position, if I'm using soccer terminology, back line defense. Is there a theme, Paco, that you think that would work really well, where the students and the mentors could really showcase their talents as they have with these robots? But you said describing scoring can be difficult, and seeing this, knowing it's a music themed thing, but you wouldn't know that unless you went through a whole description of why it's music themed. Is there something that you could see, as now in the position that you are, that a theme that would really draw, where the robots could do some amazing things, showcase the talents of everybody, but draw in the crowd as well? That
happened on 220. The theme was about Star Wars. So even though if you don't like, or you
know about it.
You know about it. You know Chewbacca, you know Han Solo, you know the Millennium Falcon, you know like everything. So the theme was about Star Wars. Even in the field didn't represent as Star Wars as well, but the theme and the names, and it was Star Wars. Yeah.
So, I mean, just because now you've launched into another thrill of mine, Star Wars. You got soccer, and now we're talking Star Wars. So I'm a big Star Wars guy. But you go on that, and why not have the stage shaped like the Death Star? Why not have some of the robots? Could you make the design like a TIE fighter, like X-Wings?
Actually, that was my one of my last seasons as a head coach, and we designed the robot as the X-Wing, and the robot, the intake, instead of have a front intake, we had side intakes. So we could pick, it was balls. We could peel balls from one side or the other side, and it looked like an X-Wing.
That is.
Yeah.
And that's me as a viewer. That's the stuff I want to see. Again, with all the action and everything, the technical part of it anybody can do this. I'm sure that you've taken students who are green, have no idea what they're talking about technology-wise.
Yeah.
But you grow them into that because they have an interest.
Yes.
But when I look out there, I see technology, I see frames, I see everything. Again, what's that outside draw to just a spectator to, so I like NASCAR. I can't drive a NASCAR, I never will, but I watch it because there's something about it that draws me to it. Is that what this needs?
Yeah, well, this is a game, right? This is a game. If you play video games, you always wanna the how to cheat in the game, how to
Who does that?
how to get better or have better ways to win. Okay, if you say if you tell the student, okay, you have to learn about programming, you have to learn about mechanics. Maybe you lose that student. But if you say, okay, let's play this game, and I will, if you know how to, I don't know, make the camera recognize something, that's a cheat. Like we can do we can make a better robot if you do that. Okay, I will research about that, and I will get it. And in order to do that, that student has to learn about programming, about recognizing stuff, about everything, and that's the thing. They are trying to they are playing a game while they are learning.
So yeah, even in that, and you mentioned a good segue there, saying that you have to draw the students, because, you know, to me, if you were telling me that I had to program, so I'd walk away in a heartbeat. I couldn't do that. C++, Java, all that stuff is so
Hard.
blind to me and so hard. But if you're making it relevant to those things, and I'm sure that the backgrounds and the hobbies of all your students are different.
Yes.
Some may like video games, some may like sports, some may like art, some might like music. To find those elements of that and bring it in to learn those important things, because maybe they already know how to do that. They just have to get better. And what you said, practice, and having someone, a leader as yourself, to do that, that's a great intake to get more people drawn into the sport itself.
Yes.
Ari or Ari? Ari. Well, Ari, why don't you have a seat here? Paco, if you want to stay, you can go, whatever you want to do. If you want to hang out.
I can hang out if you want.
Are you having fun?
Yeah, I'm having
All
really
right.
fun.
Ari, why don't you put on that headset there? And can we say hello?
Hello.
There she is. All right. Ari McMahon, strategy scouting mentor on 8085 Team Mojo.
Yes.
And where are we from?
I am from Milford, Connecticut.
Connecticut. You guys make a fine pizza over there in Connecticut.
We do, yes. We're close to New Haven, so.
That's the East Coast pizza capital of the world, New Haven. I can't remember what is the name of that place over there. Well, I'd spend all day trying to
There's
think
a
about
few
it.
of them.
There's
We could
a
start an
lot of
argument
the
there.
Square Tavern pizzas over in New Haven, Connecticut. So Ari, first of all, why don't you tell us why you're up here and why Andy chose you to come up here and talk about and your strategy scouting mentor. We've talked briefly through since the morning about the scouting part of this and how important that is going into days like tomorrow, but also watching, oh, we're teamed up with them, or oh, we're teamed up with them, the change in voice and everything. Why don't you explain your role and everything about Team Mojo?
Absolutely. So I've been involved with FIRST since the 2014 season. I was a student on Team 20, the Rocketeers. And since then, I've really fell in love with strategy aspects of FIRST robotics competition, but also the scouting. So what I do is I assist our students to build a system that takes in the data that we see on the field and really analyze it and see if we're going to be with one of those teams where, you know, it's like, we're going to really have to push to win this match, or if it's like, oh, we can kind of relax, we can have fun in this match. So that's what I do.
One thing that I've kind of used as my reference to this whole thing is me being a big NASCAR fan and being here in Indianapolis, I see a lot of similarities to that. I'll take, well, it really won't happen tomorrow, but take a race like Talladega or the Daytona 500. Now, I know it's boring because they're all going around at the same time, but there are different teams saying, oh, this guy helps me push, or I can draft off of them, and that's who I'm going to follow when I get to so-and-so lap, and help each other, even though it's a Ford versus a Chevy, if it's a Gibbs versus a JTR, something like that. How much does that happen here?
Well, it actually happens a lot. I mean, you have 2 other robots on the field. You've got a full alliance that you have to either help out or figure out where you fit into that alliance. So we are really good at doing the amp and shooting from close up in front of that subwoofer there. So if our alliance partners can either park over by the source and feed us across the field or do something else, we know that we're going to have a good match. So really playing to an alliance's strengths is really important.
And a question for both of you, as mentors, and just Paco being the position you are, and Ari as a mentor, what is if you lost one element, and I ask this as a spectator, and not knowing the full thing, but if there was one aspect, I'm not talking about losing a driver where you don't have your full squad or anything like that, but if there was one element that you know that if it was gone, your team would fall apart automatically, what would that be? It's a good thinking question.
It is a good thinking question. I think it's our team culture. If we lost kind of our drive for competition and the students' just willingness to take part in the team and absolutely go that extra mile, we would be lost. Like
Paco, same question.
Well, I think the mentors. I think the mentors are the fuel of the teams. They engage the students into building a robot, into compete, into like everything. I will say the mentors or the coaches.
And I'll ask you both this question as well, and I've gone through this, so clearly I have not done this competition, but I'm starting to kind of develop how certain aspects work to different sports I play. How do you, as a mentor, how do you address high school kids? Because, you know, I can sense it. I've been told that there's a lot of quiet kids, but then I'm sure there's ones who are very animated and very outgoing and very social. So at the end of the day, they're still 14 through 18 years old, and they can be a handful. And they might go against what you say or not agree with you because they're kids and everything like that. What's the best strategy as a mentor to say, forget about, you can do that stuff at home. We're here right now. This is what we need to focus on. What are your both methods for controlling that?
Well, for me, it works the traveling to another city and all the time on the bus, because the quiet people get to talk with other guys, and that starts a communication between the team. So I think making a trip, it's really good for those quiet elements in the team. It's good.
All right.
Some of the best advice that I got when I started being a mentor in the program was you have to mentor for who you were in high school. And, you know, I was very quiet initially and, you know, trying to really find my place on the team. So I want to be a guide for people who don't know what they want to do. And I want to ensure that they get the respect that they need and they get the culture that nurtures them in order to become the best at whatever they want to do.
Also, I want to add that everyone in the team deserves a spot, something to do. I don't like teams where, like, okay, we are like 80 in the team, but 20 of them, they don't have like a specific task to do. So I think it is really important. Everyone in the team, they have a task to do, and as a mentor, as a coach, you will have to say that every task is really, really important, because maybe if you feel that your task is not important, maybe you won't do the task, or you will feel less important, or you will say that another guy is more important than me and I don't want to do this anymore, and I will be sad or be depressed.
Does it make them feel worthwhile to be there, and
Yeah.
that every contribution that they're putting in is helping?
Yes.
Just maybe not in the same way, just because you're not the driver, if I don't have you on the mechanism side, what are you going to do? So I get that, and I love that. So, Paco, I got to ask you something about this last match. It was 109-107, and one of your teams was out there, Prep Attack.
It was, I think it was Lambert that played.
Yep, Lambot,
yeah.
34-78. A score of 109-107. Is that an itch? Like, does that bother you that it was 2 points and it's so close? Because I know I had asked earlier about, I saw a score, I think a team won by 40 some odd points.
Yeah.
But I was explained to that there was still advances that the other team made, that wasn't that bad. So then I think, well, 40 points isn't bad. How bad is 2?
Well,
Because you were talking about, we kind of talked about earlier, that's a ring on the microphone. That's one score into the amp or something like that. Is that very frustrating as a coach, mentor, and everything to see a score like that?
It's decisions on the field, and well, it affects you on the ranking. But in scouting, maybe you were the robot that scored, like, I don't know, 60, 80 points out of those 109 points or 8 points, I don't know. And you did well, even though you lose the match. So I think maybe sometimes when you lose, doing a great job is not that bad, because if you are ranking, I don't know, 12, 20, and someone in the higher rankings see your way on the field, maybe they will pick you as an alliance, and well, that's not the sad part of losing, I guess.
Ari, how would you field that question?
Yeah, I mean, part of this competition is that it is the best of the best in the world at this competition right now. So scores like 107 to 109 are kind of unheard of in season, but we're seeing them so much more often on this field just because these teams are so good. So a lot of it's coming down to, all right, we're up a little bit, we have time, maybe we can hang a little bit earlier, we can climb, we can afford to, like, stop playing the game and, go for that end game point, while the other alliance is like, all right, we're down by like 2, we're going to have to play it, we're going to have to keep cycling from the source and maybe get those 2 points in the speaker, and that'll switch the match. So I think it'll be really interesting to see what swings the match, even when we have a 2-point difference.
Yeah, sometimes you have to risk it.
Oh, absolutely.
Maybe you lose it when you risk it, but you have to risk it in order to see if you can win the match at the final seconds.
And again, going back to racing references in NASCAR and what's going to happen next week in IndyCar here, you're up in front. Got that white flag. You have 1 lap to go. Your teammates, okay, yeah. Well, I want that trophy. My name wants to be on there. So you do take that added risk, and if I go into the wall, I go into the wall. I kind of got to throw it out there. So that's it's a great, again, another similarity between the two. We're in match 31, 1747, 118, and 1024. The Kilobytes, one of the host schools here from McKenzie right here in Lawrence, and then the Red Alliance 33, 910, and 4130.
118 is the team to watch in this match. They are so good at playing that front game. They're in the middle station, so it might be a little bit tougher for them to play that, but I think they have that turret, and they also have collectors in each direction, so they can pick up notes from basically any side of their robot anywhere on the field.
So I'll ask you both, and I'll start with you, Ari, is now we've been able to, because through the whole morning and part of the afternoon, it was kind of describing what was going on, trying to get all the terminology out there so our newer viewers get a better idea of how they can connect to it. Because if someone just turned this on right now and looked at what was at the field, they'd be, help. It looks cool, but I have no idea what's going on. And that's what happened to me when I prepped for this, because they said I was doing a robotics competition. First thing off my head, cool, battle bots, electrocution, saws, they're going to be running into each other. Not that yet, not that at all. And then even watching the animation, it took me a while, but now that I'm seeing it and getting a better understanding from everybody that's been up here, so I want to thank everybody, especially you two, for being up here now and helping us, helping our audience, helping me through this. it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds with that 15-second autonomous period. How do you know if you have a strategy for one of your robots and you have a strategy, at what point do you say, do you have enough time in 2 minutes and 15 seconds to say, hey, we can't pass anymore. We got to go up front. It's like pushing that backfield to send the defense up, to send everybody up front because you're down 1-0 and you're looking for that golden goal. So you got to push everybody up. When can you make that decision in order to do that, to break game plan and go after it like the both of you said?
Well, when you see the clock and the score, if you're losing by, I don't know, a close difference, maybe you can say, okay, we'll risk it. We will make it if, I don't know, if we have 20 seconds or 15 seconds, you kind of know what your robot can do. If you practice a lot, you know how many seconds you do a cycle, so you kind of know if you can make it or not. Or even if you always do, I don't know, 9 seconds and it's 10 seconds, okay, do it. You have 1 second, a margin of 1 second to do it or not do it with no mistakes. Well, you decided on the moment.
Go ahead, Ari.
So there's one member of Drive Team called the Drive Coach, and that is one of the most important people on the Drive Team. You know, you have your driver who actually controls your robot, your secondary driver that controls all the mechanisms, but the person that's really in charge of seeing the field and seeing if you have enough time and where all the rest of those robots are called your drive coaches.
Now that drive coach, just for reference, can be a student or someone older, but they cannot touch the controls.
Yes.
Okay.
So they communicate with the other members of your alliance, they coordinate everything that's happening on the field. And it's usually those people who will say, all right, we've got to push. Like, they take into account the scores on the board, the scores on the field, like what nodes are available where, and if you're actually going to make it in time. So, you know, you can have older people in that role, and that's usually good for when people are really experienced and they really know how much time a task is going to take. So sometimes it's good to have a mentor in that role, or if you have an especially precocious student who really takes that on.
114.88 in that qualifying match. Number 31 of 86 will run into tomorrow. We'll be here till about 7 o'clock. Had a little hiccup earlier, a 19-minute delay, trying to get one of the robots back in action, but it was amazing is that for as 19 minutes that it took, that machine came out and they ended up winning that match, which was pretty incredible. So just the smarts to be able to do that. So let's see, we're on 32. Again, we're going to run through tomorrow on the ISCSportsNetwork.com. Kurt Darling will be handling the controls, no pun intended, on that. And I can tell you, as I've been telling everybody that's been up here, is I have an engagement tomorrow, is why I won't be in day 2. But how much I'm debating saying, hey, can you get someone to fill in here? Because I want to come back because this has been intense. The amount of learning I've done, just the professionalism and how everybody's together, and it's a different atmosphere. I mean, this to me, we keep referencing soccer. It feels like a soccer match. The only thing that's missing is noisemakers. But
yeah.
You heard when they started going right behind us how loud it was. So the intensity and the support that you guys are getting is absolutely phenomenal. And it's showing, and I'm glad that we can broadcast it to show a new audience. I believe this is only our second year doing this, but already I've been getting in my ear, we're doing better than last year because it's grown. So that's fantastic. That's got to make you guys feel great to see, starting as students and then going through it and now being in the roles that you are, to when you started, how the machines worked and the robots,
really
as to now.
Really, really, really different. The speed of the game is really different. Some of I think the 100% of the teams that are playing here are using swerve. Before this swerve, it's like a mechanism of wheels that they spin in order to go the robot in all directions. Before that, some of the teams, they have a tank where they have like 2 rows of wheels. They only can go forward and backward, and in order to spin, they have to, like, one row of the wheels, they got to go forward and the other one backward in order to those wheels were very popular before 2020, I guess. That was the way the robots move. But now they have another system, better motors, better gears, and they move really, really fast.
Match number 32. Cyber Blue 234, the Blue Alliance. I think this is the second time they've been in the Blue Alliance from Perry Meridian right here in Indianapolis. 2075, the Enigma Robotics, Grand Rapids, Michigan, and 7028, the Binary Battalion from St. Michael, Minnesota. The Red Alliance, 2910, Jack and the Bot.
Only team from the West Coast.
Yeah, that's why there wasn't a big eruption when Mill Creek, Washington, basically Seattle, but they came a long way. Not as long as you, Paco, but that's still definitely a long way up in that northwest section of the United States. 548, the Robo Stangs from Northville, Michigan, and 1732 from Milwaukee. The Hilltopper Robotics. See 234 right there. From right here, Perry Meridian, Indianapolis, Indiana. With the technology that the both of you have seen from day one, regardless of, so this started, I believe, 1999?
92.
92, okay, so I'm 7 years off. I don't know where I got my information from. Apologize. So 92. 33 years, basically. The technology that has gone through this, and you think about how cars evolve and how cell phones have evolved and all of this kind of stuff. What's the next step for robotics?
So the evolution of this program has been incredible. You talk about teams from 1992. Those robots were about 18 by 18 by 18, a lot smaller than what we're talking about here. They were tethered to the ceiling. They weren't free running like this, and the field was only about the size of, I don't know, a small bathtub. So where we have evolved from in those past 33 years has been incredible. But just in the past few years, ever since the COVID pandemic, we have seen exponential growth in terms of this program and just where teams are in terms of their software and programming, in addition to the mechanics of what they're using. So in terms of programming, we're seeing a lot more teams use completely AI-controlled things in autonomous in the first 15 seconds, but also in the teleoperated period where we have our drivers. So you can see those little April tags on the field, the QR codes. Teams are using those for localization, which means the robot on board knows exactly where it is on the field. And that's how they can align with the goal every single time. So in terms of where we're headed, we're going to see a lot more developments in software and what these robots can do autonomously.
And so I'll kind of get your opinion on this, Paco. So I look at the robot size, and these are big robots. I mean, 150 pounds. You need two people to carry them. Lift with your legs, not the back. As it's a sports guy, that's what I'm telling your students. Lift with your legs, not your back. Don't want to blow that out.
Oh, we try to tell them too.
But is the advancement of the sport and the technology making the robots bigger and faster, or smaller and more dynamic?
Well,
depending on the game, I guess.
Yeah, depending on the game. At the beginning, it was smaller. It's been like growing the size and also the weight of the robot. But I think most of the teams, they try to build smaller robots in order to fit in small areas. So if the defenders gets complicated when they defend the other robot, they do like a smaller robot, but they are all pretty the same size in perimeter. But they try to do like a smaller and faster robot.
So and again, just promotion-wise and as a spectator, when am I going to see the baseball themed where it's a small one and the balls are shot from that side, you got to field the grounder, but then you have to shoot them into the home run spots on the other side of the tank from that far, not going up and putting them, but actually having that ability, because what I've noticed throughout this is the different arcs that these robots are able to do. Some's a soft touch. There's the ones that just shoot it like it's coming out of a cannon. will that ever be a part where your scoring is actually coming from this back line and being that intricate to be able to hit a small target on this side of the field?
Yeah, I've seen robots that they can score from like the other side of the field to the speaker, but the rules they are not allowed to shoot from the other area into the other zone. So it's because of the rules, not because of the robots.
You got to get me on that rules committee.
Yeah.
Well, the game does change every year.
Yes.
So,
and that's what I asked about. So,
yeah.
you know, I'll ask you, Art, because I did ask Paco this, is what is something that you can see, and one thing that we were discussing is, so the theme this year is crescendo, music. But if you were not in band, you would say that name wrong. You would not know what it meant. And it would be hard to describe just looking at this, that this is music themed. Because really the only thing that's theme-based are the volume knobs on the speakers, but those are hard to see from this vantage point, so it's a lot of describing. What is a theme, and possibly a design, that you could see in the foreseeable future, not just to intrigue the students, but to also intrigue the crowd?
We had a lot
I'm getting deep tonight. I'm
really
going right
are.
into the bag.
So we had a lot of sports-themed games in like the 2010 through 2015 era, and I think that we should bring that back. I think that involved a lot of students that wouldn't otherwise be involved. Like, oh yeah, our robot has to play basketball. We got a lot of sports students that year, 2012. So I think by pulling in things that are not traditionally technology-oriented, like music to some extent, really would pull in different audiences, and I think that would be cool to see.
Because as a, you know, just on the broadcasting side and kind of what I do on the radio and TV and webcasts and everything like that, is the recognition of the sponsors that are helping. You know, Paco mentioning General Motors. You know how big General Motors is.
Yes.
But with this, with the music, and me being a music guy and playing guitars and everything, why is there not a big Fender logo or a big Gibson USA guitar logo right in the middle? And to signify that the stage actually looks like a stage, and there's speakers and towers and all that kind of stuff. Because if I look at this now, I see a triangle chrome structure with 3 poles on the top, but those are microphones and it's the stage and everything, but I have to describe that. So the visual aspect is something that has to draw in the spectator, because the students are going to go on the game. They're going to say, my robot has to do this. So that's where their concentration is going to lay. But to bring in more people on the spectator side, it's why do people watch basketball? Why do people watch hockey? Why do they watch esports? Like, from when that first started, esports,
Yeah.
like, I'm watching another person play a video game. How am I why am I even doing this? But then they started adding elements to it that I'm like, okay, all right, now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah,
so
now they stream Excel tournaments on ESPN, you know?
Right. So is that the next step for this? Because would you say that having a crescendo, a weird word in the music world anyway, to have people understand that, did that undersell the event?
I mean, to some extent, like, our themes every year kind of go with the game. They kind of don't. But just to say, like, oh, we're doing a music game this year, like, we're a small team. We have, like, 20 kids on a good day. But 10 of our kids are from band. So I think that, in our case at least,
and that's exactly, and that's kind of where I'm going with, is that you mentioned the common interest of the students on the team. Paco, I'm sure that you have a lot of students on your teams that share a similar interest. How can you develop? I know that there's probably a lot of kids that like video games. So are we talking to Nintendo? Are we talking to Sony? Are we talking to Microsoft about how to make this theme? Because if you guys are getting the sponsors that you have, Haas, Rockwell, GM, if you're able to get them to support you and they see the crowds, I mean, this is filled. This will be double tomorrow. And they see that, that could make for such a cool, I mean, not BattleBots-ish, but the show of it. Like, start creating the show. Is that where the sport can go, or is it your focus to see this grow more on the robots and the technology and that side of it to see
the
how we go from there?
Well, the robots, definitely the robots. Actually, we know the theme of next year is water. We don't know the rules, the game, the competition, but we know it has something to do with water. The name of instead of crescendo, it's gonna be dive. I guess it's dive.
Reefscape.
Eh?
Reefscape.
Reefscape, yeah.
Reefscape.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the theme. I don't know. We don't know anything about the game, but that's the name of the.
Now, do you know
But if
where
I
the World
tell,
Championship is going to be next year? Is it going to be Houston again?
I guess it's Houston
again. Okay.
But if I tell the students this is the team, and I wanna have more people in my team, I won't use the team in order to have more kids. It's definitely the robot. If I show them the robot, if I take the robot, I don't know, into a community, into the school or something like, hey, this is what we do. I think that's the way in order to have more students.
The RRI, Indiana Robotics Invitational. John Natale, the ISC Sports Network. Day 1 of 2. Kurt Darling will be here tomorrow. And they will have partial qualifying up through lunch, and then that's when a ring toss champion over here getting 2, but I believe is there 2 on that side? I think there's one.
Only one.
And one seems to be hanging off. Here with Ari and Paco. A good question coming in from the side. I don't know if you guys heard that.
What was the question?
The question is, it's still a point if the ring, if they're elevated but the ring is touching the ground, does that still count?
No.
So everything has to be
Transitively supported by, so it doesn't count, unfortunately.
All right, see, we just learned something. So thank you, Jordan, for that little tidbit coming out of left field in the earpiece. But there you go, another strategy, knowing that the robots have to be fully elevated on that chain to get the point. But if the ring was touching the ground and the robot was not, that ring is technically a part of that robot, so therefore no point.
Exactly.
Now, something to ask you, both of you, 60-81 right here. How did that happen?
I don't know. We don't know. Well, it happens sometimes when a robot passes the note, and instead of hitting the floor, the robot was passing by, and the note hit the robot.
Yeah, those notes will get stuck anywhere on the robot. We had a camera mount that stuck up probably like an inch, and at the championship event, another robot was passing to our robot, and lo and behold, it got stuck on the camera mount. So 1 in a million shot, but it managed to do it, so those notes will get stuck anywhere.
Close match there, 112-104. Blue Alliance, the Husky Robotics, Digital Dislocators, and Crusaders.
Difference there in the speaker points. Look at that. Blue got 11 more points there.
And you can see there the match results powered by Rockwell Automation. You scan the QR code there to see detailed results of qualification match number 33 and all the matches that come through. As we head to match 34. We'll bring back the Techno Cats, one of the host schools from Kokomo High School, just up north. The Blue Alliance, 226, the Hammerheads, and the Ratchet Rockers, 1706. And then the Red Alliance, 1741. Red Alert from Greenwood, Center Grove High School, just down the road. 3767, the TC Titans, Traverse City, Michigan. And then 1923, the Midnight Inventors. We had Libby up here before from Plainsboro, New Jersey. She's a mentor and coach of that team. Uncle Dean is a relative of hers, and going back to Uncle Dean and Dean Kamen, kind of put his smarts to the test and created this whole thing. If not for Uncle Dean, none of this happens today. So thank you, sir, because this has been an experience for me. I know that our camera crew has been doing a great job all afternoon and morning. Our director, our replay guys, just everybody in the truck, just kind of learning as we go, so to speak. I mean, it's almost, this is, I would say for us, very similar to what you guys go through. I knew I was coming here, didn't know what the heck to expect until seeing some information on sheets and everything like that, kind of building and growing my knowledge into this. But same as building the robots, it's reef skate, but what the heck are we going to do? And then you start getting the information and start putting things together. Very similar process, right?
Absolutely. I mean, we have 6 to 8 weeks to build the robot, but everyone is building the robot at the same time. We don't know what other teams are going to do at the competition. We don't know how teams are going to play in alliances together. We don't know what roles they're going to take on as the season evolves. This game, the first week it was played, was a very different game from what we're seeing today. Passing wasn't really a thing. Everyone was kind of running cycles by themselves. There were robots that really only did the amp, and now you kind of have to do a little bit of everything. So you really have to kind of predict what's going to happen, but then there's also some teams that do collaborative events, like Robot in 3 Days is a great example of that. They build a robot in 3 days. They live stream the entire thing, they document their entire process, how things work, what doesn't work, and then they say, all right, this is what we're putting out into the community, and other teams can learn it from there.
And I know we don't have smell-o-vision, but it comes through every once in a while, the corn outside.
Yeah.
There it is. From the host, one of the host schools, 1024, Jeff Smith and the Kilobytes run into concession area. They're going to go through 1,000 ears of corn.
How?
Over the next 2 days. Welcome to Indiana, to both of you. That's what we have here, racing and corn, and basketball too. But now we have the Robotics Invitational, and you've just been an absolute pleasure, a treat for anybody new to watching. Hope we're doing a good job for the people that are experienced and get to see. A lot of people watching, from what I understand, worldwide in this, seeing what counterparts, probably taking notes, people at home saying, all right, look at this team, look at this team. Or taking something from the both of you, and, again, just...
well, in Mexico, I'm pretty sure in Mexico they are hearing our transmission.
Oh, we're international too. ISC Sports Network. We're across the globe. Thank goodness for streaming. But let's go back to the technical side, because the both of you have done a great job on, what to see, what to expect, all that kind of stuff. But I want to kind of dive into the robotic side. What is the most difficult feature to program into these robots? Because I see the arc of the passing, I see the shot, I see that some robots can pick up the rings on each side, some can only pick it up from the front, some use the lever to pick it up and all that kind of stuff. Is there one in particular that you get we need to do that, but boy, that's tough to do?
Well, it depends on how many years the team, the experience of the team. Because at the beginning, for some teams, is the drivetrain, the swerve wheels, but in another year, maybe it's I don't know how to say the shooter that spins. Maybe it's that. For some other teams, in another year of experience, is the vision, the camera. So it depends on the experience of the team.
All right.
Yeah, it definitely depends on the experience, but it also depends on what you're willing to use off the shelf and what your team has the capability of manufacturing in-house and really perfecting in-house. So there's a lot of open source software now that teams can use in order to program their robot, and a lot of teams have been taking advantage of that in recent years, and that's why robots are getting so much better in recent years. So we have software available that's open source that you can use in autonomous, and that helps with pathing. It's called Path Planner, and that really helps the teams get to the subwoofer in time, get that shot in the speaker, but then get to the midline. There's also software that shows like simulations of what your robot is doing throughout the match, and that can help with troubleshooting. But then there's also some other things like all the mechanical parts that are available. There's a lot of mechanical parts that are off the shelf, and those are great. Those get you like to a really competitive robot, but there are teams that take the extra step and do a lot of things on their own and manufacture their own parts, and that can get really difficult too, troubleshooting that. So there's a lot of difficult things. It's really just, you can take it to one level. And that's kind of the baseline for what teams are right now. We've really raised the floor in recent years and really gotten a lot of teams off the ground in that sense. But then it's like, all right, where do we want to go from here?
Also, it depends on. We were talking about the difference between the beginnings of first and now, and I think a big difference is the tools that the teams use. For example, in Mexico, 10 years ago, we buy a frame and we like make holes in it and we cut it using really machines or tools that we don't use it anymore because they are too manual. Now we can use a CNC router, 3D printers, and more exact tools that we can use. And well, responding to your original question is also it depends on what tools do you have in your workshop, or who are your friends. Maybe you don't have those tools, but you have a close friend that is another team that is there, or a sponsor that can cut the aluminum, the polycarb to you. And well, it depends on that, on your ability to get this stuff.
Now that's a great segue. Thank you so much, because it got my head rolling. I was ready to answer. You could see me. I was grabbing this pencil. I was ready to follow that up. So here in Indianapolis, a lot of IndyCar shops. I know there's a team from Raleigh, North Carolina here, all the NASCAR shops. If you were close to a team owner or someone in that shop or whatnot, are there any rules or regulations to say, I can get Andretti Racing to help me with my robot because they're a sponsor, they're letting us go into their shop, they're letting us use their tools. Are there rules and regulations against that?
No. But it also doesn't help you that much. If you get something that's custom manufactured, that'll get you, like a little bit better,
well,
a little bit better.
What I mean by that is not that they're making it, but that you have the resources of a multi-million-dollar team or whatever sponsor it was. I'll try Fastenal. I know they make different kinds of bolts and all that kind of stuff, but if you could be in their environment where they have all those tools that a team that doesn't have those relationships maybe not be able to get, they say, no, you can't do that because those are professional tools and that's Fastenal and you can't do that. You would make all the stuff, but you just have better access to better materials and better environments to create. Some teams, I'm sure when you started, probably maybe starting in your bedroom, but now I see trailers out there and how much those cost, and I can just imagine. You mentioned practice fields that you have, building those where small NASCAR and IndyCar teams are here. The big ones have the multi-million-dollar facilities. Is that okay?
Yeah. So
that's awesome.
Again, I'll say it doesn't matter that much. So our team is based out of a high school tech classroom. We have a bandsaw and a drill press. That's it. We have a 3D printer for any small things that we need to make custom. But our robot was still competitive. We won a district event this year and we went to champs. There are a lot of things that can help low-resource teams. And if you make use of those, then you can still win events.
And that was something that was brought to my attention before, because as I was learning the number system, that was brand new to me when I saw that, but understanding that the lower the number, the longer the team has been around, but not necessarily the strongest teams. That teams, I've seen teams in 8,000s, and I know that it probably goes higher than that. There's recycled numbers and all these different kinds of medians and everything, but just because a team is 3767 going up against team 45, that really doesn't affect it all that much. It's who's behind the operation, how much dedication and time your team is putting in, the coaches, the mentors, everything like that. That's what sells it, not the number.
Absolutely.
Oh, talking about the regulations about having better tools or better mechanisms in their workshop, or a friend that has a multi-millionaire company with tools. I've heard Dean Kamen say that it's better if the students works with a mentor, so the students get better practices of working with an adult, because at the end we are preparing the students for working on the companies, on another workshops or future jobs. So if they know the best practices since they are in high school, like that's better for the students and for the companies.
And that's another thing that has been stressed throughout the morning and afternoon is when I look at my world and I look at basketball and I look at football and everything, to get to the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball, any of those professional leagues, you are really a special person to be not even 1% of the population to get to that level. Here, it's very different. From what I understand is that every one of those students, mentors, whatnot, in those uniforms and those shirts and those matching things can become pro because they have that ability. It's just in different arenas that they go into it, but they have that ability. I think that's incredible. How does that make you two feel as mentors, that as to watch the growth of your students? They start as a freshman and then to where they get as a senior and then where they go from that and then they come back as an alumnus. How does that make you feel on the inside?
Oh, just so proud. I mean, I have students now from the first years that I've been mentoring who are graduating college and going out into the world as engineers and designers and all sorts of really cool things. And it's just like, yeah, I remember you were a freshman and, you know.
You were the not talkative one when you started.
Yes. And, you know, getting you involved and just, you know, really nurturing that kind of passion for engineering that inspires them to find something that, hey, they love doing. But B is really going to be just so helpful in terms of where they're going in life.
Paco, you on the winning side of that match.
Yes.
Ooh, good match.
And we are on 8.
141-104. 46-35, the Prepatech Botbusters. Very fond of that team with the nickname Slimer. From the 1984 blockbuster film Ghostbusters, which I did learn that is from, so that's fantastic.
Actually, the code of the robot is called Ecto
Ecto
1.
Oh
Yes.
my goodness. If you need any more references on Ghostbusters, I'll give you my phone number. You can call me from Mexico.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I'll give you all the references. We'll make it a slant green machine. Call it the Lewis Tully. I hope people get that reference. I might be dating myself here. Yeah, Ari's looking at me like, who the heck is that? John Natale on the ISC Sports Network. The IRI, going to get that right eventually, the Indiana Robotics Invitational. About 60-plus teams, invitation only. And it's, as both of you have stressed and all our other guests that have been up here this morning and this afternoon, pretty much the best of the best.
Best of the best, yes.
And even the lower scores, I mean, those are still pretty prominent teams out there.
Absolutely.
But it really goes to show you, when I keep referencing back to Houston and the championships, and this is the best representation of 3 countries, Canada, Mexico, and the United States. And then you get to Houston. That's everybody. That's the whole bucket. And that has, I see the atmosphere here. I would love to come over tomorrow and see what it's like tomorrow, because I know it's going to be hectic. But how, I mean, you've both been to Houston, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, how is that when you turn around and you see thousands of people watching these robots that you put together in your tech room?
Yeah.
You know, how is that feeling? How does it, I know it's a team effort, and I know that it's everything's, you mentioned culture, which is a great word. Paco, you've been mentioning how the togetherness on taking the trips and doing all that kind of stuff. But have you ever turned around and looked at everybody watching you and been like, oh my gosh, that's pretty cool? You ever get that little feeling, that icicle up your back and the spine, where it's exciting that you've drawn that behind you?
Yeah, well, imagine the size of the championship. Instead of one field with 60 teams, is with 75 teams per division, and it's like, well, it's not like, it's really 8 fields, once in a row, you don't imagine like the long way 8 fields like
Well,
this.
this basically to me looks like the size of a basketball court,
Yeah, more or
90
less.
some odd feet. Not sure the dimensions of it, but give or take a few feet.
Yeah.
But you're going 8 times, and you still have to have space in between to
Yeah.
get the robots in and out, and the display tables and everything like that. You're going 8 down.
It's a long row of fields and benches with people. You don't see the end. You don't get to see it until the end of the fields. It's really long.
Now, when they do that, just trying to get a visual that we can't see, but do they take fields away when you get to, maybe your final 4, your final 8? Do they start bringing everything in so it's focused on that middle? How does that work? Because if it was 8 long and they're holding the championship match on this one, what about all the people over there? Gonna have a tough bird's eye view. So they kind of bring it all together or unveil a championship field after that?
So what happens is you have 8 divisions, and then you have the one alliance that makes it out of that event. So we have 60 teams here, you have 75 at the championship event. So the level of play in each division is kind of crazy to start. And then you have the team that wins it all, that wins the division. And you have 8 of those winning alliances. Those teams go on to Einstein, which is the final field of the year. And then they play each match against each other on 2 fields. So once all the divisional matches are done, we take a break, we eat lunch, and just the energy in that field house, in that convention center, is so intense. Everyone crowds around these 2 fields. So big, long warehouse with every single competitor watching those 2 fields. So you have every team walk in. It's like almost like the Olympics, like at the opening ceremonies. You have these like air cannons and everything going off, and they're like, yeah, that's our division winner. That's who we're going to cheer for. And then everyone in the world watches as these teams play each other on 2 fields on Einstein. And then we have the final Einstein match, and we have one of the teams here, 3-2-1, who's actually Einstein champion this year.
From Philadelphia.
From Philadelphia, yes.
Also, in previous years, the finals, the Einstein division, didn't play in the 8 fields. We moved from the convention center in Houston to the Minute Maid where the Astros played.
Really?
Yeah,
You went to Minute
we
Maid Park.
moved, and Einstein was in that stadium.
That's really cool. I mean, that's got to be for me. So, one of the benefits that I get out of this job is there's professionalism and there's all that stuff you got to do. But sometimes you're still starstruck about where you are. And there's been locations where I walk in and I'm just kind of like, oh my gosh. And Minute Maid Park, to do that, if we were doing this at Victory Field or we were doing it at Lucas Oil, I'd just kind of be like, oh my gosh. The people that have walked in here and everything like that. But on a capacity level, you said, of course, there's people watching all across the world. How many live bodies at the end?
The website says 75,000 people. That's the website.
It's a lot of people.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
So we're basically talking a full capacity stadium,
Full capacity
whether that's Lucas
convention
Oil,
center.
Soldier
Yeah.
Field, Lambeau, wherever you want to call it. You're at college size or big time D1 NFL type crowds for that final match.
Yes.
That's incredible.
I think part of that is also like when we go to Houston for championships, you cannot walk anywhere in that city without seeing at least 10 different first teams, which is just so cool. We just take over the city for a day, or a week actually.
Actually, if you go to Astros game on those days, you see first shirts from different teams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were flying out of the airport.
watching the Astros.
Don't get me started on the Astros.
We were flying out of the airport, and
As a Guardians guy, I don't like these
I
American
can
League
support
teams.
the Guardians.
Thank
There
you.
we go. Yeah. We were flying out of the airport, and one of my students turns to me and says, I think that's 4481, which is a team from the Netherlands. And sure enough, it was. And we went over and we got to talk to them, which was so cool.
That is really cool. And before you got here, Ari, is that Paco and I were talking about the communication gap. When you're doing these world championships, it is exactly that. China, Japan, all of Europe, Canada, Mexico,
Israel,
Russia, Israel, just all these different places. And it's something that there might be a vocal communication difference. But Paco was telling me if we're drawing pictures and telling people how to go back and forth, that's stunning. I mean, that's such, because that is sportsmanship. That's worldwide sportsmanship. Say, well, I don't know how to talk, I don't understand what you're saying, but I know that's a circle.
Yes.
And so we can communicate that way. And to understand, how the heck would you know a team from the Netherlands? I mean, I don't. That is so cool to me. But again, to think about when you started this 33, 32 years ago in 1992 to now, that growth. I mean, where was it? Where did it start? Was it here?
No, it actually started up in New Hampshire.
Well, no, I mean not in Indianapolis. I mean in the United States. I'm sorry. Yeah. Right down the road at Lawrence North is where the robot. No, I'm saying so. It was in New Hampshire.
Yes.
And then, how did the process go of expanding it? Because I'll put it into reference of NBA basketball. 30 years ago, there was no international presence. There may have been one or two players that were good, but now some of the best players in the world are international players. How did it grow? How did it get to you in Mexico from the start in New Hampshire in 1992?
in Mexico, I don't know. Maybe when I started teaching in a school in the high school where I was when I was a student. I started to teach, and there was the robotics team. I didn't start the Bot Busters. I didn't start it, and I joined them. Previous that, there was a long time ago the first team that, because the mother of a student that was in the United States told them about the program of first. Actually, it was FLL, I guess, and their kids starting to take the FLL team in their schools, and then it grows in Mexico. Another team and another team, and then the FTC, the FRC, and then it started to grow. Like 6 years ago or 7 years ago, Prepatech saw that this was a really important thing to have in our school, so it started to invest and brought the regionals, starting new teams, new workshop in order to the students have more a better experience with this. So part of it in Mexico was Prepatech trying to grow the robotics in Mexico.
So the history of this program is actually really fascinating about how it started expanding. So in 1992, First Robotics was already sort of a thing. It was founded in 1989 as a way to kind of get STEM into high schools and get high schoolers the opportunity to, really experience robotics and technology. And Dean Kamen and Woody Flowers founded the program on the principles of an MIT class that was, all right, build a robot based on this kit of parts in order to do this task. And that got suppliers and companies in the community really excited. And originally in the 90s, 92 to about 2000, every team was associated with a sponsor. So your team would be, one of the more famous ones is Team 47, Team Delphi, and they were associated with Delphi Technologies. And each of these teams sort of spread out around the country as companies heard more about what they were doing. And sort of spread from there, and teams said, all right, maybe we can do this without the help of a specific company. And then those teams started forming. The first World Championship happened in Epcot, and that was really exciting because teams from all over the world kind of got to experience, other teams.
American culture,
Yes.
though. I mean, doing it at Epcot.
In Disney.
Yeah.
That's
So-
worldwide known already, and to be able to come to that, that'd be exciting.
It really was only in the United States for a good while. One of the first international teams was from Canada, and we expanded into Toronto at that point and brought in a lot of Canadian teams, and then we brought in a lot of Mexican teams and also from Brazil. And just as the word kind of gets out, we started expanding, and we've been on an upward trend ever since then.
Absolutely incredible. The foundings and the beginnings, I mean, it's just like any other sport. And something I want to ask you, and I'm surprised gosh, I don't even know how many hours we're into this now. 6 hours into this now.
Wow.
But I know that when Libby was here, and I was talking to her, that she just figured that every school had a robotics program. Me, I had no idea that this existed until about a month and a half ago. So the support, I mean, getting these sponsors and everything like that, hearing Rockwell, hearing GM, Haas, Boeing, all these different huge things. How is the support from the schools? Because let's face it, when an outside face thinks about the state of Indiana, they don't say, oh, the robotics capital. No, they think about basketball. Same with Kentucky, Texas, football, high school football. And that's where a lot of high schools gravitate towards. There's high schools here who put millions of dollars into their basketball programs and their football programs. But again, robotics, I would have not known it existed, this competition, until I was asked. So I was blind to it, but now that I'm getting to see it, I hope you can hear it in my voice as I'm talking to you, that I'm anxious to get your answers and that I'm very curious about how it works. So how is the support that you have to go up against? Maybe football is king at your high school, or basketball is king, or soccer, or baseball, whatever it is. How is that relationship?
I'll be honest, sometimes it's tough. Robotics is expensive, and we do have outside sponsors, but really getting a build space is really important, and a lot of times that comes in the high school. Something that Connecticut is doing is actually really interesting. We are recognized in the state of Connecticut as a sport. So we go through the athletic council, and we have like coaches dinners and that type of thing. But in the state of Connecticut, we're a sport, and that allows us to get funding from the state. So every new robotics team that is started, that is associated with a school, automatically gets funding for the registration.
Well, in Mexico, in Prepatec, I can talk about Prepatec is helping robotics. We do three things. First of all, we brought the competition there, so Prepatec pays for like everything is needed for the competition. This is the first thing. The second thing is before I get to have this role, all coaches were volunteers. And now I managed to, they are dedicating, teachers are dedicating hours to robotics. So now we add a pay per hour to all coaches in Prepatec. Now they are getting paid. That is the second thing. And the third thing is, since I have this role, I created the scholarship of robotics in Prepatec. So new students can get a scholarship as a sports. They have a scholarship playing football or soccer or baseball. Now for robotics we have a scholarship. And I think it's really big support, these three things, in order to have more kids doing robotics in our school.
So where, in your opinion, so I'll put you in the chair of an athletic director, okay? And I'm looking at this right now. So let's just say Ari, you're the athletic director of New Hampshire. Paco, you're the athletic director of Mexico. Let's just say that those are the high school names,
Yes.
theoretically speaking. Watching this and seeing the crowds and seeing the sponsors and just kind of putting a dollar amount, because I know at the end of the day, dollars and cents always matter. because you need support. You need support for travel. You need support for materials and all that stuff. Even though maybe donated, there's still a cost behind it. So you have to build those relationships. But how would you approach, as Connecticut is recognized as a sport, how would you approach an association to say, hey, yeah, you saw the football game. They're terrible. They're 2-10. There was about 600 people there. We have this going on. We got a full gym. Give me the game plan. Give me that presentation.
So, I mean, the presentation that we've given to Connecticut mostly entails like the inspiration level that the students get from this. And you are not going to get that in football. You're going to get some completely different amount of like what students are getting out of this. And it's that education and technology and that just passion for engineering and volunteering that completely sets this apart. So it's way different from any other sport you're ever going to experience. But the level of high octane excitement is going to be the same.
I'll ask you both that as a student, let's just put you in the student program. Do you want to be recognized, or would you rather have the accomplishments of your robot saying that, hey, look at number 6517. That robot is king, and I'm a part of that. Or, hey, I'm the driver. You know, self-brand recognition. I mean, is that an important part of this? Even though the professionalism and the culture and everything, I know that everybody wants to work together, but at the same time, do you build personalities? Are there drivers, are there team members out there that you guys have seen that you know? I mean, somehow you knew the Netherlands team, so is it someone on that team that, oh, I recognize them as a personality, but which one, just in your chance, would you want people to recognize you or the robot?
Definitely the robot. I mean,
The robot and the team,
Yeah.
like the whole team, not
That's so
individually.
true.
Yeah.
Do you, I mean, and I'm not asking this as a slight or anything like that, but are there personalities out there, the bigger
Yes.
personalities that come in? Scott Miller. He came in, I mean, I almost was blinded by what he was wearing. He had, I thought he was a construction worker out on 465 out here, putting the cones down because he was so bright. And I looked at that as a personality, but he was very calm. He was very, commemorable to every team and the sport and all that stuff. But he looked like a colorful aspect of this competition. Are there more of them out there like that? Maybe a little bit more boisterous?
yes. So there's definitely people who are very loud advocates of the program, and those kind of become our personalities. In addition to that, we're kind of all friends. We all know each other. Like, you're in this program long enough, you can see like who's online on the forums and typing up an essay every time someone asks a question. But then there's people who have just been around for 20 years in the program that are kind of synonymous with people who have built up the program in recent years and have really brought it to the place where it is. We have people who do video content online on YouTube and have a following of like 20,000 people. We have people who will go to the Michigan state government and say, all right, how are we going to get funding for the 1/3 of high schools that have an FRC team? So there are people that we know, there are personalities, but they're all really here for the community.
Fantastic. Again, another explaining the culture and just so much more that goes into it. It's just in the name. It's in Indiana Robotics Invitational. But the people portion of this, with your volunteers, with people like yourself who have started at the beginning, beginning of your career, starting out as a student, not back in 1992.
Yeah, I was not alive then.
I'm very predating myself there, but so going from seeing the beginning until where it is now. Now, I want to go back a little bit further because something that really caught my attention as soon as I heard it, I'm wearing Lego Adidas.
Nice.
And I'm a huge Lego fan. And I was worried that the associations I'd be making through the broadcast and as I was doing this, that if the team members and the people that know the sport might look down on me because I'm a Lego guy. I didn't know if that, it was just one of those things that I was worried about.
I think everyone here is Lego guys.
And that's
yes.
what I found fascinating is that the K through 8 league is Lego based.
Yes.
And now I'm super excited. I'm already ready to go to firstinspire.org to find out how I can get involved in that. But can you guys, did you go through that as well? Did you start at that level, going through the Lego in the elementary school and then to the middle school and then into what we see here today?
Yes, actually, when I heard about robotics in my school, I thought it was Legos. I was amazed when I saw these huge robots. At the beginning, truly, I thought it was Legos.
Yeah, so I wasn't directly involved with our Lego League team. It's called First Lego League. But I have since become involved with it since it's such a good feeder program, because you start teaching these kids like really early on what works with programming, what works with building mechanisms, and it just feeds in so perfectly to what FRC is.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic. And, you know, it's one of those things where me as a spectator, when I hear that, I mean, Lego is a synonymous name, not just here in the United States. Lego is everywhere. You know, they're
Actually, I
headquartered
think
in the
Lego
Netherlands.
is from Switzerland.
Netherlands.
Netherlands. Netherlands.
So I'm on top of that. We want to get in a Lego discussion right
Sorry,
now.
sorry.
We can cut the broadcast and go right into Lego world, no problem. But I just think that, kind of thinking of that building process, when I go into, we have a store here in Castleton, which is probably 10 minutes from here, tops. But when I go in there and I'm looking at my next purchase and I see the box on the wall and I see the picture, I'm like, I want to create that. And it's almost the same as here, is that there's instructions, and then you look at all the pieces and parts when you open that box and you're like, oh my gosh, I got to put this together. But the end result is exactly what you guys are seeing. See Liz Smith standing there, and when I was talking to her, now that I can ask you as students, so when you first built your robot, the first robot that you put together, and you got that first point, what did that feel like? Was it just kind of like, oh, okay, we did it, or was it like, oh my gosh, we put this thing together, this is exactly what we wanted it to do, and it did it. Hallelujah.
No. The first robot, it was a miracle. and I wanted to cry the first time. Well, actually, I remember my first season. It was Mexico City, 2016, and we ranked 8th. So it was a good job, I guess. Yeah.
So, but the emotion of getting,
yes,
knowing that you put see, now it's kind of old hat, because you're just like, all right, well, give me the instructions. I'll build this thing. I'll, rack this out in 6 weeks or however long it takes. But to that first one, just putting all that that time and effort and the sweat and the tears and probably something breaking here and there, but to see that first point go in, how about for you?
So for me, it wasn't our first point, but it was at our second event this season. And we had done so much prototyping and mechanism refinement to that point, but we still didn't have our trap mechanism working. And that's the little slots that you see in the stage that some robots can hang up on that chain and then put a note in that little tiny door, and it is very difficult. And between our first event and our second event, our team spent probably 20 to 25 hours working on that specific mechanism. And at our second event, our first match, we decided to try it because we're like, all right, we put this much time into it. And we get out onto the field, our robot goes up, we're hanging on the chain, it looks like it's gonna go in, we spin the wheels, and it goes in for the first time ever. And we got those extra points, we got the ranking point, and it was that mechanism that allowed us to rank first at that event. And we were screaming, shouting, jumping up in the air, and that made it all worth it.
That's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. And that, that's kind of one of the benefits of Lego, and I'm sure that all these teams and yourselves and the mentors and everything see, is that you can take pictures of it. It's a live product. You're not going to, you didn't get a gift card to a restaurant and say, oh, this is great, I get to eat here, but then you're done with dinner. You're eating chicken the next day. You get a prime rib one day, and then you're eating chicken the next day. Here, from the ground up, it's yours. You team effort, put everything together, put all the knobs and the screws and everything to see it work and to see the accomplishment, just like a Lego set, is that you can turn around and see that it's there, and that's all because of the hard work of your teams. Good feeling, I bet.
Oh,
Great
such a good
feeling, yeah.
Liz, you ready? And she's not even paying attention. Are you ready? Well, I'm going to give you guys a chance to give your ladder speech to exit the premise. Your name, the teams, everything your representative. Sell yourself. Paco, sell the Monterrey, Mexico teams and everything that you're doing down there, because first I want to thank you.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure having you up here.
It was fun.
I took away a lot, and it's just, again, everybody that's been up here has been dynamic, if that's a good way to put it. It's just added your own twist, given us different perspectives. Our new audience that's watching, I'm sure that there's a lot of people that are watching that are probably saying, oh, I got 2 mentors here. And I write that note down and everything like that. So I want to thank you, but give your closing speech for your teams and what you're doing down there in Mexico.
Well, we have Prepa Tech. It's a high school national wide in Mexico. We have 31 teams, and some of them are really strong. Some of them are getting better. We have here the 2 best Mexican teams, the Botbusters and Lambot. I hope they make it to the finals to win this invitational off season. But I'm pretty sure we're improving each year. We're having every year we're having more teams into this kind of events, into the championship, and I think you will hear, or maybe you've heard of every time more Prepa Tech teams in events in the United States, and that means I'm doing my job well.
So I'm going to ask you this because I'm doing a lot of soccer. I'm not very good at it. Sometimes they ask me to do it.
Okay.
Could you repeat that in your native language to everybody?
Everything
everything you just said,
okay,
but in your native language, so the people watching, so it's face to face, voice to voice.
Okay,
That's what I'd like to hear.
Ok, bueno, primero que nada, yo soy Paco Guerra. Paco Guerra, represento a Prepa Tech. Prepa Tech es una prepa en México a nivel nacional. Tenemos 31 equipos de First en México. Aquí, bueno, tenemos buenos y malos. Aquí estamos Botbusters y Lambot. Son los 2 mejores equipos de México. Espero que ganen este evento aquí en Indiana, que queden campeones los 2. Y bueno, si han escuchado Prepa Tech cada vez más en eventos de Estados Unidos y en el Mundial, pues quiere decir que yo estoy haciendo muy bien mi trabajo, porque mi trabajo es hacer que los equipos de Prepa Tech les vaya cada vez mejor.
See, what was awesome about that is because he explained it in English before, I was getting an idea. And no, but see, that's kind of the atmosphere of this whole thing.
Yeah.
I learned that.
I tried to say the same
well,
with the same
it was
words.
close, but that was the thing, is that I heard you say it in English, and I learned something. There were words in there where I'm like, oh, I know what that is. I know.
Yeah.
So that's a learning experience to go along with this. I want to thank you so much for that. Ari, your closing speech.
All right.
I don't know if there's a Connecticut accent that you want to use or anything like that.
Exaggerate your accents.
I don't really think I have an accent. So we are Team 8085. We are out of Milford, Connecticut. We are Team Mojo. Basically, we are an up-and-coming team in the Milford area. So if you have a chance, check us out. Connecticut is such an up-and-coming community in terms of First. We have a lot of incredible teams there just to check out. New England District in general is one of the most competitive districts in First right now. So we are absolutely looking for people who want to come volunteer and also just watch our events. In addition to that, I help out with First Updates Now, which is a YouTube channel, youtube.com/firstupdatesnow. We have a few shows on there. Specifically, I help with First Rewind, which is a history show that talks about history of First Robotics and all the great people that were involved in that. And also our top 25 in the season. So make sure you vote for top 25 when we get there. And
Darn good pizza over there in Connecticut, too.
Yes, good pizza.
Well, I want to thank you both. Enjoy the rest of the competition. Best of luck moving forward. We hope we see you tomorrow. It'll be Kurt Darling, and maybe you guys are up here again, but enjoy it. I'm absolutely thrilled. Like I said, dynamic personalities have been here all day, and 2 of you had exemplified that. So thank you so much. On behalf of myself, our team, and ISC, thanks for coming up and spending some time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right.
You guys enjoy the rest of the afternoon. And we are going right along. We've hit the almost 4:15. We've been here all day, and I know that our hardworking crew at ISC has been here for 2 days, and we'll be back here tomorrow, Saturday the 13th, starting in the morning. Kurt Darling will be on the call, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it will be all the same people we have working today. Is that right, Jordan, in my ear? All the same crew out here? So good. One of the always, the crew is always fantastic with ISC, but today, as we have some time, we've got Jordan as a director, Dennis on replay, Charlie, Chase, Daryl, and Richard on the cameras. I want to thank each and every one of you, because if you guys aren't here, I'm not here. And boy, I tell you, we'll go back to it, is that when I was asked to do this, I did not know what to expect, as I mentioned to everybody. And as Liz gets ready to take the microphone, she's going to be on the guest microphone, but Liz Smith from one of the local teams. But as I mentioned to her, and I've been mentioning all the time, is I thought it was BattleBots. I really thought I was going to see chainsaws and flamethrowers and everything like that. Not that, not at all, but just so impressive what I've seen through the afternoon. So I'm going to welcome in Liz Smith. She kind of overheard the conversations that my director Jordan and I were having at the beginning, kind of snuck and be like, hey, I can help you with a lot of stuff. And now we get her on the headset. So Liz, thank you so much for joining us. And we'll get her potted up on the guest.
Yeah, nice to,
are you there?
Nice to hear from you.
So why don't you, can you pull that a little bit closer to your mouth?
Absolutely.
There we go. All right.
All right, that's
now
great.
we're fantastic. So Liz Smith, give the ladder speech of your team. And
absolutely. So I'm a team coach for Team 3940. They're from Northwestern High School in Kokomo, Indiana. So happy to be representing the great state of Indiana here at the Indiana Robotics Invitational.
One of 10 teams from Indiana here today.
Yes. So we're happy to be here and compete with some of the greatest teams across the country and the world here this weekend at the IRI.
So Liz, let's ask you on so we had Paco from Mexico. That's so great to get an international presence and to hear it from thousands of miles away. I mean, a 2-day bus trip that they took, to hear that part of it. You have Ari from Connecticut. You had Libby from New Jersey. I mean, just the different places people are coming from. But like Scott, let's bring it right back here to the old Hoosier state. Can we do that?
Absolutely.
All right, let's talk about Indiana for a little bit. So this state, as you know, and we were talking about it, racing is a big thing. Basketball is a big thing. Soccer's growing, both on the men's and women's side. Indy 11, and that's my engagement for tomorrow. But hey, who knows? I may be able to get Kurt to switch, but we'll see. But anyway, so there's a lot of growth, and we learned just a couple days ago that all the basketball tournaments are going to be here in 2026, which is amazing. And then you think about all the other events that are held here. Big Ten Championship, the Super Bowl has been here. You look at Lawrence Central High School, the stands are filled on our side. Across, you do see blank, but those will probably be filled tomorrow, or it'll be standing room only tomorrow. I don't know how they're going to open that up just with the field dimensions and everything like that.
For sure.
This environment, I don't think anybody would walk in here and say, "What? Where has this been? Why is this not talked about?" Because this is incredible. This environment is absolutely incredible for something that's new to me, but you've been around it. How have you seen the growth here in Indiana?
Yeah, I really love to see the growth of robotics teams in Indiana. We have these wonderful gyms in Indiana that are set up for many fans to watch basketball games. And they're also really well set up to run these robotics tournaments and have these wonderful fields in the middle of the basketball courts and have plenty of fans that can come in and watch. And all of our competitions are free for spectators to come in. So we really like to see the growth in Indiana and have more and more people come and watch our events and see what we do here in the robotics community.
One of the big things that, I don't know if we can get a camera shot in the left-hand corner where some of the first champions are, I'm not sure what years those are, but see a bunch of backpacks.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a huge, and that is so cool. And what's the backpack all about?
Yeah, so first teams and teams that participate in the first robotics program, in addition to building these wonderful machines that are playing this robotics game, are also really into their community efforts and how they can impact the community by either promoting STEM or participating in these charity events like these backpack donations that are going to go to kids in need who need donations. So you'll see a lot of the teams, in addition to their engineering efforts that they put into their robots, they're also putting efforts into promoting growth in their community and helping out other people in need in their community. And so the highest award that's given out at the championship event is based on community impact, in addition to the teams that win in the robot game competition as well. So we have plenty of teams here. We have a team that Team 321, who's here this weekend, who has won both the World Championship and the first Impact Award in the last 2 years. And just a wonderful achievement to be a team that is impactful in both their community efforts and also in building a machine that can play the game effectively, and is a great team to look at.
And then to the right side is you have the backpacks here, and then you have the other winners of this event, which you can see by the blue signage that this has been going on quite a long time. But then the charity is that it's kind of a silent auction over there.
Yep, every year we run a silent auction to also raise money. A lot of money is raised, and teams bring in their team T-shirts or grab bags and all sorts of things to help raise money for the community efforts and some of the local charities. I believe that looks like the Riley Adolescent and Mental Health and Riley's Children's Foundation is one of the people who are going to be given some of this fundraising from these charity auctions that we're putting together. So this is an annual event that we do each year in the summer here in Indiana, and the charity auction is always a big part. You'll see some of the teams. I see Team 118 from Houston, Texas has a bunch of their team gear with their wonderful NASA branding on it, and also
it's a good sponsor to have.
Absolutely, and you can see some of their wonderfully machined parts. That is really a key feature of some of their robots each year in their traditional white and gold colors that really stand out in the background. And teams are gonna, the people who are here at this event really respect their team and the impact they've made in the community, and will donate a lot of money to help bring those parts home, both because they're really cool to look at, but also they may get an insight on how this team, who's been really successful in the competition, has constructed their robot, and maybe that's something that they can use in future robots that they build as well.
You can see right there, 1706 and 8044 of the Red Alliance for this match. It is the 40th. We're almost to the halfway point. That's a Ratchet Rocket, 1706 from Wentzville, Missouri, and Denim Venom, 8044. And to round out that three-team alliance is the Enigma Robotics, 2075 from Grand Rapids, Michigan. On the other side, 2767. Strike Force, another Michigan team. Michigan's been represented very well here this afternoon and this morning. There's a lot of teams
following in Michigan.
And then we got one of our home teams here, the William Henry Harrison High School, 1747, the Harrison Boiler Robotics up in West Lafayette. And then 3061, the Husky Robotics from Naperville, Illinois. And it's, I think, maybe one time out of these 40 matches I've maybe mentioned the same state twice or the locations, 19. Representing it.
That's a great representation. This event always brings teams from across the country, from different countries to participate, and it's my students have a wonderful time interacting with people from all over the place who are here building robots together, and it's crazy. I was just talking to some of the adults who are on the Louisiana team who's in this next upcoming match, and they described it as a robotics team, kind of a family road trip that they took. They took a trip driving all the way from Louisiana here to Indiana this weekend and stopped in St. Louis, saw some of the St. Louis sites on their way, and are having a little family vacation for themselves.
Love that Provel cheese from St. Louis. Get me started. And something I want to point out is ISC Sports Network, and just being at Lawrence Central, we've been here for other events. We've been here for basketball. Lawrence Central Bears won the girls' state title this year.
Oh, that's awesome.
In basketball, so that was fantastic. But behind that sign was an official sign, become an official, and how important they are to just the sports landscape. Here it's the IHSAA. You go to ihsaa.org. Sign up to become an official, because just like here, Liz, is that if these officials don't take the time to do this, none of this happens.
Absolutely.
Because they have to be out there, and it's such an integral part of this competition.
And youth sports, and here in our robotics community, our event is put on by many, many volunteers that are working really hard to do judging, to do the refereeing here, calling the fouls, make the penalties, and also running our wonderful field equipment that we have that, at least at our robotics events, are doing automatic scoring. They're putting in penalties, all sorts of fun stuff behind the scenes to help make this robotics competition really interesting. We have some of our volunteers right now that are on the field that are helping support these teams. These robots are really complex machines that are put together, electrical systems, mechanical systems, and everything has to work all together to run during each match. So we have wonderful volunteers who help support the students and the teams, get their robots working before each match and help them work through any problems that they have.
Liz Smith, she's a local representative, Northwestern High School up in Kokomo. So here, and this is something that I just want to bring out. It's shameless promotion, I guess.
Absolutely.
But so up in Kokomo is the UPSL. They have just started the Kokomo Vipers FC.
Yeah.
And it's a soccer team. You're familiar with that?
I have heard about that.
Okay,
Yes,
that's a start. We're getting there. So we do the broadcast for them.
Oh.
And it's their first year in UPSL. We're putting a lot of effort and recruitment-wise and trying to get soccer players, because it's really the first time in 8 years that they've had a professional soccer presence up there. So the challenge is not really that the talent's not there.
Yeah.
It's just getting recognized.
Absolutely.
Let's turn it around to the robotics side. Is that there's a lot of smart kids up there. There's a lot of people that are anxious maybe to learn this and develop into that. What's a recruiting process to get people involved in this?
Absolutely. So we are, as a first robotics program, looking to get any student here involved in robotics, and there's really a spot for anyone to join a team as a student. There's students who are interested in photography, interested in marketing, interested in engineering and mechanics, interested in maybe some of the trade skills to put some of these robot machines together. And really everybody is welcome to join a robotics team in their area. Our first program starts in elementary school for younger students with our first Lego League, and all the way up
What
through
league
high
was
school.
that?
That's first Lego League.
We've been talking about that.
We've been talking about Legos
yes,
all
we
day.
have.
And
we'll represent the shoes again.
Yeah.
The official Adidas Lego shoe.
I think John and I are both very big Lego fans
Yes,
here in the
we
building.
are.
So,
Well, that's what I found fascinating about it, is because I had told you one of my fears was that I was trying to associate anything I did with this. And I'm thinking, okay, Lego's kind of the same thing, but they're going to look down on me because I'm Lego.
No, Legos are wonderful for introducing engineering skills, especially to younger students. And we really want to use our, this is, we call it the sport of the mind. We are playing a sport here. We're playing a game here with the first Crescendo game that we're here playing today. And we're using that to get students involved. We want to see everybody at least try to be on a team. There's so much you can learn as a student. And even as an adult, come out, and I'm sure every adult has some skill that they can help mentor a younger student, or help build the robot, or even help with any of the background aspects of the team as well. There's definitely room for everybody to get involved.
So Liz, it's 4 o'clock and 4:30, and I'm just now asking this question as a baseball guy, because I've heard a lot of how it's trained. So the K through 8, the Lego, and then there's a middle school program, and then it gets to this. So let's look at something I'll try to make relative to here. So we have the Indianapolis Indians here, the AAA affiliate of the Pirates. So the Pirates, would that be what this is right here? Are these, with the robots and the teams that we're seeing today, is this the Pittsburgh Pirates? And then there's the middle school, which would be the AAA, and then the Lego, which would be Altoona, which is the AA of the Pirates. But the question that I have in that is, it's scheduled for K through 8. But let's just say a popular name around here for about 2 weeks was Paul Skeens, the #1 draft pick out of LSU, and now it's 6-0 in Pittsburgh and just under 2 ERA. NL All-Star, he might start the All-Star game. Just, do you have those students that might be in 8th grade that are capable of doing this? Is there an age limit that you can't, if you're 12 years old, you can't do this? But if you can you make the jump at a younger age to participate at the level like this?
Yeah, so you can. Some teams are inclusive of both high school and middle school students. So they either have like a JV and varsity style team where maybe they build 2 robots. Maybe they have a JV team and a varsity team. There are some teams out there that do that. Other teams just, they have a middle school program with some of the smaller robots, like the first Lego League and the first Tech Challenge robots that are smaller in size. And they do it. They have a place for anybody, and you'll see some of the students here this weekend are middle school students that are driving these robots, but it's hard to tell because they're very proficient in what they do.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you couldn't tell how old they are or their experience level or anything like that, but clearly the experience level is why they're here. And I think that's fascinating that you can have, I guess, what would you call it, a protege, so to speak?
Yeah.
That might just be out of this world and be 4 or 5 years younger than a senior in high school or something like that. I got all shocked when I found out that one of the drivers from the team was a sophomore. I'm like, look at you.
Exactly, and one of the big things that are emphasized on these teams is sharing skills. So the upperclassmen in high school are going to share skills with the younger underclassmen and help make sure that the team is sustainable from year to year, and they grow and they learn. They learn when they're building the robot and learn all the things that they need to be kind of the strongest team possible out on the playing field.
Liz, you were asking me some questions, and I felt very humbled by it, that you're kind of asking my opinion of what I see and maybe the improvements or just other aspects that would, on a broadcasting standpoint, make it stick out more. And I talked to a young gentleman just down below us here from the Bedford Express or something.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So I was talking to him and getting his idea, and he's like, if I could see more lights, if I could see more, things flashing and I'm not saying pyrotechnic, you want to make it like a Kiss concert, I'd be fine with that.
This is the second Kiss concert reference today, I think.
I've been a Kiss all day. So, again, going back to the font on the back of the shirts of a local team. But you, and we were talking about this, so Crescendo, if you weren't in a music program, you probably pronounced that name wrong, I would think. And then you have to explain, the poles on the top are microphones, and then the chrome metal thing in the middle, that's a stage.
It is. And so we're leaning into the music scene.
Where does this sport need to go on that aspect of it? Now, because I know that the teams they're focused on the ability of the robot, the functioning of the robot. They're really not too concerned about the theme.
So our goal here at first is to get as many students involved in robotics as possible. We want to invite a broad base to join our program and build robots with us. So we want to have really cool games that people are going to be excited about and do that. And so one of the things we did this year was lean into the music theme and have this music themed game. And I know at least on my team, we have a ton of crossover between students that are on the robotics team and students who participate in band. And the students who are in band were super excited to be able to share their music terms with us and tell us what a crescendo is when they
and a decrescendo.
And decrescendo, and
Treble
talk
clef,
about their
bass
notes
clef.
and figure out how they can incorporate their musical talents in. They were super excited to be able to have this crossover between something that they're really passionate about as far as band. We have actually all 3 Northwestern High School drum majors are now part of the band, which is super exciting for us. So they're all on the robotics team and helping share that crossover between music and robotics and part of that.
So how do you build that, again, to get as many students involved as possible to do this? But sometimes a recognition, it's kind of like when an athlete chooses, you mentioned Kokomo.
Yeah.
I'll go right to Flory Badinga. He's going to Kansas. Kansas is a huge Division I basketball, but that wasn't the only offer he got.
Absolutely.
But the intrigue of Kansas Jayhawk basketball, rock chalk, all that kind of stuff in Lawrence, Kansas, that's what drove him there. And he's going to play basketball regardless of where he went, whether it was Kentucky, Kansas, North Carolina, wherever, he's going to play basketball. But there was a showcase about Kansas that caught him. How are we doing that for these kids in order to do that too? Because there is some intrigue, and we've mentioned throughout this entire time, we kind of talked about it offline. these are all professional athletes. They all have a shot. Whereas Flory, he's a 1%, not even a 1% person who he's going to Kansas. He may not see the NBA at all. It's still to be determined. But all these students right here have a chance to, they are pro. That's what it is. They are pro.
Everybody
so
here
everybody
can
that
go
we
pro
see,
and be a professional.
and the different avenues and arenas that they take on, whether it's engineering, some are doctorates, and just all these different avenues that they can take. But how do you draw that intrigue to say, you know what, when I come to this competition, I'm going to turn around and look to my left and see bleachers full of people.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we really want to do is get students excited to at least try it, because they can go pro in any part of robotics here. And so we want to get the music students involved. We want to get a theme that helps draw people in and at least see what we're doing and maybe get really hyped about it and excited. And so there are some things that we're doing here in this game. We have our our little speaker up at the either end of the field to play, and that's where the teams are scoring points. So leaning into this music theme a little bit, but yeah, we really want to use this music theme. We want to use sports, and we want to help get students knowing what their career pathways are in especially engineering and technology, and especially students who maybe have never even thought about trying this out before. That's who we want to recruit to the team and get involved and get hyped up about STEM and science and technology and Legos, and getting everything involved, and maybe even trying something brand new that they never even thought that they could be a part of.
One thing that stuck out, and when I look at it, I was looking over the charity auction. And the Riley Adolescent Mental Health. So I was telling you offline, I'm a huge advocate for mental health. I think it's ultra important. I think there's a lot of people that suffer from it, don't get the exact help they need because it's a crapshoot. There's no cure for it. There's no medication that you can take that says, okay, I'm going to get rid of this. The biggest part of mental health is people and the environments that you're putting these students in from kindergarten up until their senior year in high school. You as a mentor, as a coach, and all that kind of stuff, how does it feel to maybe someone might be bipolar, or they might be depressive, or over anxious, or something like that, to see them in a shell when they first start, but giving them a shot, and then by the senior year, they're the most talkative person on the team. They're exploring new avenues. They're getting involved in different things, taking a leadership role and stuff like that. How does that's got to make you feel great.
It makes me feel amazing. And the FIRST Robotics community is filled with wonderful people who are very supportive of their students and help these students grow. I really love seeing on my team a student who maybe was really quiet their first year, was really quiet, didn't necessarily get involved. By their senior year, they're telling adults and professional engineers every single detail about their robot, and they're really proficient in doing so. And that, to me, is something that gets me really excited. I love seeing their passion develop. I love seeing them grow into more communicative people, and it's amazing to see. And this robotics community is really supportive and a really friendly place that is welcoming to everybody that wants to be a part of it.
So if someone's watching this for the first time and they really are enjoying seeing these masterful robots do these amazing things and controlled by students and having the themes and all that kind of stuff, firstinspires.org is where they can go to kind of get a bead on who they need to talk to, what directions they need to take in order to get involved in this.
Yes, absolutely. And FIRST Robotics, firstinspires.org is the main page for FIRST Robotics. You'll see all of our levels of program, all the way from First Lego League, First Tech Challenge, First Robotics Competition, and you'll also see some links there to some local areas. There are local partners in Indiana who are love starting teams, love supporting our teams here in Indiana. We have a whole Indiana tournament that we run. We have qualifying district events for the First Robotics Competition program. That all culminate at our state championship in Indiana as well. So definitely, if you're interested in getting involved with robotics in the state of Indiana, firstinspires.org is the place to get started, and First Indiana Robotics is our local partner for robotics here in the state of Indiana.
Going to the action real quick, you can see on the bottom screen here, on the horizontal, Team 226 called the Hammerheads. They took a shot.
They did.
And they have stopped there. They've been there for almost about a minute now, but they took a body check.
They did, and there's some really strong robots on these alliances. I know Team 2910 is one of the best robots in the world out there. You can see they're on the Blue Alliance. They're scoring a lot of points, and they have their turret on their robot that can automatically target the goal and always have their shooter pointed at the goal, and their machine is amazing to look at when you're looking at 2910 there. Always have their robot pointed in the right direction to make the shot every time and have really consistent scoring.
Now this, to me, I believe, and I could be mistaken, but I believe this is the largest point differential that I've seen.
I think so, and I think it had to do with that
on the afternoon, losing that 226.
Yeah,
I mean, how devastating is that? I mean, so a couple weeks ago, I go back to Kokomo Vipers FC. The other team, FC Cincinnati Academy, went down to 10 because they got a red card and they were down one player. Next thing you know, Kokomo scores and we got a tie ball game, so it's fantastic.
Exactly.
And it was detrimental. He just won, but with only 3 robots out there, just how killer is that to lose that third robot?
It is, and our matches are only just over 2 minutes long. So losing a robot that is malfunctioning or not able to participate for even a portion of that match can be detrimental to that alliance. It's like a hockey power play where the teams are down a player for a certain amount of time. It's hard to recover from that, and you can see that in the last match, and you'll probably see it reflected in the score real soon as well. But I think the score differential was pretty high, but that is
almost by 80.
Almost by 80, but
76.
Team 2910 was probably projected to win that match anyway. They have a really strong robot, and they're really looking good today in every match that I've seen them in. Yeah, I'm sure they had a really hard hit during that match, and these robots are really complex machines. They have full electrical systems, and they're maintained by the students and their mentors on the team as well. So keeping one of these robots up and running for the whole match and all day long from match to match is a lot of work. Once these robots compete in their matches, the teams take them back to their pit areas, and they're able to do maintenance and work on those robots as they wait for their next upcoming match. So I'm sure 226 is going to have a pit crew in the back ready to jump on whatever issue they had and have it fixed up and ready to go for their next match.
So being as versed as you are and being around this a long time, what are some of the things that could have happened to 226 in that hit? Because, I mean, I heard it. First of all, there's bumpers on these things. I heard it, saw that thing jump, and then it stopped.
I did.
What are some of the things that could cause that robot to stop functioning?
Yeah, so these robots run off of a 18 amp hour, 12 volt battery. So this is like a car battery in your robot. And so that battery is what's powering all the electronics. So everything from the motors to the computer inside the robot that is doing the processing. So when a robot takes a really big hit like that, like we saw in that last match, any of those electrical connections can come loose. And even we've seen matches where the battery even flies out of their robot. I didn't see that in this match, but something like that could take your whole robot out for the whole rest of the match. And you'll see it happen from time to time. The robots at this event are really diligent about making sure all those electrical connections are really tight and together. But hits like that, you never know what's going to happen, and that's kind of what I assume we saw in 226 as they did that.
And it just shows the advancement of and the intelligent prowess of the people back there, because there are so many different components that can go wrong, but to run a diagnostic and figure, oh, okay, that might be a simple fix. They may go back to that pit area, like, oh, come on, we just got to tighten this up a little bit, or do a little this, a little of that. But on the outside, it's almost like a NASCAR crash.
It is.
With body damage and everything, and you're like, they're going to fix that. Next thing you know, the car's in third place running around somehow, and you're like, what the heck? So
exactly. So I expect them to come back and be really strong in their next match again. And besides the students and the adults who are down on the playing field driving the robot during the match, there's a whole team full of other members who are responsible for pit crew duties and maintenance. They're responsible for even recording the matches to evaluate exactly what went wrong. And I'm sure that the students who are on that team know exactly what went wrong and are able to jump right on that and get it ready for the next match.
John Natale, ISCSportsNetwork.com, the IRI, the Indiana Robotics Invitational, Friday and Saturday. Kurt Darling on the call tomorrow, but our crew will be back here. They've been here for 3 long days, and they've been working hard all day yesterday setting up and then all day today. So I want to thank the incredible crew at ISC for helping everybody out here, putting on the show that we hopefully are doing a good job with all the fantastic help that we've had up here since the beginning guests. It's been absolutely fantastic, because if it were just me, we would have been in trouble right at 10 o'clock. But Liz Smith from Cybertooth, Northwestern High School up in the Kokomo area. And again, going back to the Indiana thing and trying to, it amazes me, and I had an off-camera conversation with our director, Jordan Shue, and saying that, have you ever seen a place packed inside an hour and a half before anything started? And I'm thinking, well, you know, tailgating outside and all that kind of stuff, but no. And they were probably here earlier than that.
Yeah, absolutely. They line up at the door before we even open the doors, and you'll see the teams ready to go. And I think that speaks to both the effort that these students have put into their robots and their teams all season long. They are ready to go first thing. So before the matches even start, they're checking their robots. They're testing things in the pit. They're making sure that everything is ready to go and working. There are students here who are, one of their tasks is to scout matches. So they're ready to do intense strategy with their partners and making sure that they know every detail about statistics that are happening during the matches, so they can know what's going to happen and make good choices during the strategy of their matches that are upcoming.
Coming up on qual match number 42 on the Blue Alliance, the Krypton Cougars, Hershey, Pennsylvania. Yes, that is, and we mentioned this earlier, that is the Hershey capital of the world. It's where the headquarters is.
It is.
So you can get your Reese's and everything there. 6081, the digital dislocators from Manchester, Michigan. And then just down the road, 1741, Red Alert from Center Grove High School, Greenwood, Indiana. The Red Alliance, 302, Lake Orion High School from Michigan. The Dragons, 7028, the Binary Battalion from St. Michael, Minnesota. And then 1023, as we mentioned, the Bedford Express, and kind of one of their fans was expressing what we'd like to see. And Liz, you've seen a lot of these, and just each competition is completely different. But the growth that you've seen has had to be immense from the first one you've seen up until today.
Yeah, absolutely. So these teams have been going through their qualifying events starting in early March. They started building their robots back in January. So they've all been through a really long season and have made wonderful improvements as they earned spots at the World Championship this April, and then even further here at the IRI, which is mostly a competition for fun and bragging rights here in Indiana. But you're going to see some of the top robots in the world that are competing here, and it really shows with some of the skills that these robots have, and they can. We see a lot of here passing from robot to robot. Team 1741 is doing this strategy where they're passing to 6081, and they're able to shoot really, really quickly into the goal and make sure that they are making use of the amplification period and getting the most points per action as their robots are driving around the field.
And one of the unique things about 1741 is the way they gather the note. A lot of these that you've seen throughout the competition today, this morning and this afternoon, has been kind of a vacuum. It goes right under and it sucks up, but this one kind of has a hook and pull to it, kind of a different operation. So you can see that the technologies, even though the same practice of what you're trying to do, a different formula of how to make it work.
Absolutely, and 1741 is one of our local Indiana teams from Greenwood, Indiana, and they have what we call an over-the-bumper intake, where you see that mechanism go out over their bumper, which is the blue portion around the outside of their robot. And they pick up each game piece, and they're able to pick them up really carefully. And in this match, they're choosing to pass those right to their partners so they can score as quickly as they can.
And a tight one, 80 to 73. And Liz, is everybody that we've been talking to, is how quickly things can change.
They can, and the score is
not indicative until that final whistle's blown.
Exactly.
You got to see these things hanging on the chains before we get any recognition of what actually happens, because we've seen it a couple times throughout this competition. Is that, oh, look, the blue team's winning. And then they switch it, and then, oh, look, red came out on top. So a lot of that has to do with that final 15 seconds with the human element, throwing the rings onto the microphones, but also making sure that those hooks come up and get on that chain and get off that ground.
Yeah, absolutely. And the teams also have the opportunity to put the note in what's called the trap for an extra 5 points. And that may make or break an alliance at the end of the match, especially at this competition where a lot of teams are able to do that very complex maneuver at the end of the match to get those additional points.
Liz, what would you say as a driver? Have you held the driver role before?
So I don't drive the robot itself, but I have been the drive coach for my team, helping with the strategy during the match. One of the things I joke about is I am actually really poor robot driver. I am not good at controlling the robot, which is funny, but I am good at telling people what to do, so that's good. Yeah.
So what's the hardest aspect of, because I've seen different controllers, and you had mentioned it, some have these custom boards, some have custom controllers, everything like that. Is it a kind of I'll try to use as a pilot, where it's opposite direction, where down goes up and up goes down and all that kind of stuff? Or do people like to go up is up, down is down?
Yeah.
What's the most difficult aspect of that? Is it choosing that because of the different drivetrains? I mean,
Yeah,
that's
it
a lot
can
to
be
absorb.
really complex. So the teams are able to choose what controllers they use. So you'll see teams are using video game controllers on their operator consoles, and they're able to control their robots using that. And there are all sorts of different ways that teams choose to solve the problem of controlling their robot. A lot of the robots that you'll see here today have what's called swerve drive. And so there are 4 pods, one on each corner of their robot, that can rotate individually. And so these robots, instead of driving just forward and backwards, left and right like a car, they can drive in all directions. So the teams get to choose how their robots are controlled and can move in any direction they want, left, right, front, back, spin in a circle. And you'll see that on a lot of these robots who are out here this weekend competing. A lot of what goes into these robots, especially in the programming aspect, teams are always optimizing their controls, and they're using sensor feedback. So they're using high-level technology to get into the right position. A lot of teams, you'll see these, what we're calling April tags. They kind of look like QR codes on the field. Teams are able to
You can see right there in our screenshot the young gentleman who just walked off screen in the black shirt there. Those codes, April codes, are right above the crescendo speaker there. So that's what Liz is referencing.
So these white and black codes, teams are able to track them with cameras and vision systems, and they can use them for things like automatic targeting. So they can automatically target their locations where they want to score. They can use them to align themselves on the field, and they can actually map themselves on the playing field and have software-assisted driver control. So some of the more teams with complex programming are going to have these controls that are assisted for targeting and use technology to help them out, to help ease that driving aspect. But when it comes down to it, it really also comes down to driver skills. These teams have practiced in their homes, at their team shops, and have done a lot of work to make sure that they're ready for the competition this weekend.
We have reached the halfway mark.
Ooh,
Wall match
wow.
number 43 out of 86. We've gotten there at 4:53 p.m. We still have a long way to go. It's going to go into qualifying. Will go into tomorrow. Kurt Darling will be on that call, and then he gets the best of the best after that, kind of a draft situation. And it's difficult to explain. I think we'll let Kurt handle that because of just who we're waiting to see, and that if I do it now, it might get confusing, and the last thing you want is me talking about that.
Absolutely.
But it'll go into tomorrow, and Kurt will handle that, and that's really where we'll see the best of the best really come out in those final matches.
And the teams are really, they're playing in these qualification matches. Like we said, we're at match 43 out of 86. Teams play in qualification matches to rank, and if they win their match or achieve certain thresholds in some of the game objectives, they are ranked higher. And at the end of our qualification matches, after that match 86, that's when we'll have all the teams ranked, and they'll move into playoff matches after that.
The Blue Alliance 37-67, the TC Titans, Traverse City 32-76, the Tool Cats from New London, Minnesota, and 12-61, the Robo Lions from Georgia, Peachtree Ridge High School. Red Alliance to Sioux Purdue per Robotics, 74-57 here from Purdue Polytechnic. Down to Circus City in Indianapolis, 33-57 the Comets. Eastern High School, North and Central High School in Grand Rapids. And then 9-10, the Foley Freeze, Madison Heights, Michigan.
Yeah, and the Purdue Polytechnic team is one of the top teams in the state of Indiana this year. They were really had a great robot competing in Indiana this year, and I'm super happy to see them be really competitive here this weekend in their matches. It looks like their Red Alliance is also continuing with a passing strategy with the Purdue Polytechnic team in the primary shooting position. So they're responsible for scoring all those game pieces in the goal as their partners are at the loading stations ready to pass to them so they can get as many game pieces scored in that short 10-second amplification period during the match. So the Red Alliance is doing a great job getting as many of those amplified notes in the speaker as possible.
Curious question, Liz, and I know that you don't, I know it's going to be a no.
Ooh.
But could there be a extra point advantage at some point, and just not using the same game, but if I'm watching this now and I see these lofting shots, the passing, what if one of those were to go on a microphone?
Ooh, yeah, I did see one of those in an earlier match. So that doesn't count for any points. So teams are trying to avoid getting them stuck on those microphones because that really takes it out of the match for them. So they're trying to get these notes over those large stage structures in the center of the field and as close to their alliance partners in their speaker areas on their side of the field as possible, which is actually a challenging task to do. There are rules that don't allow them to shoot directly from their loading stations. They have to come to basically midfield to do that shot, just like the Comets team from Michigan did right there. And the teams are getting really good at passing to each other, and that's one of the things we like to see. It's pretty neat to see one robot pass to another robot and then score in the goal after that.
One thing that I see significant in this match are the different base sizes.
Oh, yeah.
I believe it was 32-76 on the Blue Alliance. It's on the far angle there. You can't see it now because it has elevated itself. But its base was much smaller than a lot of the bigger robots. And so what advantage does that give to that particular robot? Because that's got to be something to where this robot is going to be specifically for this, because if I get rammed by someone the size of 37-57, I'm going to break like 226 did in that one match.
So the teams are required to fit within a size and weight requirement. So there's a maximum weight and a maximum size that each robot can be. But there really is no minimum size. So as long as you can fit all your mechanisms and your electronics into the package, it may be advantageous to be smaller so that you are quick and nimble driving around the playing field. The playing field, although it is the size of a basketball court in a high school gym, it is hard to navigate around, especially those stage structures as we look at those and try to get around all the other robots. Some of the teams choose to play defense as well, so as much as you can do to be small and nimble may be an advantage when you're driving around the field.
Now I know, and as any sport that you want to do, is you have to have, the goal is to have an equal balance of offense and defense. But they say in a lot of sports that defense wins championships.
Oh, yeah.
We've heard that a lot. But at the same time, you have some offensive firepower that, okay, you can score as many as you want. We're going to score more than you. knowing that you do need a strong defensive game plan, but you also need an offensive game plan. Is there that one direction you say, you know, we are going to be more defensive? Because maybe I know that my drivers or my team, we just don't have that capability to score like that. So if we play stronger defense, if they can't score and we can, it's like, you know, it's like the 2-0 or the 1-0 game. So which way?
It's always a hard choice to figure out which way you're going to go. Are you going to play more defense, or are you going to do three on offense? And one of the things that the students on the teams do is they strategize before each match to determine what the best option is for them. And especially with 3 versus 3, some of those choices are really challenging because you can choose to put one robot on defense and maybe slow down your opponents just enough to get that win out at the end of the match. Or maybe by choosing to put a defender on the opposing alliance, that may not allow your alliance to score enough points to get that win. So it's always a trade-off to make those choices in the strategy sessions. But these students are scouting matches, they're looking at data, and they're using that to make informed decisions during their match planning to figure out what exactly they should do and try to come up with a game plan to win each match. So kind of like each individual football play, you got to pick the play that's going to work the best. These teams are figuring out, especially in their qualification matches where each of the 3 teams is randomly paired with each other, how each robot and each of the robot's abilities are going to work well together to win each match and score the most amount of points that they can while still reaching the other objectives they're trying to accomplish in the match as well.
118 from the Blue Alliance, the Robonauts, Houston, Texas, 4607 CIS. Becker, Minnesota, and then 125, the Neutrons out of Revere, Massachusetts, round out the Blue Alliance. And on the red side, 5712, Hemlock's Gray Matter, Hemlock, Michigan, from the Queen City, 4028, the Beak Squad from Cincinnati, and then 4499, the Highlanders, Fort Collins, Colorado. Just so much to digest as myself and new viewers who are scrolling through and seeing this and want to take an interest in it. Is there a common interest, or I don't even know what kind of word I'm looking for here. Is there something that, as just a green person like me, so if I'm going through the TV, I know this is on TV, stream it live to iscsportsnetwork.com, but if you came across this, and what is something that I would see right away that would be like, oh, I gotta stop the old remote here. I'm not pushing I'm not putting in a new web address. This is pretty intense. What do you think that thing is that comes out of this that can grab someone, just the vanilla view?
Yeah, I mean, we are, especially this year with the notes and this game that we're playing this season, and it almost looks like Ultimate Frisbee, where we are shooting these rings into the goal, and it is super fast-paced. So if you're just tuning in and you're looking at these matches, it is super fast-paced. So hopefully a newcomer will see kind of the exciting sports aspect that we're looking for, where you're going to see a lot of action all the time, and it's really exciting. And once then you realize that these are students who put these machines together to play these matches and have lots of games. It's really a lot to see, and hopefully it's enough to get students and even adults who've never seen this who are really excited about science and technology and everything we have to see.
Liz Smith from Cybertooth,
yes.
Northwestern High School up in Kokomo. And we have another guy. He's taking a selfie. We'll do, okay, we'll get and we have George.
That's George.
Hello.
With us. George?
Hi.
I know you have a last name.
George Tan. I'm from Austin, Texas. I'm with Team 2468, Team Appreciate. I've been doing this for,
Now, is that on purpose, intentional?
No. The way the number works is it's in order of when you registered. So
Well, it's the order number, but I'm saying that the team, because 2468, who do we appreciate, would be one of those things, and then
yeah, we just happen to be 2468.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, so it all came together nicely.
Yeah,
So
that's our motto. Yeah.
So George, why don't you tell everybody again, kind of, you've mentioned where you're from and the team and everything. So what is your role on Team 2468?
Yeah, so I'm the design and strategy mentor for our team. So this, this competition that really, for at least personally for me is I enjoy the engineering aspect, but also played sports in high school, right? I enjoy the strategy sports side of things, right? So I kind of takes this, the sports approach where let's figure out how to play the game, let's analyze the strategy, and then let's design a machine revolves around the strategy, right? And I tell our kids, like, don't just think about building a machine, but build a useful machine, right? That achieve a target goal, a target performance, right? So it's very much a fun, applied, engineering challenge rather than, just building a machine, right?
So George, I'll ask you. You said you're an athlete. You played sports. What were the sports that you played?
So I played tennis, and I ran cross country in high school, and then currently I've been doing triathlons. So yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
So on the sports side of it, but there's so many different aspects. I mean, you could really take any sport. We've been talking about NASCAR. We've been talking about football. We've been talking about hockey. As a sports person, what sport would this, if you had to put, this is more likely than this, what is this closest to?
Well, this is definitely, depending on at which level you're looking at, right? So, this is definitely like a team sport, right? So you have it's like probably more like football or basketball, right? So you have the defensive aspect, you have the offensive aspect, you can have the midfield hybrid aspects. I know, our coach, Coach Norman, he used to be an ex-basketball coach, right? I think he'll be on the as a color commentator tomorrow. Long story short, yeah. So you have different aspects of the game you can play, right? You can also have specialty players, right? So depending on the year of the game, there are certain robot that's just only does one task really, really well. Right? Those are these special teams that we call on, right? But, at the lower level, to qualify for a world championship, they might not be, they won't rank as high, they won't do as well, but when they get to the championship level, everybody wants these special players, right? So that's where, the game gets interesting, right? And that's where the strategy and design thing gets interesting. It's okay, do you target the early strategy, the early season strategy, do the simple tasks, do it really well, really fast, or do you do these specialty tasks that's really difficult to do, but you do it really well, so you would suffer early season, but late season, you'll be, everyone's favorite, robot, right?
Yeah.
So it's a huge gamble, right? And you had to make this team decisions okay, what if we, do something reasonably simple and then, shift or make design changes, right? So yeah, it's very complicated, and you get a new game every year. So I think that's the other challenging bit, right?
Yeah.
George Tan from Austin, Texas. Have a lot of big names coming your way next week for the All-Star game, close to Austin, Arlington, Texas.
Yeah, that's
the All-Star game coming.
Yeah.
The Home Run Derby's on Monday, which is always exciting, and then the All-Star game will be on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And essentially, so the reason I bring that up, Jordan, it's great that you came in at this time and to be able to reference that, is that you have the best of the best in the All-Star game. I know there's a lot of fan vote, there's a lot of popularity involved in that.
Yeah.
But when you're looking at stats and everybody in Major League Baseball, those are the people that are making up the game.
Yep.
What's incredible about both your team, Liz's team, and everybody else is that this is essentially the All-Star team. These are the best of the best. This isn't you're taking an amateur or an apprentice or anything like that. These are all pros.
Oh, absolutely.
So this invitational is basically what you're doing next week in Arlington, is that you can call it an all-star, but everybody's an all-star because this is pro level right here.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So it's by far the most difficult tournament we go to every year.
Yeah. I say that this tournament, although it doesn't qualify for anything, it's really for bragging rights, and it's one of the hardest tournaments that are out there.
And from what I understand, talking to some different individual teams off camera with you guys, that they are excited to be here. Like they look forward to the IRI here because of that competition, because they know that they have to bring their best because everybody else did as well.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, no, when I, every year we bring students here, right, I stress this point, you know, it's not about how good you look out there, right, like how high of the score you can push. It's about how fewer mistakes you make, right? I mean, we're talking about like perfect games, like every game, right? The lower the amount of mistakes you make, you know, that's what everyone's competing for, right? You don't, the second, you know, many years, you know, where, oh my God, I've been here for the last, I don't know how many years.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, many years, you're like, every match is going to be neck and neck, and you can, you know, a whole match is determined by a small slip up, right? Like a small timing issue or miss a single shot in autonomous.
Well,
right?
just on that last match, the score was 102-99.
Yeah,
and that's one mistake basically
exactly
in that game. That's how close that this can be.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, no, and sometimes, you know, as a drive coach and a strategist, right, you know, sometimes you go back and it's just like, dang it, just that one, you know, exact moment where that mistake was made, right, as a drive team, and you're like, crap, you know, how do we, you know, improve on from that, right?
Yeah. Especially in this game with the amplification period, teams are choosing between whether they're scoring in the speaker up high or whether they're going to that amp and putting it in, and you know, trying to get that timing right, trying to get coordination between their partners. It's a challenge, and so like George is saying, maybe one slip up could cost you maybe 2 or 3 points, but that's what's going to make or break it at the end of the match at a tournament like this at the Indiana Robotics Invitational.
Yeah, no, you only get like 2.5 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Every mistake is just amplified very quickly.
One of the things that you'll see is some of the teams will choose to, maybe the blue robot will go closer to the red section and take some of the notes away from their opponents. And moves like that are what are going to maybe set the blue above the red a little bit at the end of the match because they made strategy moves like that and were really observant when looking at the field and trying to find the way to score the most amount of these notes in the speaker and the amp as possible.
In the Blue Alliance, 48-28 from Raleigh, the Robo Eagles, 8-29 the Digital Goats from Indianapolis. We were talking about Scott Miller before. That's his team.
Yes, it is.
And then 50-10 Tiger Dynasty, also from Fishers High School, just right up the road, the Tigers. And Red Alliance Roboteers from Tremont High School in Illinois, 24-81. 548 the Robo Stangs from Northville, Michigan. And Mars Wars. And both of them.
Yep.
like Beethoven, Botoven, I'm guessing. But 41-43 out of Metamora, Illinois. And so here's the thing I'd like to ask you, because I've asked the mentors, and I like engaging in this question. Because you think about the professionalism, you think about the culture, you think about how these teams come together, they help each other and everything like that. But at the end of the day, these are high school kids. And they have high school tendencies. They're either 14 through 18 or whatever age bracket that is. So you have to battle that as a drive coach and as a mentor and everything like that, that yes, you're involved in this, and just like any sport or any activity, any classroom, really, how do you control high school kids? What's the best thing that you guys can do as coaches, as mentors, to focus on the things, to be something in this intricate, and how much time and effort and skill sets that you have to put into these robots to sometimes take those tendencies of a teenager and put them aside and say, hey, this is where we got to go. What's the best teaching strategy for the both of you?
I think on our team, one of the things that we really like to emphasize is that we're working together as a team. So even though we have adults, professional mentors who are working with the students, we try to kind of work on the same level and working together as a group. So that helps us as some of the coaches lead by example and maybe help some of the students learn kind of how to interact, how to deal with some of the stressful situations on the field. Some of the maybe things didn't go their way. Maybe they did have a mistake happen during the match, and some of those things will help some of the adults pass it on to the students, and then also, like I was talking about earlier, some of the upperclassmen maybe the seniors are going to help train some of the newer students and some of those philosophies that we carry on from team to team. So kind of having a positive team culture, celebrating our successes. At least on my team, that's something that we really like to emphasize, and making sure that we're always having a good time. We have a lot of team goals on our team that we kind of go over in the beginning of the season, and fun is always on that goal, making sure that we're having a good time when we're here. And, we take this seriously. We want to be really work really well in the match, but we also want to have a good time while we're doing it and have a good, cohesive team. So
George?
what about you?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think Liz brought up a lot of good points, right? One of the big things we celebrate is, is this our accomplishments, right? Not just on the robot aspects, but also like as a team aspects, right? We do we do team dinners usually on Thursday nights, or team celebration. Sometimes we have dinner, depending on the time of the build season, how crazy things are. Long story short is we would celebrate each other's accomplishments, whether it's robotics related or if one of our team members got accepted into a university, or they did something great. Like, we come together and celebrate as a family.
That's great.
Right? We really try to build these this lifelong relationship, right? Not more than just the robot, right? I think from a personal perspective, right? Robot is just this entryway to teach kids how to be, good members of society, right?
Yeah.
Building a better community. And we emphasize a lot, right? As 2468, we're a well-known impact team, right?
Yes.
So we do a lot of local, regional, and international outreaches to help shape the world of tomorrow, right? So we try to teach our kids important values about communication, about humility, just these things that's crucial for us to survive as a species, right? It's what's good for our community. And sometimes it's hard because the kids have years of we're trying to change their behavior based on the robot season from in a very short amount of time, right?
And I'll say the team appreciate in the FIRST robotics community. They're well known for not only their wonderfully competitive robots, but also their team culture, and really has a group of students who are always wonderful to interact with, and also really are kind of a role model in the community for other teams to model after, as one of those championship kind of impact award winners that are really, really strong in the community.
See that screenshot right there? Just left it, but you might have some interest in this match here.
I'm super interested in
on
this
the Blue Alliance. We'll just get through that real quick. It's 59.07. CC Shambots, they put up a 147 in qualification 126. They're from Novi, Michigan. 34-14, the Hackbots from Farmington, Michigan. And then 2056, OP Robotics, one of our Canadian teams from Stony Creek. And they put up 158. So you got a lot of high scores on that Blue Alliance. So let's go ahead over to the red side. 35-38, the Robo Jackets out of Auburn Hills, Michigan, and 39-40. Look at that.
Yay.
And someone up here that has kind of a tie to them. Cyber2 team from Northwestern High School, Kokomo, Indiana, put up 125 was their high, and then two Indiana teams here. So you got them working. That's both from Kokomo. How about that? The Technocats.
So
team
this
45.
is a really exciting match for me. Both on the Red Alliance, both Cyber2 3940 and the Technocats 45. We actually share a build space for part of the year, and we work together and kind of share ideas. We work on the same practice field, and we all work out of the Andy Mark Warehouse, which is a company locally here in Indiana that supports the robotics community. And so I'm really excited to see this match with my team in it, but also on the other side of the field, we have on the Blue Alliance one of my favorite teams of all time, Team 2056 from Ontario, Canada.
They're pretty good.
I'm a big fan. So, whoever wins this match, I'm excited for it no matter what.
This is kind of the matchup when we...
Yeah, so it looks like they're just about to get started, but...
And they called it, and then nothing happened.
Yeah.
So what... just out of curiosity, was there a reason
That
that?
happens sometimes. So before each match, like I said, these robots are really complex machines, so everything just has to be ready and set before each match. So each of the robots have to be connected. They use a somewhat of a Wi-Fi technology to connect the robots and have wireless control over them from their drivers behind the driver stations to the robots, and everything technologically has to be connected, but also all the humans have to be ready as well. So perhaps somebody wasn't quite ready, maybe something wasn't quite right in place, and so they kind of held that match.
See the robot of Techno Cats right there, number 45.
They're great.
You're talking about Andy Mark, and there's the sign right there.
Yep, a local Indiana company here that does manufacturing in the Kokomo area, and both the Technocats Team 45 and 3940 work out of the same warehouse and build space to build their robots during the build season of the season.
So George, I want to pose a question to you because here in Indiana there's 10 teams representing, but Texas, a fairly large state. How many teams actually represent Texas overall? Not necessarily in this competition, but I learned that there were some, at least from Paco's, that he runs 34 teams just by himself and the other teams that represent Mexico. How many teams are actually represented from Texas in the overall robotics competition?
I think we're about 200-ish.
Wow.
In first in Texas.
Yeah, and in Indiana we run a number of district qualifiers to advance teams to the state championship in Indiana, and I know Texas does the same thing where they have their own qualifiers in Texas to advance teams to the Texas state championship in March and April, and then teams from there qualify for the world championship, which happens to be in Houston, Texas, but teams from all over the world can qualify for the world championship in April, which is 600 teams that come together and compete with their robots in multiple divisions, and it's really quite the spectacle to see they do that.
George asked you a question, based with Liz here and her team being from Indiana. At that World Championship, home field advantage, does that exist in this sport? Is there, familiarity? Because I'm sure the dimensions and everything have to be the same, but can you get that, in Seattle in football, they call it the 12th man involved. Can the crowd get behind you? And being in Austin and being in Houston, quite a distance, but still in the same state. Is there anything, a home field advantage that you can gain?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a little bit of I think familiarity is good, right? If you're playing at home, you have the home fan, home crowd. You can't act both ways, right? You can, as an athlete, right? You can feel the pressure, but at the same time, you get the greatest cheers, right? You can get that little extra oomph, right, of excitement and energy.
And I think you'll see that here too, especially the teams here this weekend. They may have only been able to travel with a portion of their team. They may have team members back at home that are watching the webcast and seeing, cheering from home. And so some of the teams that have that local advantage may have a bigger cheering section here in the stands this weekend. So hopefully we'll get some big cheers for the Indiana teams.
Yeah. Well, there's also some travel fatigues too, right?
Yeah.
I think, from us to bring the robot and the trailer out here, it's about 2 days of driving from Austin to here. So if you're, driving down, it could be taxing.
Yeah, everybody, and doing some of the jobs that I do in broadcasting and just going around, that travel does take a wear and tear on you. You think, well, you're not doing anything, but just that, sitting in a bus or in a truck or however long, what Austin to here has got to be, well, you said 2 days.
Yeah, I've done that drive before. It's a long drive.
Yeah, it's about 1,000 miles. Yeah.
So I want to look at that portion. So for here, you still have a trailer, you still have to transport these robots. Because of the size and all, your 10 by 10 tents back in the pit area or the garage or whatever you want to call it, and all these different aspects that you have to travel with, flying is next near impossible.
Yep.
Yeah, and there are a few teams, especially we were talking about the robot size. Some teams have really small robots that they actually disassemble and put into their luggage and take on
and throw it on the carry-on.
I was talking to one of the teams here this weekend, Team 2910. They said, wow, we're really tired this morning because we spent all evening rebuilding a robot, putting it back together in preparation because we had to take it apart to travel and do that. So like you're saying, the home field advantage, yeah, teams that are traveling from far away have to make some choices on how they're going to do it, whether they're going to drive whatever 20 hours out here to Indiana or whether they need to maybe disassemble their robot into a suitcase and pack it all up and do that.
Yeah, and I think one of the other things, right, people don't really think about this is like when you need robot parts, right? If you're an Indiana team, you can just call AndyMarks like, hey, I need this part. Or, you know, if you need it in a pinch, you just drive to AndyMark, right? I can't do that in Texas.
Yeah.
Right? I got to wait.
Well, that's why you have to build those alliances so you can call AndyMark and say, hey, this is George Tan from 2468, and this is what I need. George, done and done. Just come up here, my friend.
We'll take your call. But yeah, there are some, and you know that speaks to some of the teams. Everybody has different resources that they use. Some teams have a ton of engineering support mentors that are here to support the students in their design and build the robots. Some other teams have wonderful sponsor relationships where they're getting a lot of money for parts and travel for their competitions as well. And some teams are just even doing like bake sale style fundraisers to raise money for their team. And there's a whole wide range of different teams out there, and everybody kind of works in different ways to get their robots built. So it's really interesting to see when everybody comes together at the competition, you know, what all the teams have come up with in their builds, and also you know, there's a lot of talk that happens in the pit of sharing ideas and talking to each other about how and what and best practices for how to improve each other and learn from each other at the competition, and also with like team management and how things are run.
So this wasn't by design. I see Sports Network had nothing to do with this. Getting Liz and George in the booth at the same time, back-to-back matches.
Yeah.
Because Team Appreciate 2468 out there now in the Red Alliance, joining 65-17. Sono Robo from Knoxville, Tennessee, in 49-67. That one team, our next engineers, Belmont, Michigan, and the Blue Alliance, 868 Tech Hounds. Right up the road, Carmel, Indiana, the Greyhounds, which they took that name after. Cyber Blue. Also Perry Meridian, another Indianapolis duo, getting involved in this one for the Blue Alliance, and then rounded out by 1923, the Midnight Inventors, Plainsboro, New Jersey, Libby, who was with us earlier.
That's good. And I see George has his strategy board out. He's doing some strategy from the stands here.
So I wish we could get a shot of this because that is impressive.
Yeah, and these are what some of the teams are doing. You know, a lot of teams have both mentors and students who are diligently looking at data before each match to figure out what plays need to happen. We talked about this is like football plays. They have to figure out what they're going to do, especially in autonomous mode where there's a center line notes, and they figure out who's going for what first, and that may make or break. You know, 234, they got to that note first, but Team Appreciate was celebrating because they got all the notes that they went for and scored them in the goal during the autonomous period. So that really is what put them ahead in the autonomous period as they were scoring there.
And already at 42, and what I've learned throughout this process is that kind of the benchmark for the autonomous period somewhere in the 30s is where you want to get to.
So that was a really great and efficient autonomous mode from Team Appreciate. I'll say it, if George is too involved here with trying to do this, I think that's great. But you know, they really put themselves ahead for this particular match in autonomous with that really precision moves. They got everything lined up. Everything kind of went their way for them, and I think it really speaks to some of the strategy that they did to make sure that they went for exactly what game pieces they did, and make sure each of those 3 teams on their alliance had their autonomous modes lined up so they wouldn't run into each other, and so that they scored as many game pieces as possible for those bonus points.
Now, George, I just watched that. Does that happen often? Because you got some assistance on 2 of those notes going in. Is that just luck of the draw? Because that was your shot on 2468 came in low, but then whoever was shot it after that kind of knocked that, and you got 2 points out of that.
That is not.
That wasn't planned.
That was not planned. That's a rare
I saw both your hands go up.
Yeah,
look at that.
I was
impressive though.
And sometimes you just need to have luck on your side to get some of those things happening, and you know, that's exciting to see.
That's kind of one of those things where, hey, things are going our way this afternoon.
Exactly.
Yeah. So this match, right, is from a strategy perspective, it's very difficult to call. mainly because we're good friends with Tech Hounds. They were our alliance partner at Championship this year. We're also friends with the Midnight Inventors and Cyber Blues, right? We know how each other plays, right? So this game is very much a rock paper scissors, right? Where one strategy can counter the other, right? So we're very hesitant to run certain plays. So I think we made the right gamble for this match. I think we made the right calls.
I agree. I think those calls were made, especially in the beginning, for making sure that your alliance was ahead in autonomous mode. I know the blue alliance during the match maybe had some mechanical troubles with their blue robots, so they weren't able to keep up with the score. But overall, I think that autonomous mode really set you ahead. So even if all 3 robots were up and functional, you guys would have been ahead at the end of the match.
One thing I want to recognize, and we're looking at it right here, so I'm glad we have that camera shot because it's perfect. So you can see, George, that you're kind of swinging over there in the back, 2468, but it looks like you're off the ground. 6517, even though a little bit slanted, is up. 4967, were they, how do they, I mean, can they put an index card underneath to say, hey, okay, you're off the ground, but how is that measured? If it's any part of the robot that is touching the ground, is it null and void? Like it doesn't,
Yes.
You get no point.
That's correct, yeah. So even if the bumper fabric came loose and staying on the floor, yeah, that would nullify the climb, yeah.
Wow.
And so the teams get credit for being elevated pretty much at the end of the match. And you may see some of their mechanisms move after the match is over. And so the referees know to be watching right for that point where they need to assess the score and see whether they're going to get credit for being above and in the air, or whether maybe they didn't get up quite in time to get the points that they need. So the referees on the side of the field are watching really closely to make sure that they give the credit for the points that are earned and see what happens in the end of the match. So you may see, after a few seconds when the teams are unloading their robots off the field, they may be touching the ground then, but if they were up when the scores were assessed, they're good and they get the points for that.
An incredible match there. It did go to the Red Alliance, so congratulations, George.
Yeah, good job.
And again, I'm looking at this, and as I see it, I've seen that in hockey, I've seen that in soccer.
Yep.
It basically looks like a dry erase board, but all the components that are.
Yeah, and on the board that George has here, it's really a playbook, and some team, this is a digital version, but George has plays for each match that they've been a part of this weekend, and trying to strategize exactly what routes are going to be taken, just like maybe like a football play where you know what route you're running, which area of the field that you're going to take, whether you're going to go to the left, go to the right, and that's really going to help, especially in a tournament like this where every second counts. If you can stay out of the way of your partners and not run into each other, that's going to really help make sure you get the most amount of points in the least amount of time, and just really help out. So any team that can make a strategy plan as detailed as this is probably going to be successful in the match. And you'll see teams that maybe don't have quite as structured a plan. You may see them doing things like running into each other during the match and getting in each other's way, and they may be able to pull it out and pull out a victory. But sometimes that's what's gonna hurt them, and they slow them down when they're trying to score points.
Yeah, so one of the key terms we use is called cycle time, right? Is how fast, what's a cycle it would take for you to, from getting a game element to scoring it, right? So the cycle time is, and cycle count is critical in these games, right? So every time there's a congestion, your cycle time goes down. Something that, especially here at IRI, that you have to think about is everyone is a peak performer, right? To play defense on some of these robots might be very difficult. But if you're able to slow them down enough while you don't make mistakes, you can have the upper edge, right? So every time, let's say you slow them down for 2 seconds per cycle and they run a 10-second cycle, that means at, every 4 cycles, you slow them down an additional cycle, right? So that's where these small point margins start to kick in. right? Based on these small decisions that happens in the strategy discussion, right? Usually, we before each match we'll have an alliance, strategy meeting where we try to see, okay, what's the best possible strategy we can come up as an alliance, because the qualification matches are randomly selected. So you could play with someone or play against them, in the next match. So, it forces you to be, very respectful and polite when you have these conversations, because you might be playing against them or with them, right? So, so back to the strategy discussion, we discuss autonomous, where we set up, right, to make sure we don't collide. We discuss how we are going to play as alliance. Sometimes we talk about our primary, strategy, our play, and then, there might be a secondary or tertiary, right, depending on what your opposing alliance is doing, depending on how far behind we are or ahead in autonomous. So these things change, right, because you only get 2 minutes to play, right? It gets a little more chaotic when you start doing the strategy changes. So for our last match, we actually have a primary and a secondary strategy, right? So we made a determination as alliance saying, okay, we're basically gonna do 2 offense and 1 scoring, or 2 passing robot and 1 offense robot, right? 1 front, 2 in the back, right? And then our secondary would be 1 passing and 2 offense, right? But in a different style to adjust to our opposing alliance, right? So obviously we didn't have to go to our secondary plan for that last match. So
that's one of the things that the drive coach will do in the middle of the match,
Yep.
and just kind of make that call if something's not working quite right.
Yep.
Maybe they're going to adjust the strategy to that secondary plan and switch things up, and maybe that'll help get them more points and win the match at the end of the match.
George Tan from Team 2468. Team Appreciate. Austin, Texas. Liz Smith to my right. Team 3940. Cybertooth out of Northwestern High School up in Kokomo. I'm John Natale, ISC Sports Network. The IRI, the Indiana Robotics Invitational. 60-plus teams battling it out for supremacy tomorrow, which Kurt Darling will take over the microphone, but our great ISC Sports Network crew will be here. They'll finish up qualifying in the morning right before lunch, and then we get to the, elimination rounds.
Yeah, we have a playoff bracket that we'll play in the afternoon.
Now, something I'd like to ask the both of you is, you've talked about, and looking, George, at your board there and your plays, and you have strategies or whatever, how indicative when you get to a team that let's say you're in the final 8. Now, how much could your game plan change based on what you know from the opposing team? Can you make those adjustments on the fly, or is it we need to stick to our game plan because this is what has been successful for us? Can that opposing team or alliance cause any changes in your game plan heading into the later matches, your final 8, your final 4s, and even the championship match?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. And one of the interesting things is in the playoff matches, when we play them in the afternoon tomorrow, the teams will have the opportunity to pick their own alliances that will stay the same until the end of the playoff tournament. And what that does, it allows you to make a strategy as a group of 3, in this case, in this event, a group of 4, to figure out exactly what your plays are going to be for the tournament. And as the tournament goes on, it's a double elimination style tournament, and you can kind of see what your opponents maybe did in their last match and figure out exactly what the best strategy is going to be for the playoffs as you approach that.
And if you can see up in the top left there, 503 Frog Force from Toby, Michigan just got walloped.
They're in a
and
tough
it looks like they're
spot.
trying, and this is, well, let's see so they got out of it.
Yeah, they were in a tough spot. So that's a blue robot, and they got caught up on the red stage, which is potential for a lot of penalty points, and I think we're going to see a lot of penalties in that match. But the other alliance also scored a lot of points, so I think they'll pull the win out. But
Well, that red alliance was led by 2 of the Prepatech teams, the two representing Mexico today. We had
yeah.
Paco on here before, the Botbusters and Lambot. So they were teamed up on that Red Alliance, and from the looks of it, it looks like everything's off the ground. You got a couple of notes inside the chamber there, and I believe they got one on the microphone, if I'm looking at that correctly, closest to us, that there is a note on that microphone.
It looks
so
like
they're going to get, yeah, it is. From that angle right there, you can see that.
Yeah, and it looks like, it says on the screen, on our screen, there's a match under review, and it's probably due to that blue robot getting caught in the stage. One of the design challenges this year is, if you see the stage, those triangular structures in the center of the field, it's really low clearance there. And so with the chains hanging off of it and the structure in the center, some teams have had to make really low robots, but that's hard to package all the mechanisms you need in there. It looks like we're seeing 503 when they got caught up in there. And at the end of the match, that area that's marked off in red is really a red alliance only zone. And so the blue robots are not supposed to be there at the end of the match. And so that's kind of a tough break for 503 as they got stuck under there, but they did get out, and all the red robots were able to hang at the end of the match, I believe. And that's exciting. I think the Ratchet Rockers are up at number 1, which is that's great for them. I think they've been an up-and-coming team in the last couple of years, have really made wonderful robots in the last couple of years. I'm really excited to see them up in the top spot.
Wentzville, Missouri, and you can see the list of accomplishments that they've had, and that's just since 2022.
Exactly. They've really come a long way, even in the last couple of years, building really competitive machines. And so they really earned their spot to be here at the Indiana Robotics Invitational. And they really showed it in that last match, and also by being the number 1 seed currently here at the tournament.
So 1 seed out of, I believe, how many teams are here? 60?
Something like that,
65, 68, maybe somewhere around that range, in the high 60s. But each one just, I think what's great, and in my perspective, is that it's not one and done. I think that could be very disappointing to put in the effort to travel, to build, to put all these elements together, to come here to play one match and then be done after 2.5 minutes and then have to turn around and go home.
Exactly. And these teams are playing in qualification matches today and tomorrow morning, and they're trying to get into the top 8. The top 8 get to choose their own partners that they're playing with for the playoff tournament. And what that means is they get to choose from any of the robots, no matter what rank they are. So some of these teams who are in the top ranks are going to have the opportunity to choose their own alliances tomorrow afternoon. But the other teams are really trying to show off what they can do and really show that they can be wonderful alliance partners for the playoffs. So even a team that maybe isn't quite ranked as high right now may be a valuable partner to be picked later on in the tournament.
And as through this broadcast and before George and Liz joined us, as we kind of going into that draft mode, kind of saving it tomorrow, but since you brought it up, so your first 8 seeds, basically 1 through 8, just like any draft. The MLB draft is coming up soon here. Cleveland Guardians got the number 1 pick. I'm happy about that, but nonetheless. So, but what can happen if you're 1 through 8, you have the first 8 seeds, but say you're hovering around that 9, 10, 11. If number 1 picks number 2, then that team moves, the bottom teams move up, do they not? Is that how it works?
They do move up, and they'll fill into those spots in order. I don't know about you, George, but being in that number 10 spot is a scary place to be because you're not sure if you're going to be picked or if you're going to have to make a pick in the draft. And so it's these teams, the teams have students on them, have mentors on them who are doing strategy throughout the whole competition, and they put together all the data at the end of the day and figure out who the best picks are to make and what they need to do. So they've been working really hard all event to kind of compile all that data and figure out kind of a last-second decision who the best pick is to make in the draft that we'll have tomorrow afternoon.
So question for both of you, and we're talking about draft, and you think about the NFL, you think about Major League Baseball, the NBA, and everything like that. A big one in the NBA this year at pick number 55, Bronny James. He went to the Lakers. I'll be darned. How did that happen? But it was kind of that surprise pick. How often may that happen here, let's say, just for example, that you have a team that that throughout its course is very strong and they have a lot of great traits and can do a lot of different things. But maybe something went wrong in one of their matches where they got dropped and they're out of there. Is it out of the question for say, that 3 seed to pick number 24?
Yeah, I mean, you can.
Has that happened? I mean, just out of curiosity, what's the biggest gap you've seen as far as a pick or that you're aware of?
Oh, I've seen pick teams that's ranked in the 50s or 60s getting picked.
Really?
And especially in the qualification matches, the match pairings are randomly assigned. So sometimes teams will get a really hard match schedule and maybe some matchups that are really challenging. And you may see a team that is doing really, really well in their individual performance, but maybe in the rankings not as good. And so maybe their robot has been performing really well, but they've been losing by maybe 1 or 2 points, and they just haven't been able to get that ranking up high. And that robot, if the scouters and the students in the stands are doing their job, they're going to recognize that individual performance and pick that robot for an alliance in the playoffs.
Yeah, so if you're looking at the ranking perspective, right? So the way the ranking is set up is the teams that plays a ranking point game are being rewarded, right? The ones who are winning winning the matches are being rewarded, right? So each match you can get up to 4 ranking points, right? 2 of those ranking points are tasks that you can do in the game, and the other 2 ranking points you earn by win or lose a match. So, if let's say if you are a specialty robot that I mentioned earlier, these, very technical, but they don't play the game well, which means they probably won't win, right? So they won't get any ranking points from there. They might get one or the other specialty ranking points. So that, if they lose a match and they get that 1 ranking points, they only get 1 ranking points per match, right? So their final ranking will be very low. But when it comes to playoffs, right, maybe you're a very high, you can shoot the nose high this game, but you can't do a certain task well, right? You can't pass as well. You might need someone who complements you, who ranks very low, right? So that's a very common occurrence. Another one that's very common is there are teams who are very, very, very good at defense, right? Their driver is just absolutely amazing that they can shut down any top-tier team, but they can't score, right? They're probably going to rank like the bottom 5, right, based on their match performance. But the reality is they're a very valuable player, right? So Liz mentioned the kind of the 9 or 10 captain range, right? So if you are ranked number 9 or number 10 in alliance selection, you're going to get moved up to being the bottom 7 or 8 captain. So now your first match in your playoffs, you're going to play against 1 or 2, right? What do? You don't have the firepower. What's the best strategy you have? I mean, personally, I would pick one of these shutdown defense guys, right? I would neutralize your best scorer, and then I'm going to try to match your second best scorer, and then pick up another one, so I can even that playing field, right?
Yeah, and some of these teams have kind of strategized the whole season and built, like George was saying, really specific robots that fill a really specific role. Maybe that role is defense, where they know that they're going to be a valuable partner and they can market themselves to be picked in these alliances to really, as a team, as an alliance of 3 robots, all with individual skills, having the best combination to kind of make sure that they advance through the playoff tournament. Because one of the cool and interesting things in the playoff tournament is at that point it's win and move on. So your objective somewhat changes during the playoffs, and now your goal, instead of trying to achieve these objectives in the match, you're really trying to win so that you can move further and further into the tournament.
I love both of those explanations, because to put it back into the familiarity of go to the NBA and what's happening with Team USA right now is just recently Kawhi Leonard they didn't want him to play, and then the next pick was Derek White, and that got Jaylen Brown, NBA Finals MVP, all NBA second team, I believe, but got all hot and bothered because he didn't make the team. But why did they do that? Grant Hill the director of USA Basketball specifically said, we weren't looking for a one guy, we were looking for a team guy. And Derek White was that guy. So it's basically the same premise is that, yeah, on paper, Jaylen Brown's numbers stick out as a one-on-one player, but at the end of the day, Derek White's going to give you the most versatile player on the court to help the other players, what you guys just described. So that's great.
No, I think that actually you brought up a very interesting point, right? So in our scouting meetings, right? So this is the night before the playoffs, right? In our scouting meetings, so we have our scout team, right? The scout and strategy team talks about the stats and numbers, right? Like who can score high the most, who has the best autonomous, who have the autonomous that's competitive to us, who can, pass the most notes, right? All these stats, right? That's being compiled by, watching matches at the event, watching past robot videos, right? But the other part we also talk about is the driver experience, right? So we talk to the drive team and say, hey, have you worked with these teams, right? What's their attitude? How collaborative they are? Are they just, here are being like these narcissistic, teams saying we're, either you play by our rules or, nobody, right? So my way or the highway kind of thing, or they're a collaborator, they're a team player, they're coachable, or something people that we're willing to work with, right? And that's very important. And many times, my personal preference is to redline some of these teams and just say, hey, no, I refuse to play with that team because their attitude, right?
Yeah.
If you're not coachable, you're gonna have a bad time in playoffs. They would either refuse your strategy or they just have a bad attitude about it, right?
Yeah. And I'll turn that around too. Like you may even have a team that you work really well with. Like even on the field and off the field, you had a really great dynamic where you were really in sync. You didn't get in each other's way on the playing field. You were great to work with. Maybe some of these teams have teams that they've worked together in alliances in the past at the World Championship or other events, and that's really going to, at least when we're making our pick list on our team, that really helps move those teams up if they're great to work with, great team dynamic, and that's the kind of stuff that we're looking to see, besides just kind of the data and stats that we see when we're compiling that and trying to make a pick list.
So putting all of that together, and you mentioned that being able to work with a team in the past or whatnot, and just thinking about the logistics, Austin, Texas, Indiana, if this isn't here, you're still going to Houston. It's almost a reversal. All 19 states represented, 2 countries. Do you go as far in depth as, you look at the NFL, Georgia mentioned, football as something because you need other aspects of a team to make something else work. A running back can be the fastest, biggest guy in the field, but if the offensive line is terrible, he's not going anywhere. It's just the way it's going to happen. But will you watch film of other teams to say, and to get into communication with them, say, wow, if we meet up, we need to build an alliance because I like what you do. You work well with our system. I mean, is it go that far in depth?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no,
because you had a big smile on your face when I said that.
Yeah, no. So the line selection or the scout meeting, right, goes so far in depth, right? So I probably have like a dozen or 2 dozen coaches' phone numbers on my phone right now, right? So if we're in a captain position, right, or one of the teams are looking at us like say, hey, George, what can you do? Like, what are other autos you did not get to play during the tournament, right? What can you show me? What video footages, right? We also going back to verify our scouting data by watching match videos, right? I mean, we literally, because the competition, like during the season, you have competition all over the world. So you can't see how everyone plays, right? In person. So we'll watch match videos. We would count. We have scouts watch, footages, right? Count their cycle time. Count their looking at their strategies and think about counter strategies. Watch out for the high tier teams, right? Like Cybertooth, right? If we're watching Indiana, Cybertooth's on our list, right? That's somebody we're gonna see. These are the people we're expected at champs, right? Like 2056, right? They're last year's winner here at IRI. They're good friends, but at the same time, we got to keep an eye out. right? It's not just for the line selection, but also for, the scouting ahead of time. And this is something that, we do. Sometimes I would literally watch, robot reveal videos frame by frame to see what's their capabilities, what are the limitations of their mechanisms, right? Because these games are so short, every second counts, right? The question, you ask someone is like, oh, can you climb, right? That's not the right question. It's like, how fast can you climb, right?
Well, speaking of climbing, 57-12.
Yeah, they fell on their
They
head.
were on, and they went for a little loop-de-loop on that chain over on the right side there. You can see it up on your top right and over on the bottom. But 57-12 went up, and they just turned over.
And I mentioned the climbing high, I think, is one of the most challenging aspects of this game. And these robots are approximately 125 pounds. And so if that robot's a little bit off balance, they're going to tilt sideways and maybe fall to the ground. So I know, once again, their pit crew is going to be ready to go, check and make sure everything on their robot is all together and nothing was damaged during that fall, and I'm sure they'll get it back together. But yeah, tough break for the Hemlock team as they ended up sideways during that match.
That's very unfortunate, right? Because you could, sustain a lot of damage, right? And you have such a short amount of time to turn around, right? If you didn't bring enough spare, robot parts, you might be paying for it the rest of the tournament.
And that one's interesting because some of the incidents that I've seen from up here and throughout this entire day have been because just of collisions.
Oh yeah.
And it's been racked and have stopped machines. That's self-inflicted. I mean, there was nothing there, and I don't know, again, the logistics of how that would happen or what went wrong or whatnot, but that's something to say, well, what was, I mean, how technical do you have to get to figure out what exactly happened there?
Yeah, and I think
to figure that out.
So these robots are hanging on a loose chain at the end of the match, and I think the chain is deceptively hard. It moves from side to side, it doesn't stay in the right place, so teams need to kind of be perfectly balanced to lift themselves up, especially if they're looking to score in the trap, which is that little gate on the stage at the end of the match, and get a note in there at the last part of the match. Teams have to lift really high and pull their robots pretty far off the ground, so any misstep, maybe their arm goes in the wrong direction, or maybe even a part breaks on their robot, we'll
see it right here. Let's see. I don't know if you guys can diagnose this or what happens,
but
so
it looks like they lift straight up, and they get bumped a little bit, and I think their
do you think that
base,
momentum of that bump probably moved them off?
Yeah, and it looks like their robot is designed to have their drive base underneath the stage when they lift up to maybe give them a little bit of balance as they go, and when they were swinging a little bit, they moved off to the side, and their drive base kind of slipped out from under the stage, and they seem to fall over sideways. So.
Yeah, so they have a trap mechanism that relies on the hook, right, to keep their robot upright. So I think the robot's design was a weight intentionally.
And that was a teammate there that hit them 321.
Yeah, so
that's
you
a tough
can
break,
you can see they're trying to trap, right? They have this bar to hold the robot upright. So as soon as that slips off, so you don't have a lot of friction, right, from polycarb touching the bottom of the stage. Which is very unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's it.
Now, I'm not trying to get any, I guess, ill intent from, but as a team member, if your alliance did that and you 52-71, and they saw that 321, how do you because you have to have that conversation, right?
Yeah.
Between the teams to say, okay, what was this all about? How do you go about approaching that? Is that something that we will never see out here in public and that's all in the garage part? Or is that a conversation to say, hey, things just kind of got away from us when you were going up? Explain that, because that happens a lot in NASCAR.
Yeah.
What I just saw. I've seen teammates hit teammates, and that's a difficult conversation to have.
I'll turn it around, and I'll say that if I was on the team that accidentally bumped them, we're feeling really bad, whether that's on our alliance and that cost our alliance points, or if it's on the opposing alliance and maybe we accidentally bumped someone and it affected their climb and affected something. And so usually at the end of the match, especially if I'm drive coach, I'm going to go over and I'm going to apologize. I'm going to say, oh, sorry about that. That was our bad. We're sorry about that. And that's one of the things I really like about this competition, the first competition, is there is a lot of that where you're going out and apologize. And hopefully there's no hard feelings after a hit like that where they accidentally get bumped. Right?
Yeah, no, I think my experience is the same, right? So sometimes these things happens, right? Obviously initially you're not you're pretty upset,
Yep.
right? Usually like as long as the robot is okay, it's obviously it's not intentionally trying to damage another robot, but some teams might hold grudges, right?
Yeah.
So if, let's say, Gray Matter might not want to play with that team again, for playoffs, right? So these are the subtle things, right? The drive team might go back and say, oh, that match, this team did this to us, so we're not going to play with them for playoffs.
And for that team that maybe made that, that's tiny bump, that's one of those mistakes that, maybe will hurt you in the long run and is so hard to control. And so, these teams are working really hard to minimize the mistakes, make sure they're having everything done, but especially at a tournament like this where there's so many great robots out there and the points are really, really close at the end of each match, something like that might make the difference.
George Tan of Team 2468, Team Appreciate, Austin, Texas. To my far right, Liz Smith from Team 3940, Cybertooth from Northwestern High School, right here in Indiana, just north of us in Kokomo. John Natali, ISCSportsNetwork.com for the IRI, the Indiana Robotics Invitational. Day 1 of 2. And we are getting through. We are on match, my goodness, we're at 51. We hit the threshold, the 50 mark in the last one, and now we're at match 51 of 86. The qualification will go into tomorrow during the morning, and then lunchtime, and then they'll break down that draft where picks 1 through 8, 8 through 1, then 1 through 8 again. We'll decide those remaining alliances. And so kind of a lead in and a segue into this question about just what happened. I'll go with baseball. There are rules in baseball, but then there is the unwritten rule book of baseball. What don't you do? Even though it doesn't say you cannot do this, there are things that you just do not do. For example, if a guy's pitching a no-hitter in the 9th inning and you lay down a bunt, someone's getting plunked right after that because the perfect game's over, the no-hitter's over, the perfect game's over, whatever. That next batter's getting plunked. Unwritten rule. It doesn't say that. You got a base hit. That's fine. But something that you kind of, I can't believe. Does that happen here? Is there any, and I'm not, and again, I don't want to put any ill intent or bad vibes about the thing, but it's competition. I mean, these things happen in every sport. Are there unwritten rules in this sport that can kind of be brought to attention? Like, if this happened, then yeah, I'm not going to pick you as an alliance partner because I cannot believe you did that.
I don't think there's any major not picking you, right? But there are things like if you are in a practice match, right? You don't play, crazy defense, right? In a practice match, right? Because the first days at a typical tournament would have a round of practice matches for every team, right? So usually teams are trying to dial in their robot.
Is that what happened yesterday?
I don't.
So we didn't have official practice matches. We have some practice facilities where the team can maybe try out some of their mechanisms.
Okay.
But since this is a scrimmage event, we didn't have a full practice day at this specific
So
event.
continue, George. I'm sorry. I just wanted to see if that was what yesterday was, but I can get it with not being a points event.
Yeah, we're kind of casual at this.
Yeah. So really, there's things where you want to be respectful, right, in the practice days, right? Because everyone's trying to get in their routine, get in their rhythm, right? So you want to give them the proper space, right? There are teams where, myself guilty at times, where I, sometimes, my driver gets out of control. It's like, it's this world-class robot. This is my time to show, what I can do, right? But, no one's really watching, right? You're just, creating trouble for yourself, right? That's definitely something that's you want to avoid.
Yeah, I think one of the kind of sayings that we say here in the FIRST community is gracious professionalism, and that's really something that we like to talk about a lot and do that. Yeah, I think we're going to switch out.
So, George, I know that you're going to take off, but I want to thank you so much. George Tan, Team 2468, Team Appreciate out of Austin, Texas. And best of luck to you the rest of the way. Have fun. Enjoy the Circle City. I know you've been here before. You're kind of a mainstay from what I've heard. But enjoy the rest of your stay here and safe travels back. And thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Of course, yeah. I'm gonna be need to go strategize for our next match.
Yeah. Hope you have a good match.
Will do.
Thank you, George. And you can see Team 2910. There they are. The Jack and the Bot from Mill Creek, Washington. One of your favorite teams.
Oh yeah.
And Liz, are you staying or are you going?
Well, I think I'm going to at least switch to the outside chair, so maybe I'll head out before.
Okay.
But
all right.
We'll see. Yeah.
So we're going to switch here, and it's always a mystery who I've got coming onto the headsets here. I do see a shirt of 2024 MSHSL. I have no idea what that acronym is. Robotics State Champions. That's Minnesota. I do know that outline. Spent some time in Marshall, Minnesota myself.
Oh, yep.
So now we have, just pull that microphone a little bit closer to you so we can hear you.
All right.
All right, there we go. So who do we have here?
I'm Alex Urich. I'm from Becker Robotics, head coach of Becker Robotics for the last 12 years. Original founder of the team, and I think this is our third time coming to IRI. So it's always a fun time coming down here. Obviously, everybody comes here for the corn.
That's not true, but it is a fantastic perk.
A fantastic perk, yeah. So,
so Alex, one thing that I have found fascinating in talking with Liz and just I've called them dynamic personalities that have been in here because it's really, I'm so green on this. This is my first competition doing this, so I'm just learning so much, and I know a lot of our audience tuning in for the first time is getting a wonderful lesson from everybody that's coming here.
And you just had George leave, right? George is
fantastic.
Phenomenal.
Fantastic.
Yep,
everybody that's been up here has added their own twist, using different terminologies, but how they would do this and how they would do that. And it's just remarkable of the things that we've been learning. So one thing that is incredible for this invitational, representing 3 countries, U.S., Mexico, and Canada, 19 states, but Minnesota has a nice representation at this event.
Yeah, for the second year in a row, we have had 3 teams here, and in fact, all 3 teams from Minnesota, 4607, 3276, and 7028, are all from the same conference, the Central Minnesota Robotics Conference. So what we're seeing happening in Minnesota, especially in the central Minnesota area and the northern part, we're seeing is like a power dynamic shift from the earlier. So when I started back in 2013, most of the powerhouses were from the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. Since then, we're just outside of that belt loop. Since then, things have shifted dramatically, and a lot of that has to do with what we call HACs, hubs, alliances, and coalitions, right? It's a terminology that has definitely spread since it's been put out there about 5-6 years ago. Really, the Seven Rivers Coalition started, and that's down by Winona, La Crosse, Wisconsin. They kind of started this trend or this fad that's been going on. We took a hold of it in 2015 with 6 teams. Our hub, the Central Minnesota Robotics Hub, is now grown to 18 teams. So we all work together. It's a collaborative effort. We put on week 0. We do our kickoff. Now we have a conference championship that just started last year, the second conference championship that we've had in Minnesota. So it's been really cool to see this thing grow. 7028 was a team that we started back in 2017. There's actually a former teacher of mine. I got him hooked into this. I co-op taught with him back in 2006, and I dragged his whole family into this. And actually their whole crowd is right below us here in the Phillips shirts. Just a great, great team. Last year they were the cone shooting team. So if you remember that, right? They were the ones that developed this. Everybody else is placing the cones. St. Michael comes up, and they're shooting their cones on top of the scoring apparatus last year. This year they've got a really dynamic machine. Their machine itself has a turret on there. It's just fantastically operated. Great mechanical machine. Yeah, love everything about it. So
Alex here from Becker Robotics. And Liz, I know you have some other chores and duties to tend to today, but I want to thank you from minute number 1 since we arrived. You've been so helpful, and I'm sure that we'll connect on our way out. But Liz Smith from team 3940, Cybertooth, Northwestern
team, right?
High School. Yep,
Yeah,
Northwestern
Kokomo,
High School,
Indiana.
about 45 minutes north of here in Kokomo, Indiana. and actually one of 2 schools represented from up there, because
Absolutely.
Kokomo High School and Northwestern.
And the
And
Cats,
you were talking about the hubs. You know, we were talking about how the Techno Cats and the Cybertooth team in Kokomo, Indiana work together, but your hubs are really even a larger number of teams working together in each individual area in Minnesota and really sharing resources and
Yep.
all the things that you do. So that's wonderful. I'm glad that your hubs are working out.
Yeah, it is, and Minnesota with 200, almost 200 teams again, is really compact. There's a density of FRC teams in Minnesota, so it just makes sense for the teams that are within a half-hour drive of each other get together, share secrets, poke holes in the machines, that sort of thing. So yeah, it's been phenomenal for, I don't know, like I said, the last 7, 8 years. 9 years now. 2015 is when we started the hub. So
That's great. Yeah. Well, thank you for having me on here.
Thank
it was
you,
great
Liz.
talking to you.
So Alex, I'll ask you, because of Minnesota, and this is kind of, we're learning the little ins and outs to prepare for tomorrow. Kurt Darling will be on the call for when you see the best of the best arise. Everybody here is a pro. So all these teams are well worth it. It's an invitational, so every team that showed up today is well worth the invitation. But then we'll break it down tomorrow. We'll get to the final draft, and then we'll have the alliances. But one thing I want to ask you, being from Minnesota, I spent some time in Minnesota myself. When it comes to weather challenges, because a lot of teams you think about, we had Paco up here from the Monterey, and how much weather can be affected. It's sunny, warm. The teams in Texas, Georgia, all these teams. Indiana, there might be a rainstorm here or there, but Minnesota is a different animal because you can get 35 feet of snow, or it can be negative 35.
So perfect example was 2023 Great Northern Regional, not Minnesota, but it's part of the Minnesota Regional Network. It's Grand Forks in North Dakota, right? So last year, 2023, a snowstorm hit, dang near blizzard, and all of the teams had planned to go home on Saturday night. High schools were calling their teams back on Friday night to leave Grand Forks, to leave their only chance to qualify for the Minnesota State High School League tournament, right? And these teams didn't know what to do. We tried to figure out, how are we going to help these teams that have to leave because our athletic directors or activities directors have called them back because of snow. We don't want them to lose their ticket to possibly make it to the state tournament, as well as the teams that are able to stay. We don't want them to have a 2 versus 3 robot situation, because if they take their robot and go home, the next morning we have 5 teams, 6 teams that no longer are able to play, right? And so lose a robot. So we, just at that moment, a handful of us decided to start what we called adopt a robot program, okay? So we went around to the different teams that we knew could handle the stressors of adding another robot onto their team. So the teams that were leaving, all but one left their robots in the hands of another team to go and play their matches.
That's incredible.
So within a half hour, because that's how fast it developed, within a half hour, teams were not only just dropping off the robot and spare parts, but showing the kids how to drive the robot, do the autonomous modes and all of that stuff, like showing where they find it. It was absolutely incredible to see that happen. And then, of course, Saturday comes along, and we all get snowed in. So you have, I think it was like 54 teams up there in Grand Forks, North Dakota. Hats off to Russ Anderson and Mary Anderson starting that thing. They had to find accommodations that night. Well, it wasn't an easy task. So the good thing was a lot of us started to do that on Friday night when we saw the other teams kind of dropping off, or the 5 teams drop off. We started making arrangements. But yeah, a lot of teams had to condense from 10 rooms down to 5 or 6 rooms in their hotel for that. So when you're talking about snow or rain or sleet or ice, half of our regionals, Duluth has 2 regionals, right? And that's 2 hours from the border of Canada. Grand Forks is within about an hour and a half.
Yep.
Right? And when you get a storm coming through North Dakota, you're going to get hit. It's going to be windy.
I think storm is an underestimated word. I think it's a little bit more than a storm.
It is definitely more than a storm. Like, we got iced in 2023. The kids talk about it all the time, to the point where I don't know how much I can share in this. We are leaving Grand Forks to go, home. It's about a 4-hour drive for us in dry weather. Fargo's about an hour and 15 after that. We pull out of the driveway of our hotel on Sunday morning. I'm like, at the restroom. I can make it to Fargo. I didn't make it to Fargo. We had to pull off on the side of the road in icy conditions so I could take care of business. But yeah, you can get that. My wife right now is shaking her head. Why am I sharing this right now? But yeah, that's the kind of stuff that we get to deal with up in Minnesota.
Well, it was so I'm from Cleveland originally. So the way that snow falls in Cleveland, it just dumps on you.
Right.
But when I was in Marshall for 2 years, I had never seen snow go
Sideways.
left and right.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And I had to walk backwards because I couldn't face the wind.
You can't even breathe. It's just, it just sucks everything out of you.
I hope there's nothing coming behind me because I can't see.
Yep.
And the temperatures, learning that the wires are underneath the ground because they would crack and break because of the low temperatures.
Yep.
And the thing that I could not believe, and this is amazing up in Minnesota if you're not familiar with the area. So I'm driving in Marshall, and as I'm leaving to go to where I lived in Russell.
Yeah, Marshall's flat, right?
I see train track things, and I'm like, well, wait a second. These are crossroads things, but I don't see any trains. And they go, oh, well, this is what happens when it starts to snow. If these close and you leave it, good luck. That was
if you're on
shocking.
94, on I-94, if you get west of Alexandria, you've got these big, you're right, these big arms that come down, and you cannot drive on I-94. You cannot drive on I-90 down in the south once these, they literally close down the interstates for these storms. It's incredible.
So that's just got to make trouble for practices and getting teams around and stuff like that.
To a point, we're going back to the Central Minnesota Robotics Hub, the way that our hub runs every Friday night, the hub teams get together at a different location. It rotates throughout the season. So you always know it's a gamble. If you're the host that night, you might not get half the teams or any team coming in because the weather might change that quickly. And all of a sudden, in Central Minnesota, we do have some terrain change, but not much. So if we do get a storm coming in, it could shut down practices, it could shut down. And with First, they don't lengthen the season, right? They don't give you more time, especially during the bag and tag era that ended back in 2019. Yeah, 2019. You didn't get extra time to work on your robot. If you missed a practice day, it's gone. It's just gone, and you got to figure out how you're going to get that robot built with that many less days. So it does greatly impact, Minnesota with the cold and the snow and the ice. Also, the Northeast also gets a lot of the weather that we were just talking about that Cleveland gets, the heavy snowstorms that can last for a few days. So, yeah, First is very weather dependent, very weather decided on that one, how your season plays out. So we got a good match here going on.
And one thing I'm noticing about this one is I see a lot of defense happening, a lot of bumping and banging. And we're approaching the 7 o'clock hour and we've gotten this far, but knowing that one of the key things that you have to bring are 2 bumpers based on if you're a Blue Alliance or Red Alliance. That is something that probably a change that's made back in the pit area, finding out what team that you'll be playing with, correct?
Yep, so you have a match schedule. With this one, there's 60-some matches, I believe, between today and tomorrow, a little more than that. And about half your matches you're red, about half the matches you're blue. Very rarely you're all blue or all red. So you do have to have a good, solid, sturdy set of bumpers. And as things are progressing here, as motors have become more powerful, as we're squeezing more out of the life of our battery, as these things are going faster, these bumpers that started a number of years ago aren't holding up to the test of these games. We actually, for our team, the skins of the bumpers that we have on there, we changed out after every single regional, every single event we went to this year. They just get torn apart. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens the next 2 years or so, how they revamp the bumpers, if there's any change in how the bumpers can be constructed. So you know how the bumpers are made, right? You know the physical construction of them?
Oh, absolutely not.
3/4 inch plywood, right? So you got 3/4 inch plywood, and then on the outside of that, the whole perimeter of that plywood, you can see all these are halos, right? So they fit over the top of them. Some of them are split, but you have to have 2¼ inch to 2½ inch pool noodles, and they have to be identical. So no matter the size or the diameter, they have to be the same top bottom. Over a course of an event like this, those pool noodles will disintegrate, especially in the corners. As the robots are coming flying by and hit each other, glancing blows, you'll just see those things slowly just deteriorate.
And that can affect this end portion where they have to hang. If you just have one piece of fabric touching the ground, No point.
Yep. So back in 2013, our first year, I remember the climbing was so important, and we had a very low bar. I think it was only like 18 inches off the ground. They would slide a piece of paper, and if that piece of paper crinkled at all or moved, you didn't climb. So that's how, like, that's how, yep, that's
the famous,
how
infamous
close it gets, right?
Index card first down.
Oh, yep.
So that was a close match right there. At least the result there was 87-78. We'll see what the final result is here, 103-87. That was 49-67. That one team, our next engineers from Belmont, Michigan, 118. The Robotics from Houston, and then from Manchester, Michigan. Two Michigan teams working together. The Digital Dislocators, 60-81.
Yeah, Michigan's well represented here, as they always are. Michigan just has a solid program for FRC. But yeah, these digital goats that digital dislocators that just came up, they're a fun team to watch. Their robot, when it starts up and starts to fire off those notes, it almost sounds like a snowblower starting up. It's so loud you have to turn around and take a look at it. I honestly thought it was a cattle call the first time I heard it. I'm like, what is going on here? Turn around the practice field and they're dialing this thing in. But yeah, that thing shoots very, very hard.
Alex, one thing I want to ask you, what is the length? Because it looks like a box to me. I don't know if maybe it's a little off, but what is the dimension of that square robot?
36 by 24 is kind of where most of the teams land.
Okay.
Every year it's either a volume that you have to fit into or a perimeter or it's dimensional. So this year I believe it was 36 by 26. I could be wrong. You could check me on that. But most of the teams fit in that, and they want to be small, especially when you're starting to climb on those the chains, especially at the beginning of the year when everybody got the kickoff rules and how everything is going to go. A lot of teams said, hey, we might get two teams climbing on the same chain there, so let's make our frame as small as possible.
Well, we saw that over on this side a few qualification matches ago. 52-71 was going up and got bumped by a teammate, 321, and flipped completely
right over.
Yeah.
Right? So with that, that's one of those gambles that you don't want to take, right? Or if you do take it, I coached soccer for 10 years. I told my kids, you don't gamble on my field. But if you do, you better win.
You don't like bringing that sweeper up?
Yeah, exactly. Nope, absolutely not. So for this, you see that a lot, right? And a couple matches ago, my team was just out there, and our driver was getting bullied over here with defense by, I don't remember what team it was, but he saw an opportunity to go steal a note by their human player station, so he took that chance and got bumped, got a penalty, 5-point penalty, as he took it, right? Well, as it happened, we ended up losing that match 103-98. So I'm not the drive coach, right? I stay away from that. They don't want me near the pit. I went over to our drive team, pulled them aside. I'm like, it's a brand new drive team, right? Brand new adult drive coach, brand new driver, brand new operator, brand new human player. I said, okay, explain to me what happened. When we lose a match where we have the powerhouses that we had, 118 and 125 and us, how did we lose that match? So we walked through it, and I asked him about the gamble. I'm like, you took a gamble. Did you win or lose? And our driver's like, I think we won. We got the note. We scored the note. We deprived them of a note, but we ended up losing the match. I'm like, 5-point penalty. He's like, yeah, but there's other things that played into it. So he had a really good, mature answer with that, with, going to get that note, stealing it, depriving it from them, and also scoring it. The points didn't wash out, and we ended up losing the match. On the other hand, we had other problems there. But yeah, just that kind of stuff. It plays very well into sports with this kind of thing here. So.
And that's why a lot of these scores at the end, when they first show them, are very deceptive, because you have to add all those penalty points in together, but also what happens on those stages with the hanging and getting those the possible notes on the microphones at the end of this.
Yep.
So that, I mean, I've seen it. We've seen it throughout this entire day. That, oh, look, the Blue Alliance is winning by 6. And then the next thing you know, the Red Alliance is coming out with a victory because of what happened here and penalty points, as you mentioned.
Exactly. So in that same exact match, one of our teams didn't climb. We scored our climb. The other team, 125, they score the trap, and the other team doesn't climb. So, yeah, we had a 5-point penalty, lost by 5 points. If that other team climbs, all of a sudden we wash all that out, and it's a win for us. But that's the way that this game works, and especially at IRI. I mean, everything, when you win a match, everything has to be hitting on all cylinders. You can't just walk out there and have a match where one robot just isn't working up to par. All three of them have to be. Every single match is a playoff match. It's so much fun to be here.
So let me ask you about that, because this is I guess, as you would call it, you're a soccer guy, so this is considerably a friendly.
Yep.
You have all the best. You could have Inter versus Real Madrid somewhere as a friendly. But that's basically what this is, but it's bragging rights. It's a great opportunity to come to IRI and show your stuff, show your everything.
Yep.
But it's not a points event, but at the end it is, because there's a lot of bragging rights that can come along with this.
Oh, without a doubt. A lot of us have, I think I would probably say 75, 80% minimum of these teams have made it to World Championships and left something out on the field. We have one world champion here, right?
321.
321.
From
And that's
Philadelphia,
it, right?
PA.
So out of the 4 that we had world champions on that alliance, we have one here. The rest of us didn't win it. The rest of us left it in a playoff match somewhere along the way and lost to somebody, and now we want to show them, hey, we're better than what we were there. We want to show 321 that, hey, we could be the world champions. So even though we're not, you're right, this is a friendly, but this is where egos come to play. It truly is, and it's such a great tagline for this. You drive through this parking lot and you see those trailers alone with all the sponsors on them. People ask, like, what is robotics? What is First Robotics? And I always tell them it's NASCAR meets Comic-Con means basketball. I mean, you're playing on a basketball court.
Thank you
Look
for
at
mentioning
this, right?
NASCAR, because I've been referencing that all
Yep.
day.
Okay, so there we go. And it is. So you walk into that pit area, right? You got 57 teams here, and you see these sponsors, and these sponsors are proud. They want their teams here. They want their teams showcased at the World Championships. One of our local teams, one of our sponsors, should say Medtronic, has a field at World Championships, right? So they're the Newton Field sponsor, Medtronic. So I'm taking pictures of the Newton Field with Medtronic and sharing it with our contact back at Medtronic, and she's just beaming. She's like, how do we get more of our teams down to World Championships? So this is not like a small money sport. You can compete at a high level with a fairly low budget, but once you start coming to IRI your first, your second, your third time, your team changes. It changes dramatically. In fact, our pit structure we found here back in 2019. We saw these teams, Strike Force 2767 from Michigan. They have one very similar to it. We looked at it and said, we want that. So we roll in with these pit structures. We took a Milwaukee flat top box, $1,200. Cut off the wheels, or took off the wheels, cut off the top, and then embedded it into this big steel structure that our students built. When we roll these things in, the upper part of the pit structure lifts up, right? So we got gas springs in there along with linear screws that lift this whole thing up. So within a matter of 10 minutes, our pit is ready to go. We're operational, right? We roll it off the trailer, 10 minutes, we can start working on a robot. It's just impressive to see what these teams build. And we wouldn't have had that if we're not here at IRI back in 2019. So
It is incredible because, you mentioned NASCAR and here, and that's the references I was making because I'm a big NASCAR fan, and the similarities between the two are amazing to me. I mean, that's the first when I saw the pit area, when I saw the sponsorships, when I saw how you have a plan. It's just from the NASCAR up. You have a way to make the car. You have to have specs.
Yep.
But how do you adjust this? How do you adjust that? It doesn't have to be the same. You have the same body, but you may have a little bit of more tail, taking a wedge out and all these different adjustments that you can make. So it's very familiar with that. One thing I want to ask you, Alex, is how much, since we're running Crescendo this year, how much can the actual robot change from week 1 until the end of the year? Could you end up with a completely different model at the end of the year?
Oh yeah, there's many teams that do that, especially in the no bag era, like I told you before, talked about before. 2019, we all had to bag up our robots at the end of the build season, which now you put in a hermetically sealed bag, right? You can't touch it until your competition. You can open it up and start working on it. Now that we don't have to have this bag period, you see these robots evolve over the course of days and weeks, from their first event to their second event to the third event. Competition season's 6 weeks long, right? Build season's about 6 weeks long. Then you get a competition again at 6 weeks long, and these robots will change. So for us, we have a prototype robot that we start off right away. And our competition robots is usually about a week to 2 weeks behind. Okay, once we go to our first regional, our first event, even our first scrimmage, that thing can change considerably. It might be adding on a climber, it might be taking off a climber. St. Michael, one of our, again, the team that we've been talking about earlier from 7028 from St. Michael, Minnesota, their first event, they did poorly. The robot didn't perform the way they wanted it to. They used the wrong gauge of steel for their main plate and their structure adjusted a little bit on the shooting structure. When they came back for the Week 6 event at GCR, Granite City Regional in St. Cloud, completely different robot in terms of functionality. They ripped off their climber and they said, no, we're going to be an elite shooting team. They ended up winning the regional, beating us out. So, yeah, they can change quite drastically, real quick like.
One thing that I'd like to know is, so when you think of the NFL, you think of Major League Baseball, NHL, 32 teams, 30 teams, everything like that. How on earth can you prepare for 600 plus teams in order to come out as that champion? Just trying to figure that out in my head, because I see what teams go through. And, you know, when I was playing sports, just trying to win our sectional, then trying to win a regional, and then maybe getting the state if we're that fortunate. And that's just that state.
Yep.
You're Minnesota, 49 other states. How many other countries and continents across the globe? How
does this happen?
How do you formulate that in your head to say, this is the best way that we can be the best in the world?
To formulate it, it's difficult. My initial response is, how do you eat an elephant, right? Like, it's one bite at a time. You can't
start with the hoof.
Yep, start with the hoof. I like the trunk. Put a little salt on there, right, boil it up a little bit. But no, in order to get to that 600 top teams in the world, you got to win your events or your district first, right? So there's two different formats. You have the district format, which Indiana is part of, and within Indiana, they go to their district events that qualifies them for their state or district championship. Michigan has the same thing. New England has the same thing. Minnesota's regional. So you got to win a regional with 60-some other teams in order to qualify for the World Championship. So there's two different ways to do it, but you have to win local first. And then you got to get to your division at the World Championships, where there's 75 teams. Set up very much like this. You know, now you got the best of the best from each state, each region, each district. They're competing, trying to win to that point. In terms of winning the World Championship, I honestly thought that my team played the World Champions in our first playoff match in our division. We had to go up against the Cheesy Poofs from California, 254. 321 ended up knocking their alliance off. But yeah, so we're sitting there thinking, how do we get by what will be the eventual world champions? And they weren't even the world champions. Like, they're the best team, arguably, in the world, and they didn't even win it. So there's a lot of luck. I mean, in a game of mechanics, in a game of machines, it's a cardinal sin to break down. And that's what happened to us in our first match against the Cheesy Poofs. We had one of our alliance partners break down. We were ahead of them by 20 points. We were winning this thing. We were going to knock the previous world champs off. And then a minute and 20 seconds later, minute and 15 seconds later, we lost it.
It's like playing a man down in soccer. You go from 11 to 10.
Yep.
And how detrimental that can be.
Exactly. How do you score when you only have two robots out there? They got three. Yeah, and when you go back to that football reference, you use NASCAR, I use football with this. You go to a regional event or you go to a district event, and they happen, Thursday night you load in, Friday you play, Saturday you play, and then playoffs, right? In a regional event, you get about 10 matches. So every match is like 1 week of football. So within about a half hour to 45-minute period, you got to wash that loss away. You got to go meet with your next alliance partners. You got to figure out a plan how you can do it. And then you got 2 minutes, 15 seconds to go out there and win a match. And it's incredibly difficult to maintain that high level of play. It doesn't matter, again, your high resource teams versus low resource teams. Every single match, you got to figure out how you're going to go about winning. And it's like every week with football, right? You got to devise a plan, come up with it, and you got to execute. So for me, it's always football is my reference with this. So.
Well, it's true because, talking with George, he had mentioned that he had played sports and, talking about football too, because this is my first time being introduced to this.
Welcome.
When they asked me to do a robotics competition, what do you think the first thing that came to my head was?
You're at a science fair. Oh, you're at BattleBots. Some
right.
people
I'm
say
thinking
BattleBots?
chainsaws and
Okay.
flamethrowers
Yep.
and all, sparks and everything flying. Not that. But to be here and to see all of this and to hear what Scott Miller has said and to hear what Ari McMahon has said, Libby came, just all the different things, is that it boils down to that football mentality. You can have the fastest, strongest, biggest guy in the backfield, But if your line is terrible, he's not doing
not
anything.
going anywhere. Yep.
If you can have the receiver that's fast, can run routes, has the best hands, but you don't have a quarterback that can throw him the football, what are you going to do? So that team element is so intricate in this game. No matter how powerful and great and fast and accurate your robot may be, if the other two aren't working in sync with you, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. And you got 3 teams behind that glass over there, a driver at each station, an operator at each station, and then a driver coach. And they have to be in unison with each other. They got to be constantly communicating over the noise, over the stress that's happening out there, right? So when I was introduced to robotics way back in 2012, that's my first thought was BattleBots. I'm like, okay, great, it's BattleBots. And they're like, nope, you can't intentionally hurt the other teams or robots, blah, blah, blah. They lied to me. Now you just watch out there, there's a piece bouncing around right in the middle of the field.
I see a lot of bumping and banging in
here. They
that's intentional.
You can't reach in and actually pull stuff out of the other robot. You can't intentionally hurt them, but these things are going.
We've seen some robots become disabled because of some big
quickly,
hits.
Yep. So it's not BattleBots, but it can quickly devolve into that. Especially when you lose an offensive partner and you got to go play defense, or you lose your offensive part and you got to go play defense. These robots are flying upwards of 20 feet per second, 20 feet per second. So you're flying around out there pretty good.
Is there an equivalent to that? Because I know it's different. A fastball at 60.6 feet on a mound, what it really equivalates to when it coming in at 98, but you see these bat speeds from StatCast where it's coming off of 114, 115. When you say 20.2 feet per second, what would that be the equivalent to miles per hour in a car?
I'd have to pull up my calculator, but we can get upwards of 30 miles an hour if you get a straight run. Now, most of them, if you take a look at this field, right, it's 27 feet by 54 feet out there. You're not getting the full run. You got to zig and zag, but if you take a full run, you can get up, 25, 30 miles an hour. So these things hitting those stages,
they're moving.
It's violence. I'm surprised that they don't have it, but at the end of the season last year, they actually had to use ratchet straps around the driver's stations to hold them together because the robots are coming in hitting so hard that they're pulling the rivets and the bolts out of those aluminum pieces. And they're stretching the field, like physically stretching the field.
But every year has to be a learning experience for all the aspects put together, like putting together the field, the theme. Because of what you said, the force of these robots are coming at the wall. Okay, well, I was looking at that amp right there, the one in front of us on the left. That's kind of, you saw it a little bit there on 1923, right next to the referee. The dings and the dents that were in that before lunchtime. I'm like, these things are going right into that thing. They're taking no prisoners.
That carpet was brand new, I'll bet, at the beginning of the day yesterday. You go down and take a look at it now. And
I was on it. I walked the turf, just like I do a soccer match, as I walk the field.
And now there's holes. There's literally those wheels will burn through. If that robot stalls out and gets pushed up against the wall or something, those wheels are continually turning, it'll burn through that carpet within seconds. It'll just melt right through it. It's unbelievable how much power is behind these things. And again, we're talking 12 volts, right? We're talking just a small ATV or UTV battery. It's nothing too complicated out there. But it's impressive what these things do, the damage that can happen here.
Alex Yerk, Becker Robotics from Minnesota. And we're getting down here. It's past the 6:30 hour. Supposed to go to 7. Did have a little delay there in the first half, a 19-minute delay for a little, I don't know what you call it. We didn't really find out the problem, but.
A lot of times you don't.
Alex, you probably saw that it was on the left side here. I believe it was a Red Alliance team. We attended to it for about 19 minutes. And we're thinking up here, hey, their team's done. That thing's not getting started. Next thing you know, Red Alliance wins. Things got up and running. And I think that's what's very impressive about this, the quickness and the sense of urgency, how quickly you can diagnose the problem with these machines from these students and the drive coaches and all the teams, diagnose what it is, and then within 30 seconds, after 20 minutes of looking at it, 30 seconds, you're up and running, you win your match.
Yeah. So a lot of these robots that get put out there, the drive team is not your pit team. Your pit team sits in the pit, comes up and watches the match. They're trying to figure out what's going on with the robot, if there's anything they need to fix or anything else, so they get back to the pit as fast as possible. So it's very detrimental that your drive team understands how that robot works. Our drive team that we had during the season, our driver itself was the kid that designed it. So he knew exactly how that robot could perform. And in fact, his dad is a designer, a mechanical engineer for Boston Scientific, works with SolidWorks the last 18 years or so, right? He came up to me, his dad came up to me about halfway through the season. He's like, you know, Alex, Isaac's teaching me how to do things on SolidWorks. So your adults, the mentors, are exactly that. They are mentors. They're helping to work with these kids. These students, by the time they finish their first season of FRC, they are so seasoned, they're so mature, they have the confidence that they can walk into a problem, and even though they may not successfully solve that problem, they can tackle it. They can go after it, right? And these kids are so important to our tech industry, to places like Boston Scientific, Medtronic, whatever you want to call it, whatever sponsor you want to name. They want these students because they know how to work through a problem. They know how to communicate effectively because they've been through the stressors, whether it's here on the field or in the pit. Yeah, it's absolutely incredible to see how quickly they can go down, hey, my robot's not connecting to the field. What is it? Is it the radio? Do we need to reboot? Whatever it might be, right? And not only that, you have the field support right around you. You have your FTAs, the field tech advisors. You have your control systems analysts, the CSAs. They wear the orange hats. They'll come down and make sure that robot gets up and running too. So even though you want to win, like I'm a competitor. When I come to play, I'm playing to win. For me, winning is fun. When I have fun, I'm winning. Everybody here has that same type of mentality. On the other hand, I don't want to win against a disabled robot or a robot that's not out there, or a team that's...
You want to be your best against the best,
exactly.
to know exactly that, you know what, they had their top dog, we had our top dog, and we were better than them. It's not, we won 3-2. Okay, well, we know why, because you were down a robot, and that's great, whatever. And it's kind of like the Boston Celtics run through the playoffs this year, you know, going up against a Miami Heat team. All injured. They go up against the Cavs. Donovan Mitchell injured. I mean, how does this keep happening? But I think that, and this is the reason I want to reference that in the Boston Celtics, is that they were also playing a man down in Kristaps Porzingis. But how does that, can you play with that as going back to the 600 teams and trying to win a world championship and all these different aspects that you're trying to do for your robot? But you look at next year, and let's say the Indiana Pacers. Okay, well, it's because Tyrese Halliburton was hurt. Okay, so guess what? You didn't have a number 2 option.
Yep.
The Celtics, if Jason Tatum had a bad game, Jaylen Brown was going to step up. If Jaylen Brown didn't step up, Derek White was going to. Kristaps Porzingis was not playing. So there were different things. Like, how do you get better than the Celtics? Not Tyrese Halliburton getting healthy, but what can you do? What are some off-season moves, so to speak, that you can go through, even though you don't know the game and it's specifically what the robots are? How do you catch up to those top tiers to get better when they're not getting any worse?
Well, you'd be like the Timberwolves and just draft the right people, right? I mean, we're going to catch
Don't get me
started
on some of the Timberwolves draft picks.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I think we got 2 good ones right now that are coming up. But for robotics, right, so we have 36 kids on our team in 2024 for 4607. 14 of them are seniors. We graduate them. So every year, every robotics team's dealing with this. Every high school football team is dealing with this. So I didn't just graduate 14 students. I graduated 14 students that pulled us out of COVID, that rebuilt our team into the powerhouse that it now is. We weren't that way before. We were really good before. We were here in 2019, but this team has now become one of the stronger teams in Minnesota.
There are no contracts. There are no free agencies in this sport once they leave.
So how do you build them up? So in 2015, we talked about the hubs, alliances, and coalitions in Minnesota. At that same time, my team started what's called Jumpstart Training Initiatives. And what that is we bring all of these teams to St. Cloud State, a local university right in central Minnesota. That first year, we figured we'd have about 10 teams. 22 showed up. And all it is a la carte of training. Some team comes and provides how to run pneumatics. Some team comes and does the control systems, right? Some team's just doing the business department. They want to showcase how their business department works. So for us, it's cross-training amongst all our teams, and that's why in central Minnesota, in northern Minnesota, these teams are getting stronger because we're learning iron sharpens iron, and we're getting better off of each other. We're open book. I don't want to sit here in a silo and not share my secrets because I only have so many, right? I only have so many mentors. I only have so many dollars. I only have so many students. But collectively, we have a lot. And so we started doing that back in 2015. Like I said, 22 teams showed up. It grew to a point where in 2019, right before COVID hit, we had 1,400 students that came to campus at St. Cloud State for a day, not to play robots. There wasn't a field out there. They came to learn from each other. They came to teach each other. Mentors came to teach each other. And that's the way that we've seen the best way to gear up. On 4607, we've always said, well, not always, but lately we've been saying, we don't rebuild, we reload. So we've got a good group of kids coming up.
It's a common saying in the sports world.
Right? So we steal everything, by the way. Nothing's original on 4607. We literally steal everything. We make it our own, but it's freely given by other teams. Our robot this year is almost an identical replica of 2019 Jack in the Bot, who's also here. Last year, my lead CAD design guy went over and looked at that robot, took measurements, did everything he could. He's like, this is the best robot I've ever seen built. I want to replicate this thing. So then this year, the game allowed him to redesign that robot, and we put our own stamp on it. But if you go take 2910's 2023 robot and 4607's 2024 robot, they look almost identical, except for the end effector. The actual shooting mechanism is different. But yeah, other than that, it's always building in that off season, right? I mean, football coaches do it, baseball coaches do it, basketball coaches do it. You want to build your team up in the off season. Then you also have your feeder programs. So we have First Tech Challenge in our area, which is kids 7 through 9.
And what do?
They build robots in the fall.
But what's the other one, the K through 8?
Oh, K through 8 is First Lego League, right? And
I want to show you the Adidas Lego shoes
those
here.
Are so awesome.
So I've been very emphatic about Legos and how they have, because it's a big part of my life. And I'll tell you the story of what I've been telling everybody as I come up here. And my thing, so when I was learning how to do this, when I first found out about it, and I found I was doing the competition, realizing it's not BattleBots, but this, watching the animations, trying to go through the strategy guide and everything like that, I'm thinking to myself as I look around me in my room and see just Lego structures all over.
Yep.
I'm thinking to myself, can I associate that with this? Or is it something where if I start talking about Legos, the technical people are going to look at me like, are you kidding me?
No, we love it.
Okay,
right.
so
we love it.
I was so
it.
thankful.
Yep.
And the fact that, and I'll be honest with you, is I want to look into that. I'm sure that there's programs here through that K through 8 for the Lego. I would love to get involved with that. Yep. And I know that if I go to firstinspires.org, I can find names and representatives to help me get into that.
Oh, yeah. Yep, you can definitely go. Firstrobotics.org does a wonderful, actually, First Inspires is what it is. Yeah, they'll, if you put in your information, they'll connect you with a local team. And in fact, with First Lego League, it's so easy to start a team, even if you have no technical background.
Which I don't.
Yep, and I don't either. I'll be honest with you, I don't either. I have a lot of really good mentors.
But I can build a mean Millennium Falcon, I'll tell you that.
Oh my gosh, those are so cool. Which one do you have?
The big one.
The big one.
That's
yeah.
the UCS series, the Ultimate Collector series.
Yeah, I never got into Star Wars. I wasn't a big Star Wars fan. I am a Lego fan, AFAL, right, the AFALs, the adult fan of Lego.
That's right.
And in fact, for me, it's an investment as well.
It's a big investment.
When Pirates of the Caribbean was around, back in 2007 or 8, I started buying all the sets, the big, like the Queen Anne's Revenge and the Black Pearl, and then all the normal Lego brand pirates. Those things, have you seen the price of a Queen's Anne unopened box right now?
Oh.
It's like $1,000.
Yeah.
I bought this thing on clearance for $60 at Walmart, right? And it's amazing.
Sometimes you get lucky.
You get very lucky. So all of a sudden I'm thinking, I can buy these things on clearance. And at that time, as I was buying back to school stuff for my kids, all of the toys were going on clearance to clear the shelves for Christmas right after that. So my wife and I got very smart. We just started picking up Lego when they were going on clearance, and we just held them. So now we got boxes. We got boxes in our bathtub, for crying out loud. My wife has all of the plants, right? She's put together
the botanical series.
The botanical.
Yep. I'll help everybody with that.
Yep, she probably put together 10 of them, and she's got at least that many still in a box, like waiting to put together. And my mom comes over. She just thinks it's the coolest thing. We have all of our rooms, there's Lego plants all over it.
And
right?
that's one of the things when we have guests over or whatnot, when they go into my room. And I think that's one of the benefits, and I've been telling everybody and asking all the coaches or whatever, is that the end result of these robots, it's like a Lego box. You look at the outside, and you're like, wow, that's a pretty picture. Like when I looked at that Millennium Falcon box, how big it was, and knowing what it's going to come out to be. But then when you open that box and you're scared to death because there's 6,000 pieces just scattered in bags, but there's a direction book. And when I put that final piece on and I stepped back and I looked, it was such an accomplishing feeling, and I can imagine that's how a lot of these students, and even the mentors and everything, to know that their students put that together, that these teams all came together for that final product. And when they go out on the field and they score that first point, they're like, oh my gosh, this thing, not only did we build it, it worked. We made it do what we needed it to do.
So all of that happens even before, right? Before they even hit the field. That's happening in shops, it's happening in garages, it's happening in hallways of high schools, because there's a lot of our schools, a lot of our teams don't have a dedicated, they don't have a dedicated area to set up a field like this. So they're doing this with taping off duct tape, right? Duct tape squares, and if we can hit this, we might be able to actually hit the speaker from back at the wing line. And you got to remember with our Legos, we get instructions. This thing kicks off that first weekend of Saturday, that first weekend Saturday in January. And there's no instructions. There's a manual how you can and cannot play the game, but they don't give you any instructions on how to build a robot. So now your kids have to come up with it. Now, granted, you can buy sets, like the different modules for the Swerve Drive, or you can buy the Tank Drive series from Andy Mark, the AM14U3 or whatever it's up to now. You can buy stuff that you can put together, but to get that end product, those kids and those mentors have to figure out how this is all going to fit together in that package. And not only that, how do you get the game piece from the ground or from the feeder station to get all the way through that robot? And the handoff is usually the hardest part. Picking it up is easy, shooting is fairly easy, but how do you get it from picking up to that point right there shooting, right? So the struggle always is in that robot. And you don't have a lot of space in there to build that, and you don't even know what the thing looks like. And a lot of the times you have to fit your control systems within that package. You got to fit your motors, your belts, your chains, your sprockets, your gears. All of that has to fit inside, and you got to get that stupid 14-inch ring, that note, all the way through it as well, and shoot it out the other side. It blows my mind every year to see this thing kick off in early January, and then you roll up to these scrimmages and the first events in late February, early March, and these machines are just rolling off and they're working. It takes a little bit to get them going, but they're shooting. And not only that, but you'd think you'd have the same design over and over and over again. We're starting with the same equipment. We're starting with the same kickoff manual, but these robots just function very differently from each other. It's really cool.
Going back to NASCAR, it's exactly how NASCAR works. This is how you can build it. These are certain specs that you have to meet, but how do you make your car better than the opposing car? It may look the same, body style's different, Ford, Chevy, Toyota, but the interlockings and everything is what are you doing to, instead of finishing in 7th, an average of 7th, that you get a win here, you get a win there, and all those kinds of things. So it's absolutely remarkable.
And with NASCAR, same thing. You can win a match, right? And it's not just a match winning, it's that points that you get from your place finishing. It's the same thing in FRC is you win the match, yes, you get 2 points, but then in order to get your other 2 points, you have to work with the other alliance, right, and do the co-op, and you have to be able to fire off 21 notes into the speaker, right? Or if you don't do the co-op, now you got to finish it with 25 notes in the speaker to get your extra ranking point. And then you got the end game where you got to get a certain amount of points in order to get your final 4th ranking point. So a lot with NASCAR, right, where they have their ranking points, FRC has ranking points as well. So we got one of our friendly teams out here, 41-43, Mars Wars. We won the Iowa Regional back in March with them. It's the first time that we had won a regional since 2013. So we were elated. It was just an awesome partner to have with us. And then 44-99, the Highlanders out there. They're our pit neighbors, and they're just a fun team to watch. Highly organized. They wear the kilts. They do the whole Highlander theme to a T. It's really cool to see how these teams not only showcase themselves, but adopt the persona of their team. Like the Mars Wars, like I was just talking about, the Spartan gear and everything, and then 44-99, the Highlanders. Like you can hear Queen playing in the background, right? You can see the big swords come out. These kids dress the part. So we also have a Hall of Fame team out there, Team 33. The Bees are incredible. Just a fun team to always watch. They're always on top of the game here.
Another Michigan representative.
Yep, and we got a local hometown here, 234 running around
Perry
out there.
Meridian High School.
Yep.
Just a little bit, about 15 minutes from here.
Yeah, I believe we were at their high school in 2019. I think it was their high school that hosted it. Really awesome. I thought we were going back, but we came in. I'm like, oh, this is very different. But all three of the high schools that we've been in so far, we were in West Lafayette last year. They've just been incredible places. And I'll be honest with you, Indiana has been great hosts. It doesn't matter what city or what side of the state we're in. It's fun to come down here from Minnesota. We love to travel. 10 hours is a bit long for us. We do it in one day, but yeah, we love coming down here. You guys are incredible hosts. This is an incredible event. I can't stress enough if you're able to make it down and just come and watch this thing with your own eyes.
Well,
it's
I can
impressive.
tell you is that something because at ISC Sports Network, we do a lot of basketball and football and high school sports and whatnot. You're in a championship gym.
What does that mean?
Because the Lawrence Central Bears girls basketball team won the state title in Indiana this past year.
No kidding. That's awesome. That is awesome. Well, look, they 1, 2, 3. They got 10 state championships sitting up there right now across multiple different sports.
It was their first not only run to the playoffs, but to win the whole thing in Cambridge Fieldhouse. They sit right here. The Lawrence Central Bears, the girls team, won the state in 4A this year in basketball. So
awesome.
You are in championship territory.
Congratulations to the girls team. We have a strong girls basketball team. One of my buddies is the head coach in Becker, 3-time state champs over the last, since 2007. But yeah, so I can appreciate that. It takes a lot of work. Those girls work their behinds off to get to that point. So yeah, it's pretty cool. I didn't realize that they had just won that. It was really cool going out in the atrium here and seeing all of the different state champions, the team pictures up there. So whoever is the activities director, athletics director here, you've done a wonderful job.
Mosey Barnes is the athletic director of this fine institution. And what's...
Okay, kudos to you too. Much
Mosey Barnes and
appreciated
Michael
again
Connors,
having us out here.
And one of the unique things is one of the teams, I believe it is, and I might be mistaken, the 1024 Mackenzie Center is now in basketball, in whatever sport it is, Lawrence Central and Lawrence North. I mean, I don't even have to say anything after that. We have Andy Baker back, and it's brass knuckles, but it's so cool that institution brings those students together. So they're working together in this robotics competition.
Oh, so they're two different schools for one team. Oh, that is really cool. That is really cool.
You'll never hear someone from the Bears of Lawrence Central say, "Oh yeah, we get along really well with the North Central or the Lawrence North club." No, that'll never happen. But because Mackenzie, it's a technical academy school or center that they come from here, they come from Lawrence North, and they bond together. So I think that's really cool that they offer that.
It's that coin term cooperation, right?
Yep.
It's really cool to see, and there's so many examples of that across First Robotics. Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. In fact, we have a very similar story. St. Michael, 7028, which is right down below us, a team that we'd started, just played a few minutes ago. That's us and Becker and St. Michael. They're 20 minutes apart. Now they've graduated. They're a little bit larger than us, about twice the size of us. But for years, when I played football, we were going against them in their section finals every year. It was Becker versus St. Michael. Wrestling, St. Michael always beat the snot of us. We'd have a great team, but they always had a better team. And now we've got two robotics teams that are competing at the highest levels here at IRI. Yeah, it's so fun to see. So fun to see. And actually, my team's up in just a bit here. Hopefully we'll be able to pull this one off. We took a lump the last time.
We're rejoined by Andy Baker, one of the host schools from the Techno Cats, Team 45 from Kokomo, Indiana.
Hello, guys. Good to see you again.
Welcome back.
Yeah, we've been having fun.
So, Andy, as one of the host schools, how's day? I mean, I know it's technically day 2, but in competition-wise, day 1, how are you feeling about today's? I guess the results, the crowds, the efforts, everything that you've seen today. How do you feel about it?
I feel great. So the flow of the matches, if they keep flowing, and we have minimal issues to go through on the field. We haven't had have we had a disqualification at all? I don't think we have.
I haven't seen a card come out yet.
Minimal, like 0 yellow cards. That means low issue with robot play and team play. we've had high scores. We've had really action-packed matches. First of all, then we have the volunteers seem happy. We fed them a really good meal at lunch, and the volunteers are happy about the food they get here, which they get for free because they put in a 10-hour day to volunteer. Then we have charity things happening for Riley Children's Hospital, mental health.
Riley Adolescent Mental Health.
Yeah, we have that going on when we're raising money for Riley over there. And we've got, I just spent the last hour or two, we were judging entries into our scholarship essays and our Mentor of the Year essays. So we've got that nailed down. 3 or 4 of us went through about 50 different scholarship entries for students that are going to win. I think they get a $1,000 scholarship if they get selected. So we just got that done. There's a group of us that went through a pile of essays. That was very inspiring just to read what these kids are doing and how they're prepping for life after life after high school. So we did that, and kind of getting ready for tomorrow, where we have more matches in the morning, just like these matches, and then tomorrow afternoon we're going to have the elimination matches, which are really exciting. So we're there's a couple things we're trying out as a new process for picking the alliances for the elimination matches. So we're prepping for that right now. And yeah, people are kind of getting a little tired and a little their feet are starting to hurt after a long day, but it's a great day to be here at IRI. Things have been very successful. A lot of great people doing a lot of great things.
Yeah, Andy's got such a great team here. I know that this isn't just him lifting this thing up. Like I said, we've been here a few times, and every time I come, it's very impressive. It's been at a different high school every time, and just the level of showmanship is beyond anything I've seen with an off-season event like this.
I noticed my team, 45, is against your team, Alex.
Yep.
So we're blue, 45. And
that's why I was keeping quiet over here.
Yeah.
Both of you are in competition right now.
So we might have to be separated here as we're talking.
Yeah, and that's a little unnerving for me, because you know who this is, right?
Oh, yeah.
Andy
yeah,
Baker.
He supplies
Okay.
Yes.
So you know Andy Baker.
So he can dismantle your parts very quickly.
Some say he's the Chuck Norris of FRC. I say Chuck Norris is the Andy Baker of entertainment, right?
Okay.
So he can do anything. He does everything. He travels well. No, it's impressive to watch and see what Andy has done with this, along with his team here. Yeah.
321, World Championship 321.
Playing defense on you.
On
I love that. That's a compliment right there, right?
I
that's
love
huge.
That.
You got to take that home.
They're like, it's like boxing one defense on the team that I help run. So that's pretty cool.
See, that's me as an announcer. The fact that you recognize that, you realize that the Robo Lancers from Philadelphia, the world champions, had to retreat on defense. They were on the back of their heels. They were playing that 3-5-4.
No, it's full on orbit, right?
Right.
How you doing?
Yeah, this is boxing one, guys. I mean, we got 321 is playing a different type of defense than they usually play. They usually just play lane defense over there to keep the Blue Alliance from getting to the source. But yeah, they're just locking down 45. Yeah.
Oh. Looks like Blue's got all their robots up. Red doesn't have any. What a bummer.
But Red's up by 40 points.
Yep.
Good job, Alex. Way to go.
Yep. Well, yeah, we were just talking about NASCAR, how you can win, but you don't get all your points. Right now, I don't think we're going to get all of our points, which is a bummer.
But Red looks like, hopefully they have 1 rank point. They don't have the Melody rank point. They only got 19 notes in the goals.
Yep.
So they get 1 rank point. Blue has 1 rank point.
Yeah, you're opposite on that one.
Red might have 4.
We'll get 3 because we didn't get our end game.
Yeah.
It's a bummer.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, 321, they had a part break off.
Oh, they did
earlier.
Okay. Oh. Again, BattleBots, right?
Yeah, I'm
they
telling you,
it's not BattleBots.
I've seen some body checks. Being from the upper Northwest, that hockey up there, that Minnesota Wild. See some body checks going into the glass here. Been some real tough collisions that I've seen. And there's your final score, 113-83.
Some people would call that a bumper check or a control system check. If you hit each other full speed and you smack each other really hard, and your electrical system isn't really crimped down tightly so all your connections are sound from like this is this basic electrical connectivity. If you have robots to hit each other,
Let's see this here. Right there it is. You can see it landing on the ground.
I wonder what that was. Looks like some kind of
a pulley, and
it might have been like an intake to help them grab the ring. And maybe once they lost that, they didn't have the ability to score the ring, and then they turned to defense, and they just played defense the rest of the match.
And that team's now got to go back and figure out how to fix that thing, get ready for their next match. Hopefully it doesn't happen until tomorrow, so they got some time. But, yeah, in a normal day, that could be a 45-minute turnaround, half-hour turnaround that you got to get that robot back up and running again.
Yeah, that's where the NASCAR part comes in, where they go to the pits.
Got that 5-minute window.
Their pit crew has to be on their game to fix that thing. The cool thing about a mechanical problem is it's kind of easy to diagnose. Hey, that thing fell off. We have to put it back on. Whereas the electrical and software problems are really harder to diagnose and figure out what the problems are.
And that was something I was talking to Liz about, is that so as you mentioned, you saw the part that fell off. So you clearly know that that's the part that needs to be replaced. However, there are elements that can be completely out of your control in this as well, with the technology side of it, correct?
I wouldn't say out of control, but it can be overlooked.
But like if a connectivity of a Wi-Fi or an Ethernet breaks down or something like that,
Yep.
just those things, when you're at home and you're surfing the net on your PC and then all of a sudden you can't get on because the Wi-Fi goes down or whatnot. Those are possibilities that could happen here that could affect the whole match and or the whole event. Correct?
Yeah, you can spend an entire event chasing out a programming bug. We've had that happen to us numerous times. Stop measures. How do you get after your troubleshooting? For our team, we've adopted failure modes, effects, and analysis way back in 2018, and I will say that single-handedly changed how our team performs every single year now. FMEA is at the root core of what we do and how we do things in Becker.
I was listening to one team describe what they did when they go back to the pits. If they go back to the pits, they keep the robot on with the same battery, same everything, and they run an auto mode in their booth in the pits.
Really?
In the auto mode, if it doesn't achieve, they're just spinning things on their robot cart. And if it doesn't achieve all the things it's supposed to do, then the readout gives you like red flags. Hey, the drivetrain on the front right wheel didn't get all of its cycles done, so you might want to check the bearings on that front right wheel because they were providing more friction than usual.
Oh, I hope my engineering mentor is paying attention. Eric, I hope you're listening to this.
Eric,
awesome.
if you're watching at home on the IC Sports Network, take notes.
I heard that today for the first time.
That's pretty cool. I never thought of that.
They run an auto mode in their pit after the match.
With everything as it came off of the field.
And if they don't hit the metrics and all the stuff, then something's wrong mechanically or electrically.
Well, Alex, for that, and this, shameless plug or whatnot, but this will be recorded on ISC Sports Network. You can go back, you can find this part of it, and just all the information. Tell other students who might be interested, family, friends, whatever, they can go and search for their match throughout this whole thing because it is on the website, iscsportsnetwork.com. It'll be day one. Tomorrow, Kurt Darling will take over in my spot, but our same great crew will be here. And so you have access to all these notes and different strategies that someone may say or find out, just like what Andy was talking about. It caught you to attention. And so you can go back and find that. And we just got a word that, fortunate for 321, is they have quite some time to put together that robot that is scheduled around 10:50 tomorrow. So they'll have some time to work on that.
Yeah, so going back to what you were just talking about, this being available, and our previous conversation about how the teams get better, how do you improve, the countless hours that teams and individuals on teams will spend watching matches from previous years and just going over how did they do this, what was the strategy there. I know my team will be going back on their way home to Minnesota. We got a 10-hour drive. They're going to spend a lot of it going back and watching the matches that we were in or the robots they want to see. They're going to rewatch those matches as well. So thank you so much for archiving that. I'm not sure if it'll be instantly ready, but we'll figure it out from there.
And just for reference, Alex, is at 1024, the kilobytes are the team from McKenzie that are the combination of the Lawrence schools.
Okay. Yeah,
the
well,
Red
thank
Alliance
you,
right now.
1024, for, I believe they're hosting this one, right? This is their home, effectively.
Technically, yes.
So thank you for that. You guys put on a wonderful event here. So
Yeah, Jeff Smith in charge of Team 1024. And also provided us the corn.
That's right. Yeah.
The concessions was
Oh,
Team
my goodness.
1024.
I went out, I think, 3 or 4 times, and each time I went out there, my boy is chomping on a cob of corn out there. Yeah,
It's not something you expect, but once you get a taste of it, you
Jeez,
can't
it's
go
good.
back.
Yep. It's so good.
Pretty tight match here. Oh, Blue just popped up. They're up by 12 points, but fairly tight match here. We got 2 Michigan teams on Blue with a Louisiana team, 80-44, up by 8 points.
And,
Yeah, that
the Red
Venom,
Alliance all
Venom.
over the map. Raleigh, Indianapolis, and Honolulu.
Red just popped up. They just scored 10 points right in a row.
Now, this is a close one with coming up on 35 seconds.
You can see 48-28 over there is playing like some zone defense against. Well, they just let 27-67 by, but they're in the lane over there playing some defense, somewhat, to keep the other teams from getting around them. Now they've pinned 226 against the Stays, so they're playing some effective defense just to kind of get in the way.
It'd be interesting to see what that 80-44 does for their training, how to get their stuff up and going. From my notes, they're regional winners. They actually were Alliance captains on their field, is what it looks like on Archimedes this year. 80-44.
Nice.
And a team that, relatively unheard of. I didn't hear about them until this. Also won the Creativity Award at Worlds. So you had to talk about a team that, a couple of years ago didn't even exist. All of a sudden now they're competing at high levels here at IRI.
So as a curiosity, you're talking about 80-44. A reason that they weren't able to hook and lift on that? Because it doesn't look like from this angle.
They might not have a climber. They might have just foregone that completely. Like I said, our St. Michael team, 70-28, they took their climber off, and they've done extremely well without it. You don't have to play all aspects of the game. It does hinder you in certain points, but again, St. Michael can't climb. They end up making Einstein this year. They end up winning their division at champs, and yeah, we're playing on Einstein. So it does take all team members, but not all team members need to do all parts of the game.
Well, it was a close one. It was 79-76.
Here we go.
And Blue.
2 points.
So there's an example. We kind of talked about this, Alex, before you and Andy. We may have discussed it, but just because that score that pops up first doesn't mean that's how it's going to end based on what happens on those stages in that final 15 seconds.
Yep, and then you look at that screen, you can see the complete breakdown of the points scored and the penalties that were assessed, and it tells the tale of that. So yeah, it's a pretty cool way to end things here.
So 80-44, Louisiana's team, who's here, they're the 5th seeded team here at IRI.
15, yeah. How many Louisiana teams have you had here, Andy?
Not many.
Not many.
I think 1912 came a couple times.
Yep. So not an overly represented state by any means,
right.
but this team is doing wonders. This team is, and it's fun to watch them in their pit as well. Very well organized. Speaking of the bumpers earlier, right? We have to have a red set and a blue set. This team actually has 2 blue sets and 2 red sets. 80-44. We're looking at them thinking, here's a young team that obviously has figured it out. They don't have to wait to stitch up or fix their blue bumpers when one rips. They just throw the next set on and they're off and going.
Spare bumpers.
Spare bumpers. I never would have thought it. Some teams will use reversible bumpers and only have 1 set. I don't know how many teams do that anymore, but this team now brings 2 sets of blue and red.
And that's one of the interesting things as a newbie to this whole thing is finding out, okay, why do teams have these numbers? What do they derive from? But figuring out that not necessarily all the lower numbers are better than higher numbers.
So we actually had this conversation on the way down here, and one of my students asked, he's like, well, who's the oldest team? I'm like, Well, I'm like, number 1 is the Juggernauts, but they're not the oldest team. I'm like, in fact, when we get there, why don't you go ask Andy Baker? He'll probably be able to tell you. So, Andy, what happened?
Okay, so in 1992, that was the first year of all this, and there were 28 teams, and we played in a high school in Manchester. We played in in a high school.
There was a pause.
In Manchester, New Hampshire. 28 teams.
The robotics went off on that one.
They didn't have numbers back then. And then every year after, they would renumber the teams. And then in 98, they gave us new numbers that year in 1998. 6 years after we started the competition, or 7 years, whatever. And so we said, hey, we like these numbers. Quit giving us new numbers every year. We want to be like NASCAR, and we want to have the number that's branded to our team. So don't give us new numbers. If a new team comes along, give them a new number. So that's what we happened. So all of the GM teams were in the 60s. All the Ford teams were, I think, in the Ford teams were in the 60s. GM teams were right next to them in the 60s. Delphi teams were in the 40s. And you were named after your lead sponsor. So team number 1 is in Michigan. They're still around, and they were sponsored by 3D Systems. So 3 is before A, so they were number 1. Anyway.
That was confusing.
Kind of.
I mean, it makes sense, but it's confusing how they did it back then. So now it's all just based on when
I
you
think
join.
what's incredible, though, is that that explanation, it was the explanation kind of confusing. However, is that you guys aren't referring to these teams as their team name. It's amazing to me that you can say, 2531 from Lafayette or wherever it is, that's how they're recognized. The team name is just kind of that aesthetic touch to it.
You're right. Yeah.
Where the number is really what the focus is on. I think that's pretty incredible.
So, yeah, like 2056, they've won IRI like 10 times. They're one of the world's best teams from Canada,
yeah.
But they're OP Robotics. I don't call them OP Robotics, but they're wonderful. They're 2056. They're in blue.
From Stony Creek, Ontario.
And they've got 125 from the Boston area and 302 from Lake Orion, Michigan.
Jeez, this is a stacked field right here. 2075 Enigma on Einstein last year. Yeah, so you got some good teams out here. Bronco Bots, probably the best team that didn't make World Championships this year, out there on the field as well. So yeah, this is incredible out here.
Bronco Bots, 1987, Lee Summit, Missouri. North High School, Lee Summit North High School.
And 125 held the the pole position for probably the better part of the day, at least half the day after lunch until their previous match they got knocked down. But yeah,
Looks like 1987 is playing some defense, pretty good defense on 125, trying to keep them from getting the note and coming back and passing it over to the Blue Alliance side. It's messing them up enough that the 125 just made a poor shot to shoot it outside of the arena, which doesn't give them any advantage.
Now, just out of curiosity, why the black bumper? Is that
they're blue?
Oh, they claim they're blue. It's just a hue of blue that's pretty dark.
Okay, so in some way on the color spectrum, that is actually blue.
Yeah.
Just from our vantage point, it kind of looks like black. Yeah. Okay.
And the Blue Alliance is doing they're taking the offense approach. They're not running any defense whatsoever. It's full cycles for all of them. Are anybody even shuttling or passing?
For blue?
It doesn't look like it.
Well, 125 is trying to shuttle.
Are they?
Over.
Okay.
And 302 just did too. Now red is attacking now. They're getting ready to all try to score in the speaker. But it's pretty tight. We're about 8 or 9 point difference between the two alliances.
So let me ask you two both a question. Going back on the NASCAR, and you have the drive coaches or whatnot, you're working with the alliances. Are drive coaches allowed to go to the other booths to say, hey, we need you to do this, like a NASCAR team would do, going from pit box to pit box, saying, we need to team up with you, we need to do something here. Is that a no-no, or can you do that?
Drive coach is, it's one of the most important parts of this whole FRC world, right? So you got to remember, FRC is a mentor-built or mentor-based program. And we want our students to learn off of how the mentors are performing. So you'll see a lot of adult drive coaches out there. The adults have very limited roles. That's one of them they can do because, again, you can be a great mentor behind the glass, helping to conduct the play on the field, much like a head coach will do for soccer, right? I can't go on that field for soccer and pass the ball or make but I can change the flow of the game by inserting a new substitute or change up my strengths, whatever it might be. So yeah, that coach is so important. So how do you get to be a good coach? Experience, right? So you got to go through a lot of these events that are high octane. Playing one regional a year doesn't provide a lot of experience for that drive coach. So when you're talking about drive team dynamics, it's very important to have a drive coach, again, that can not only communicate, that can showcase to the students how you operate under stress, right? So it's 2 minutes and 15 seconds, and their hearts are beating incredibly rapidly. Their blood is getting just blocked up in their brainstem, right? They're trying to think through this. So as a coach, you need a coach out there that is level-headed and can communicate as fast as possible.
So I'll ask the both of you this, and it's just a basic hierarchy of how other sports work. You know, I'll start with NASCAR. So you have your pit crew, you have your engineers, you have everybody in the garage. Then you have that crew chief. The crew chief, pretty prominent spot, but the focus at the end of the day is the driver. You look at football. You can have a star running back, you can have a star receiver, you can have a great lineman, but it's always going to come to the quarterback. Yep. Is there a hierarchy here? Now, every person's important. We've learned that through this first entire day. From the pits, from the garage area, to the coaches, to the mentors, to the volunteers, whoever it is on these teams, everybody serves a specific role. But is there a hierarchy to say, at the end of the day, that it's the driver that is going to make or break this competition?
I think as far as performance on the field and how they compete on the field to score points, yes, it's the driver. The driver has an operator next to them that might be a really big, depending on the complexity of the robot, the operator might have a really, really big role, or they might just handle the hang for the whole match. It might be the only thing they do as the operator. But the driver is the person that puts it where it needs to be on the field to do its job. And that is the quarterback of these teams. So these kids, like when I'm coaching behind the glass, and I try to keep my driver is actually not involved with the strategy that much. He doesn't spend that much time doing it because I went and focused on his role of the match after we don't debate it with him involved. Our team chooses this year the strategy team figures out what strategy is involved, and then we present it to the driver after it's all decided. So yeah, that was the 60th match of the day for today, and that takes all day long to get to this point. So that was the last qualification match, and so we've got 60 matches today. I think we've got another, at least 20, maybe 26 matches tomorrow, and that'll finish up around lunchtime, maybe 12 or 12:30, how things go. Then we'll have alliance selection right at about 10 minutes after the last qualification match, and the top 8 seeded teams will be out there, and they'll choose who they want to be paired with for the finals. So actually, the top team will pick 3 other teams. Yeah, that's 4 for each alliance, but they can play 3 teams at a time, and they'll have a backup for each team. And we'll have a round robin, like a double elimination tournament. And at the end of the day tomorrow, we'll have 2 alliances and a best 2 out of 3 tournament finale. It'll finish up with the winner of IRI.
Andy Baker, Alex Urick, thank you so much. I hope I get everybody. Scott, Ari, Paco, Libby, who else? Liz was up here. George was up here.
Yeah.
Did I miss anybody? I think that was all of our guests that are up here. But make sure that when you guys, through tonight, staying through tomorrow, everything like that, please tell them thank you.
Yeah, we'll do.
It made it enjoyable for me. I'm sure our new watchers and our new listeners and everybody like that learned a ton. I know that I have been saying it all match that I have a prior engagement tomorrow. I'm looking to get out of that so I can come back here. I just still tell Kurt, stay home. I want to come back and do this because, guys, it has been absolutely phenomenal. I am so impressed. Congratulations on just all the accomplishments of your students, of the volunteers that you have, everybody working for your team. But it has been an amazing experience, and please send our gratitude to everybody that you crossed because it's been a pleasure for us to be here through this morning and afternoon.
Will do.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
And for our ISC Sports Network crew, Jordan, Dennis, Charlie, Chase, Daryl, and Richard, it'll be Kurt Darling tomorrow and our first matches will begin at 9 a.m. For our entire crew at the ISC Sports Network, I am John Natale signing off from Lawrence Central High School for the IRI Day 1 in the books. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock right here on the ISC Sports Network.